Chapter 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gail Mattern. Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 1 Warned in a Dream. 27 years ago, and a bleak evening in March. There were gas lamps flaring down in Ratcliffe Highway, and the sound of squeaking fiddles and trampling feet in many public houses tell of festivity provided for Jack-along-shore. The emporiums of slop sellers are illuminated for the better display of tarpaulin coats and hats, so stiff of build that they look like so many seafaring suicides, pendant from the low ceilings. These emporiums are here and there enlivened by festoons of many-coloured bandana handkerchiefs, and on every pane of glass in shop or tavern window is painted the glowing representation of Britannia's pride, the immortal Union Jack. Two men sat drinking and smoking in a little parlour at the back of an old public-house in Shadwell. The room was about as large as a good-sized cupboard, and was illuminated in the daytime by a window commanding a pleasant prospect of coal shed and dead wall. The paper on the walls was dark and greasy with age, and every bit of clumsy, bulging deal furniture in the room had been transformed into a kind of ebony by the action of time and dirt, the greasy backs and elbows of idle loungers, the tobacco smoke and beer stains of half a century. It was evident that the two men smoking and drinking in this darksome little den belonged to the seafaring community. In this they resembled each other, but in nothing else. One was tall and stalwart, the other was small and wizen and misshapen. One had a dark, bronzed face, with a frank, fearless expression. The other was pale and freckled, and had small, light grey eyes that shifted and blinked perpetually, and shifted and blinked most when he was talking with most animation. The first had a sonorous bass voice and a resonant laugh. The second spoke in suppressed tones, and had a trick of dropping his voice to a whisper whenever he was most energetic. The first was captain and half owner of the brigantine Pizarro, trading between the port of London and the coast of Mexico. The second was his clerk, factotum, and confidant, half sailor, half landsman, able to take the helm in dangerous weather if need were, and able to afford his employer counsel in the most intricate questions of trading and speculation. The name of the captain was Valentine Jernam, that of his factotum Joyce Harker. The captain had found him in an American hospital, had taken compassion upon him, and had offered him a free passage home. On the homeward voyage, Joyce Harker had shown himself so handy a personage that Captain Jernam had declined to part with him at the end of the cruise, and from that time the wizen little hunchback had been the stalwart seaman's friend and companion. For 15 years, during which Valentine Jernam and his younger brother George had been traders on the high seas, things had gone well with these two brothers, but never had fortune so liberally favoured their trading as during the 4 years in which Joyce Harker had prompted every commercial adventure and guided every speculation. 4 years to-day, Joyce, since I first set eyes upon your face in the hospital at New Orleans, said Captain Jernam, in the confidence of this jovial hour. Why, the fellow's dead, said I. No, he's only dying, says the doctor. What's the matter with him, asked I. Homesickness and empty pockets, says the doctor. He was employed in a gaming house in the city, got knocked on the head in some row, and was brought here. We've got him through a fever that was likely enough to have finished him, but there he lies, as weak as a starved rat. He has neither money nor friends. He wants to get back to England, but he has no more hope of ever seeing that country than I have of being Emperor of Mexico. Hasn't he? says I. We'll tell you a different story about that, Mr. Doctor. If you can patch the poor devil up between this and next Monday, I'll take him home in my ship, without the passage costing him sixpence. You don't feel offended with me for having called you a poor devil, eh, Joyce? For you really were, you know. You really were an uncommonly poor creature just then," murmured the captain, apologetically. "Offended with you?" exclaimed the factotum. "That's a likely thing. Don't I owe you my life? How many more of my countrymen passed me by as I lay on that hospital bed, and left me to rot there for all they cared? I heard their loud voices and their creaking boots as I lay there, too weak to lift my eyelids and look at them, but not too weak to curse them." "No, Joyce, don't say that." "But I do say it, and what's more, I mean it. I'll tell you what it is, captain. There's a general opinion that when a man's shoulders are crooked, his mind is crooked too, and that, if his poor unfortunate legs have shrivelled up small, his heart must have shrivelled up small to match 'em. I dare say there's some truth in the general opinion, for you see, it doesn't improve a man's temper to find himself cut out according to a different pattern from that his fellow creatures have been made by, and to find his fellow creatures setting themselves against him because of that difference. And it doesn't soften a poor wretch's heart towards the world in general, to find the world in general harder than stone against him, for no better reason than his poor weak legs and his poor crooked back. But never mind talking about me and my feelings, captain. I ain't of so much account as to make it worth while for a fine fellow like you to waste words upon me. What I want to know is your plans. You don't intend to stop down this way, do you?" "Why shouldn't I?" "Because it's a dangerous way for a man who carries his fortune about him as you do. I wish you'd make up your mind to bank that money, captain." "Not if I know it," answered the sailor, with a look of profound wisdom. "Not if I know it, Joyce Harker. I know what your bankers are. You go to them some fine afternoon, and find a lot of clerks standing behind a brand new mahogany counter, everything bright and shining and respectable. 'Can I leave a few hundreds on deposit?' asks you. 'Why, of course you can,' reply they, and then you hand over your money, and then they hand you back a little bit of paper. 'That's your receipt,' say they. 'All right,' say you, and off you sheer. Perhaps you feel just a little bit queerish when you get outside, to think that all your solid cash has been melted down into that morsel of paper. But, being a light-hearted, easy-going fellow, you don't think any more of it, till you come home from your next voyage and go ashore again, and want your money, when it's 10 to 1 if you don't find your fine new bank shut up, and your clerks and brand new mahogany counter vanished. No, Joyce, I'll trust no bankers." "I'd rather trust the bankers than the people down this way any day in the week," answered the clerk, thoughtfully. "Don't you worry yourself, Joyce. The money won't be in my keeping very long. George is to meet me in London on the 5th of April at the latest, he says, unless winds and waves are more contrary than ever they've been since he's had to do with them. And you know George is my banker. I'm only a sleeping partner in the firm of Jernam Brothers. George takes the money, and George does what he likes with it. Puts it here and there, and speculates in this, and speculates in that. You've got a business head of your own, Joyce. You're one of George's own sort, and you are up to all his dodges, which is more than I am. However, he tells me we're getting rich, and that's pleasant enough. Not that I think I should break my heart about it if we were getting poor. I love the sea because it is the sea, and I love my ship for her own sake." "Captain George is right, though," answered the clerk. "Jernam Brothers are growing rich. Jernam Brothers are prospering. But you haven't told me your plans yet, captain." "Well, since you say I had better cut this quarter, I suppose I must, though I like to see the rigging above the housetops, and to hear the jolly voices of the sailors, and to know that the Pizarro lies hard by in the pool. However, there's an old aunt of mine down in a sleepy little village in Devonshire who'll be glad to see me, and none the worse for a small slice of Jernam Brothers' good luck. So I'll take a place on the Plymouth coach to-morrow morning, and go down and have a peep at her. You'll be able to keep a lookout on the repairs aboard the Pizarro, and I can be back in time to meet George on the 5th. Where are you to meet him? In this room. The factotum shook his head. You're both a good deal too fond of this house, he said. The people that have got it now are strangers to us. They've bought the business since our last trip. I don't like the look on them. No more do I, if it comes to that. I was sorry to hear the old folks had been done up. But come, Joyce, some more rum and water. Let's enjoy ourselves to-night, man, if I'm to start by the first coach to-morrow morning. What's that? The captain stopped, with the bell rope in his hand, to listen to the sound of music close at hand. A woman's voice, fresh and clear as the song of a skylark, was singing "Wapping Old Stairs" to the accompaniment of a feeble old piano. "What a voice!" cried the sailor. "Why, it seems to pierce to the very core of my heart as I listen to it. Let's go and hear the music, Joyce." "Better not, captain," answered the warning voice of the clerk. "I tell you they're a bad lot in this house. It's a sort of concert they give of a night, an excuse for drunkenness and riot and low company. If you're going by coach to-morrow, you'd better get to bed early to-night. You've been drinking quite enough as it is." "Drinking!" cried Valentine Jernam. "Why, I'm as sober as a judge. Come, Joyce, let's go and listen to that girl singing." The captain left the room, and Harker followed, shrugging his shoulders as he went. "There's nothing so hard to manage as a baby of 30 years old," he muttered; "a blessed infant that one's obliged to call master." He followed the captain through a dingy little passage into a room with a sanded floor and a little platform at one end. The room was full of sailors and disreputable-looking women, and was lighted by several jets of coarse gas, which flared in the bleak March wind. A group of black-bearded, foreign-looking seamen made room for the captain and his companion at one of the tables. Jernam acknowledged their courtesy with a friendly nod. "I don't mind standing treat for a civil fellow like you," he said. "Come, mates, what do you say to a bowl of punch?" The men looked at him and grinned a ready assent. Valentine Jernam called the landlord and ordered a bowl of rum punch. "Plenty of it, remember, and be sure you are not too liberal with the water," said the captain. The landlord nodded and laughed. He was a broad-shouldered, square-built man, with a flat, pale face, broad and square, like his figure. Not a pleasant-looking man by any means. Valentine Jernam folded his arms on the rickety, liquor-stained table, and took a leisurely survey of the apartment. There was a pause in the concert just now. The girl had finished her song, and sat by the old square piano, waiting till she should be required to sing again. There were only two performers in this primitive species of concert, the girl who sang, and an old blind man who accompanied her on the piano; but such entertainment was quite sufficient for the patrons of the Jolly Tar 27 years ago, before the splendours of modern music halls had arisen in the land. Valentine Jernam's dark eyes wandered round the room, till they lighted on the face of the girl sitting by the piano. There they fixed themselves all at once, and seemed as if rooted to the face on which they looked. It was a pale, oval face, framed in bands of smooth black hair, and lighted by splendid black eyes; the face of a Roman empress, rather than a singing girl at a public-house in Shadwell. Never before had Valentine Jernam looked on so fair a woman. He had never been a student or admirer of the weaker sex. He had a vague kind of idea that there were women, and mermaids, and other dangerous creatures lurking somewhere in this world for the destruction of honest men, but beyond this he had very few ideas on the subject. Other people were taking very little notice of the singer. The regular patrons of the 'Jolly Tar' were accustomed to her beauty and her singing, and thought very little about her. The girl was very quiet, very modest. She came and went under the care of the old blind pianist, whom she called her grandfather, and she seemed to shrink alike from observation or admiration. She began to sing again presently. She stood by the piano facing the audience, calm as a statue, with her large black eyes looking straight before her. The old man listened to her eagerly as he played, and nodded fond approval every now and then, as the full, rich notes fell upon his ear. The poor blind face was illuminated with the musician's rapture. It seemed as if the noisy, disreputable audience had no existence for these two people. "What a lovely creature!" exclaimed the captain, in a tone of subdued intensity. "Yes, she's a pretty girl," muttered the clerk, coolly. "A pretty girl!" echoed Jernam. "An angel, you mean. I did not know there were such women in the world; and to think that such a woman should be here, in this place, in the midst of all this tobacco smoke and noise and blasphemy. It seems hard, doesn't it, Joyce?" "I don't see that it's any harder for a pretty woman than an ugly one," replied Harker, sententiously. "If the girl had red hair and a snub nose, you wouldn't take the trouble to pity her. I don't see why you should concern yourself about her because she happens to have black eyes and red lips. I dare say she's a bad lot, like most of 'em about here, and would as soon pick your pocket as look at you, if you gave her the chance." Valentine Jernam made no reply to these observations. It is possible that he scarcely heard them. The punch came presently, but he pushed the bowl towards Joyce, and bade that gentleman dispense the mixture. His own glass remained before him untouched, while the foreign seaman and Joyce Harker emptied the bowl. When the girl sang, he listened. When she sat in a listless attitude in the pauses between her songs, he watched her face. Until she had finished her last song and left the platform, leading her blind companion by the hand, the captain of the Pizarro seemed like a creature under the influence of a spell. There was only one exit from the room, so the singing girl and her grandfather had to pass along the narrow space between the two rows of tables. Her dark, stiff dress brushed against Jernam as she passed him. To the last, his eyes followed her with the same entranced gaze. When she had gone, and the door had closed upon her, he started suddenly to his feet and followed. He was just in time to see her leave the house with her grandfather, and with a big, ill-looking man, half sailor, half landsman, who had been drinking at the bar. The landlord was standing behind the bar drawing beer, as Jernam looked out into the street, watching the receding figures of the girl and her two companions. "She's a pretty girl, isn't she?" said the landlord, as Jernam shut the door. "She is, indeed," cried the sailor. "Who is she? Where does she come from? What's her name?" "Her name is Jenny Milsom, and she lives with her father, a very respectable man." "Was that her father who went out with her just now?" "Yes, that's Tom Milsom." "He doesn't look very respectable. I don't think I ever set eyes on a worse looking fellow." "A man can't help his looks," answered the landlord, rather sulkily. "I've known Tom Milsom these 10 years, and I've never known any harm of him." "No, nor any good either, I should think, Dennis Wayman," said a man who was lounging at the bar. "Black Milsom is the name we gave him over at Rotherhithe. I worked with him in a shipbuilder's yard 7 years ago. A surly brute he was then, and a surly brute he is now, and a lazy, skulking vagabond into the bargain, living an idle life out at that cottage of his among the marshes, and eating up his pretty daughter's earnings." "You seem to know Milsom's business as well as you do your own, Joe Dermot," answered the landlord, with some touch of anger in his tone. "It's no use looking savage at me, Dennis," returned Dermot.
I never did trust Black Milsom, and never will. There are men who would take your life's blood for the price of a gallon of beer, and I think Milsom is one of them."
Valentine Jernam listened attentively to this conversation, not because he was interested in Black Milsom's character, but because he wanted to hear anything that could enlighten him about the girl who had awakened such a new sentiment in his breast. The clerk had followed his master, and stood in the shadow of the doorway, listening even more attentively than his employer. The small, restless eyes shifted to and fro between the faces of the speakers. More might have been said about Mr. Thomas Milsom, but it was evident that the landlord of the 'Jolly Tar' was inclined to resent any disrespectful allusion to that individual. The man called Joe Dermot paid his score and went away. The captain and his factotum retired to the 2 dingy little apartments which were to accommodate them for the night. All through that night, sleeping or waking, Valentine Jernam was haunted by the vision of a beautiful face, the sound of a melodious voice, and the face and the voice belonging alike to the singing girl. The captain of the Pizarro left his room at 5 o'clock, and tapped at Joyce Harker's door with the intention of bidding him good-bye. "I'm off, Joyce," he said. "Be sure you keep your eye upon the repairs between this and the 5th." He was prepared to receive a drowsy answer, but to his surprise the door was opened, and Joyce stood dressed upon the threshold. "I'm coming to the coach office with you, captain," answered Harker. "I don't like this place, and I want to see you safe out of it, never to come back to it any more." "Nonsense, Joyce. The place suits me well enough." "Does it?" asked the factotum in a whisper. "And the landlord suits you, I suppose? And that man they call Black Milsom? There's something more than common between those 2 men, Captain Jernam. However that is, you take my advice. Don't you come back to this house till you come to me, Captain George. Captain George is a cool hand, and I'm not afraid of him, but you're too wild and too free-spoken for such folks as hang about the 'Jolly Tar'. You sported your pocketbook too freely last night when you were paying for the punch. I saw the landlord spot the notes and gold, and I haven't trusted myself to sleep too soundly all night, for fear there should be any attempt at foul play."
"You're a good fellow, Joyce; but though you've pluck enough for 20 in a storm at sea, you're as timid as a baby at home."
"I'm like a dog, captain. I can smell danger when it threatens those I love. Hark! What's that?" They were going downstairs quietly in the darkness of the early spring morning. The clerk's quick ear caught the sound of a stealthy footstep, and in the next minute they were face to face with a man who was ascending the narrow stairs. "You're early astir, Mr. Wayman," said Joyce Harker, recognizing the landlord of the 'Jolly Tar'. "And so are you, for the matter of that," answered the host. "My captain is off by an early coach, and I'm going to walk to the office with him," returned Joyce.
"Off by an early coach, is he? Then, if he can stop to drink it, I'll make him a cup of coffee."
"You're very good," answered Joyce, hastily; "but you see, the captain hasn't time for that if he's going to catch the coach."
"Are you going into the country for long, captain?" asked the landlord. "Well, no, not for long, mate, for I've got an appointment to keep in this house on the 5th of April with a brother of mine who's homeward bound from Barbados. You see, my brother and me are partners. Whatever good luck one has, he shares it with the other. We've been uncommon lucky lately."
The captain slapped his hand upon one of his capacious pockets as he spoke. Dennis Wayman watched the gesture with eager eyes. All through Valentine's speech, Joyce Harker had been trying to arrest his attention, but trying in vain. When the owner of the Pizarro began to talk, it was very difficult to stop him. The captain bade the landlord a cheerful good day, and departed with his faithful follower. Out in the street, Joyce Harker remonstrated with his employer. "I told you that fellow was not to be trusted, captain," he said, "and yet you blabbed to him about the money."
"Nonsense, Joyce. I didn't say a word about money."
"Didn't you, though, captain?
You said quite enough to let that man know you'd got the cash about you. But you won't go back to that place till you go to meet Captain George on the 5th. Of course not. You won't change your mind, Captain. Not I. Because, you see, I shall be down at Blackwall, looking after the repairs, for it will be sharp work to get finished against you want to sail for Rio. So, you see, I shall be out of the way, and if you did go back to that house alone, Lord knows what they might try on. Don't you be afraid, Joyce. In the first place, I shan't go back there till 12 o'clock on the 5th. I'll come up from Plymouth by the night coach, and put up at the Golden Cross like a gentleman. And in the second place, I flatter myself I'm a match for any set of land sharks in creation. No, you're not, Captain. No honest man is ever a match for a scoundrel. Jernam and his companion carried the captain's portmanteau between them. They hailed a hackney coach presently, and drove to the Golden Cross, through the chill, grey streets, where the closed shutters had a funereal aspect. At the coach office they parted, with many friendly words on both sides, but to the last Joyce Harker was grave and anxious. The last he saw of his friend and employer was the captain's dark face looking out of the coach window. The captain's hand waved in cordial farewell. "What a good fellow he is! What a noble fellow!" thought the wizened little clerk as he trudged back towards the city. "But was there ever a baby so helpless on shore? Was there ever an innocent infant that needed so much looking after?"
Valentine Jernam arrived at Plymouth early the next morning, and walked from Plymouth to the little village of Allanbay, in which lived the only relative he had in the world, except his brother George. Walking at a leisurely pace along the quiet road, Captain Jernam, although not usually a thoughtful person, was fain to think about something, and fell to thinking over the past. His mother had died, leaving George an infant of less than 12 months old, and from the hour of her death Valentine had been the infant's sole nurse and protector, standing between the helpless little one and the father's brutality, enduring all hardships cheerfully so long as he was able to shelter little Georgie. On more than one occasion the elder boy had braved and defied his father in defence of the younger brother. It was scarcely strange, therefore, that there should arise between the two brothers an affection beyond the ordinary measure of brotherly love. Valentine had supplied the place of both parents to his brother George, the place of the mother, who lay buried in Allanbay churchyard, the place of the father, who had sunk into a living death of drunkenness and profligacy. They were not peasant born, these Jernams. The father had been a lieutenant in the Royal Navy, but had deservedly lost his commission, and had come, with his devoted wife, to hide his disgrace at Allanbay. The vices which had caused his expulsion from the navy had increased with every year, until the family had sunk to the lowest depths of poverty and degradation, in spite of the wife's heroic efforts to accomplish the reform of a reprobate. She had struggled nobly till the last, and had died broken-hearted, leaving the helpless children to the mercy of a wretch whose nature had become utterly debased and brutalized. Throughout their desolate childhood, the brothers had been all in all to each other, and as soon as George was old enough to face the world with his brother, the two boys ran away to sea, and obtained employment on board a small trading vessel. At sea, as on shore, Valentine stood between his younger brother and all hardships, but the rough sailors were kinder than the drunken father had been, and the two lads fared pretty well. Thus began the career of the two Jernams. Through all changes of fortune, the brothers had clung to each other. Despite all differences of character, their love for each other had known neither change nor diminution, and to-day, walking alone upon this quiet country road, the tears clouded Valentine Jernam's eyes as he remembered how often he had trodden it in the old time with his little brother in his arms. "I shall see his dear face on the 5th," he thought. "God bless him." The old aunt lived in a cottage near the entrance to the village. She was comfortably off now, thanks to the two merchant captains, but she had been very poor in the days of their childhood, and had been able to do but little for the neglected lads. She had given them shelter, however, when they had been afraid to go home to their father, and had shared her humble fare with them very often. Mrs. Jernam, as she was called by her neighbours, in right of her 60 years of age, was sitting by the window when her nephew opened the little garden gate; but she had opened the door before he could knock, and was standing on the threshold ready to embrace him. "My boy," she exclaimed, "I have been looking for you so long." That day was given up to pleasant talk between the aunt and nephew. She was so anxious to hear his adventures, and he was so willing to tell them. He sat before the fire smoking, while Susan Jernam's busy fingers plied her knitting needles, and relating his hairbreadth escapes and perils between the puffs of blue smoke. The captain was regaled with an excellent dinner, and a bottle of wine of his own importation. After dinner he strolled out into the village, saw his old friends and acquaintances, and talked over old times. Altogether, his first day at Allanbay passed very pleasantly. The second day at Allanbay, however, hung heavily on the captain's hands. He had told all his adventures. He had seen all his old acquaintances. The face of the ballad singer haunted him perpetually, and he spent the best part of the day leaning over the garden gate and smoking. Mrs. Jernam was not offended by her nephew's conduct. "Ah, my boy," she said, smiling fondly on her handsome kinsman, "it's fortunate Providence made you a sailor, for you'd have been ill fitted for any but a roving life." The third day of Valentine Jernam's stay at Allanbay was the 2nd of April, and on that morning his patience was exhausted. The face which had made itself a part of his very mind lured him back to London. He was a man who had never accustomed himself to school his impulses, and the impulse that drew him back to London was irresistible. "I must and will see her once more," he said to himself. "Perhaps, if I see her face again, I shall find out it's only a common face after all, and get the better of this folly. But I must see her. After the 5th, George will be with me, and I shan't be my own master. I must see her before the 5th." Impetuous in all things, Valentine Jernam was not slow to act upon his resolution. He told his aunt that he had business to transact in London. He left Allanbay at noon, walked to Plymouth, took the afternoon coach, and rode into London on the following day. It was 1 o'clock when Captain Jernam found himself once more in the familiar seafaring quarter. Early as it was, the noise of riot and revelry had already begun. The landlord looked up with an expression of considerable surprise as the captain of the Pizarro crossed the threshold. "Why, captain," he said, "I thought we weren't to see you till the 5th." "Well, you see, I had some business to do in this neighbourhood, so I changed my mind." "I'm very glad you did," answered Dennis Wayman, cordially. "You've just come in time to take a snack of dinner with me and my missus, so you can sit down and make yourself at home without ceremony." The captain was too good natured to refuse an invitation that seemed proffered in such a hearty spirit; and beyond this, he wanted to hear more about Jenny Milsom, the ballad singer. So he ate his dinner with Mr. Wayman and his wife, and found himself asking all manner of questions about the singing girl in the course of his hospitable entertainment. He asked if the girl was going to sing at the tavern to night. "No," answered the landlord. "This is Friday. She only sings at my place on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays." "And what does she do with herself for the rest of the week?" "Ah, that's more than I know; but very likely her father will look in here in the course of the afternoon, and he can tell you. I say, though, captain, you seem uncommonly sweet on this girl," added the landlord, with a leer and a wink. "Well, perhaps I am sweet upon her," replied Valentine Jernam. "Perhaps I'm fool enough to be caught by a pretty face, and not wise enough to keep my folly a secret." "I've got a little business to see to over in Rotherhithe," said Mr. Wayman, presently. "You'll see after the bar while I'm gone, Nancy. There's the little private room at your service, captain, and I dare say you can make yourself comfortable there with your pipe and the newspaper. It's 10 to 1, but what Tom Milsom will look in here before the day is out, and he'll tell you all about his daughter." Upon this the landlord departed, and Valentine Jernam retired to the little den called a private room, where he speedily fell asleep, wearied out by his journey on the previous night. His slumbers were not pleasant. He sat in an uneasy position upon a hard wooden chair, with his arms folded on the table before him, and his head resting on his folded arms. There was a miserable pretence of a fire, made with bad coals and damp wood. Sleeping in that wretched atmosphere, in that uncomfortable attitude, it was scarcely strange if Valentine Jernam dreamt a bad dream. He dreamt that he fell asleep at broad day in his cabin on board the Pizarro, and that he woke suddenly and found himself in darkness. He dreamt that he groped his way up the companion-way and on to the deck. There, as below, he found gloom and darkness, and instead of a busy crew, utter loneliness, perfect silence. A stillness, like the stillness of death, reigned on the level waters around the motionless ship. The captain shouted, but his voice died away among the shrouds. Presently a glimmer of starlight pierced the universal gloom, and in that uncertain light a shadowy figure came gliding toward him across the ocean. A face shone upon him beneath the radiance of the stars. It was the face of the ballad singer. The shadow drew nearer to him with a strange gliding motion. The shadow lifted a white, transparent hand, and pointed. To what? To a tombstone, which glimmered cold and white through the gloom of sky and waters. The starlight shone upon the tombstone, and on it the sleeper read this inscription: "In memory of Valentine Jernam, aged 33." The sailor awoke suddenly with a cry, and looking up, saw the man they called Black Milsom sitting on the opposite side of the table, looking at him earnestly. "Well, you are a restless sleeper, captain," said this man. "I dropped in here just now, thinking to find Dennis Wayman, and I've been looking on while you finished your nap. I never saw a harder sleeper." "I had a bad dream," answered Jernam, starting to his feet. "A bad dream? What about, captain?" "About your daughter." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Run to Earth, a novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 2. Done in the Darkness. Before Thomas Milsom, otherwise Black Milsom, could express his surprise, the landlord of the Jolly Tar returned from his business excursion, and presented himself in the dingy little room, where it was already beginning to grow dusk. Milsom told Dennis Wayman how he had discovered the captain sleeping uneasily, with his head upon the table; and on being pressed a little, Valentine Jernam told his dream as freely as it was his habit to tell everything relating to his own affairs. "I don't see that it was such a very bad dream, after all," said Dennis Wayman, when the story was finished. "You dreamt you were at sea in a dead calm. That's about the plain English of it." "Yes, but such a calm! I've been becalmed many a time, but I never remember anything like what I saw in my dream just now. Then the loneliness. Not a creature on board besides myself, not a human voice to answer me when I called. And the face. There was something so awful in the face, smiling at me, and yet with a kind of threatening look in the smile, and the hand pointing to the tombstone. Do you know that I was 33 last December?" The sailor covered his face with his hands, and sat for some moments in a meditative attitude. Bold and reckless though he was, the superstition of his class had some hold upon him, and this bad dream influenced him in spite of himself. The landlord was the first to break the silence.
"Come, captain," he said, "this is what I call giving yourself up to the blue devils. You went to sleep in an uncomfortable position, and you had an uncomfortable dream, with no more sense nor reason in it than such dreams generally have. What do you say to a hand at cards, and a drop of something short? You want cheering up a bit, captain, that's what you want." Valentine Jernam assented. The cards were brought, and a bowl of punch ordered by the open-handed sailor, who was always ready to invite people to drink at his expense. The men played all fours, and what generally happens in this sort of company happened now to Captain Jernam. He began by winning, and ended by losing, and his losses were much heavier than his gains. He had been playing for upwards of an hour, and had drunk several glasses of punch before his luck changed, and he had occasion to take out the bloated leathern pocket-book, distended unnaturally with notes and gold. But for that rum punch, he might perhaps have remembered Joyce Harker's warning, and avoided displaying his wealth before these two men. Unhappily, however, the fumes of the strong liquor had already begun to mount to his brain, and the clerk was completely forgotten. He opened his pocket-book every time he had occasion to pay his losses, and whenever he opened it, the greedy eyes of Dennis Wayman and Black Milsom devoured the contents with a furtive gaze. With every hand the sailor grew more excited. He was playing for small stakes, and as yet his losses only amounted to a few pounds; but the sense of defeat annoyed him. He was feverishly eager for his revenge, and when Milsom rose to go, the captain wanted him to continue to play. "You shan't sneak off like that," he said. "I want my revenge, and I must have it." Black Milsom pointed to a little Dutch clock in a corner of the room. "Past 8 o'clock," he said, "and I've got a 5-mile walk between me and home. My girl Jenny will be waiting up for me, and getting anxious about her father." In the excitement of play, and the fever engendered by strong drink, Valentine Jernam had forgotten the ballad singer; but this mention of her name brought the vision of the beautiful face back to him. "Your daughter," he muttered; "your daughter. Yes, the girl who sang here, the beautiful girl who sang." His voice was thick, and his accents indistinct. Both the men had pressed Jernam to drink, while they themselves took very little. They had encouraged him to talk as well as to drink, and the appointment with his brother had been spoken of by the captain. In speaking of this intended meeting, Valentine Jernam had spoken also of the good fortune which had attended his latest trading adventures, and he had said enough to let these men know that he carried the proceeds of his trading upon his person. "Joyce wanted me to bank my money," he said; "but none of your banking rogues for me. My brother George is the only banker I trust, or ever mean to trust." Milsom insisted upon the necessity of his departure, and the sailor declared that he would have his revenge. They were getting to high words, when Dennis Wayman interfered to keep the peace. "I'll tell you what it is," he said. "If the captain wants his revenge, it's only fair that he should have it. Suppose we go down to your place, Milsom. You can give us a bit of supper, I dare say. What do you say to that?" Milsom hesitated in a sheepish kind of manner. "Mine's such a poor place for a gentleman like the captain," he said. "My daughter Jenny will do her best to make things straight and comfortable, but still it is about the poorest place that ever was. There's no denying that." "I'm no fine gentleman," said the captain, enraptured at the idea of seeing the ballad singer. "If your daughter will give us a crust of bread and cheese, I shall be satisfied. We'll take 2 or 3 bottles of wine down with us, and we'll be as jolly as princes. Get your trap ready, Wayman, and let's be off at once." The captain was all impatience to start. Dennis Wayman went away to get the vehicle ready, and Milsom followed him; but they did not leave Captain Jernam much time for thought, for Dennis Wayman came back almost immediately to say that the vehicle was ready. "Now then, look sharp, captain," he said. "It's a dark night, and we shall have a dark drive." It was a dark night, dark even here in Wapping, darker still on the road by which Valentine Jernam found himself travelling presently. The vehicle which Dennis Wayman drove was a disreputable-looking conveyance, half chaise cart, half gig, and the pony was a vicious-looking animal with a shaggy mane.
but he was a tremendous pony to go, and the dark, marshy country flew past the travellers in the darkness like a landscape in a dream. The ripple of the water, sounding faintly in the stillness, told Valentine Jernam that the river was near at hand, but beyond this the sailor had little knowledge of his whereabouts. They had soon left London behind. After driving some 6 or 7 miles, and always keeping within sound of the dull splash of the river, the landlord of the Jolly Tar drew up suddenly by a dilapidated wooden paling, behind which there was a low-roofed habitation of some kind or other, which was visible only by reason of one faint glimmer of light flickering athwart a scrap of dingy red curtain. The dull, splashing sound of the river was louder here, and, mingling with that monotonous ripple of the water, there was a shivering sound, the trembling of rushes, stirred by the chill night wind. "I'd almost passed your place, Tom," said the landlord, as he drew up before the darksome habitation. "You might a'most drive over it on such a night as this," answered Black Milsom, "and not be much the wiser." The 3 men alighted, and Dennis Wayman led the vicious pony to a broken-down shed, which served as stable and coach house in Mr. Milsom's establishment. Valentine Jernam looked about him. As his eyes grew more familiar with the locality, he was able to make out the outline of the dilapidated dwelling. It was little better than a hovel, and stood on a patch of waste ground, which could scarcely have been garden within the memory of man. By one side of the house there was a wide, open ditch, fringed with rushes, a deep black ditch that flowed down to the river. "I can't compliment you on the situation of your cottage, mate," he said. "It might be livelier." "I dare say it might," answered Black Milsom, rather sulkily. "I took to this place because everybody else was afraid to take to it, and it was to be had for nothing. There was an old miser as cut his throat here 7 or 8 years ago, and the place has been left to go to decay ever since. The miser's ghost walks about here sometimes, after 12 o'clock at night, folks say. Let him walk till he tires himself out, says I. He don't come my way, and if he did, he wouldn't scare me. Come, captain." Mr. Milsom opened the door, and ushered his visitor into the lively abode which the prejudice of weak-minded people permitted him to occupy rent-free. The girl whom Jernam had seen at the Wapping public-house was sitting by the hearth, where a scrap of fire burnt in a rusty grate. She had been sitting in a listless attitude, with her hands lying idle on her lap, and her eyes fixed on the fire, but she looked up as the 2 men entered. She did not welcome her father's return with any demonstration of affection. She looked at him with a strange, wondering gaze, and she looked with an anxious expression from him to his companion. Dennis Wayman came in presently, and as the girl recognized him, a transient look, almost like horror, flitted across her face, unseen by the sailor. "Come, Jenny," said Milsom. "I've brought Wayman and a friend of his down to supper. What can you give us to eat? There's a bit of cold beef in the house, I know, and bread and cheese. The captain here has brought the wine, so we shall do well enough. Look sharp, lass. You're in one of your tempers to-night, I suppose; but you ought to know that don't answer with me. I say, captain," added the man with a laugh, "if ever you're going to marry a pretty woman, make sure she isn't troubled with an ugly temper, for you'll find, as a rule, that the handsomer a woman is, the more of the devil there is in her. Now, Jenny, the supper, and no nonsense about it." The girl went into another room, and returned presently with such fare as Mr. Milsom's establishment could afford. The sailor's eyes followed her wherever she went, full of compassion and love. He was sure this brutal wretch Milsom used her badly, and he rejoiced to think that he had disregarded all Joyce Harker's warnings, and penetrated into the scoundrel's home. He rejoiced, for he meant to rescue this lovely, helpless creature. He knew nothing of her, except that she was beautiful, friendless, lonely, and ill-used, and he determined to take her away and marry her. He did not perplex himself with any consideration as to whether she would return his love, or be grateful for his devotion. He thought only of her unhappy position, and that he was predestined to save her. The supper was laid upon the rickety deal table, and the 3 men sat down. Valentine would have waited till his host's daughter had seated herself, but she had laid no plate or knife for herself, and it was evident that she was not expected to share the social repast. "You can go to bed now," said Milsom. "We're in for a jolly night of it, and you'll only be in the way. Where's the old man?" "Gone to bed." "So much the better, and the sooner you follow him will be so much the better again. Good night." The girl did not answer him. She looked at him for a few moments with an earnest, inquiring gaze, which seemed to compel him to return her look, as if he had been fascinated by the profound earnestness of those large dark eyes, and then she went slowly and silently from the room. "Sulky," muttered Mr. Milsom. "There never was such a girl to sulk." He took up a candle, and followed his daughter from the room. A rickety old staircase led to the upper floor, where there were 3 or 4 bed chambers. The house had been originally something more than a cottage, and the rooms and passages were tolerably large. Thomas Milsom found the girl standing at the top of the stairs, as if waiting for someone. "What are you standing there mooning for?" asked the man. "Why don't you go to bed?" "Why have you brought that sailor here?" inquired the girl, without noticing Milsom's question. "What's that to you? You'd like to know my business, wouldn't you? I've brought him here because he wanted to come. Is that a good answer? I've brought him here because he has money to lose, and is in the humour to lose it. Is that a better answer?" "Yes," returned the girl, fixing her eyes upon him with a look of horror. "You will win his money, and if he is angry there will be a quarrel, as there was on that hideous night 3 years ago, when you brought home the foreign sailor, and what happened to that man will happen to this one. Father," cried the girl, suddenly and passionately, "let this man leave the house in safety. I sometimes think my heart is almost as hard as yours, but this man trusts us. Don't let any harm come to him." "Why, what harm should come to him?" Alone in her room, Jenny Milsom opened the window, and sat looking out into the inky darkness of the night, and listening to the voices of the 3 men in the room below. The voices sounded very distinctly in that dilapidated old house. Every now and then a hearty shout of laughter seemed to shake the crazy rafters, but presently the revellers grew silent. Jenny knew they were busy with the cards. "Yes, yes," she murmured. "It all happens as it happened that night. First the loud voices and laughter, then the silence, then Great Heaven! Will the end be like the end of that night?" She clasped her hands in silent agony, and sank in a crouching position by the open window, with her head lying on the sill. For hours this wretched girl sat upon the floor in the same attitude, with the cold wind blowing in upon her. All seemed tranquil in the room below. The voices sounded now and then, subdued and cautious, and there were no more outbursts of jovial laughter. A dim gray streak glimmered faint and low in the east, the first pale flicker of dawn. The girl raised her weary eyes towards that chill gray light. "Oh, if this night were only ended!" she murmured. "If it were only ended without harm!" The words were still upon her lips, when the voices sounded loud and harsh from the room below. The girl started to her feet, white and trembling. Louder with every moment grew those angry voices. Then came a struggle. Some article of furniture fell with a crash. There was the sound of shivered glass, and then a dull heavy noise, which echoed through the house, and shook the weather-beaten wooden walls to their foundations. After the fall there came the sound of one loud groan, and then subdued murmurs, cautious whispers. The window of Jenny Milsom's room looked towards the road. From that window she could see nothing of the sluggish ditch or the river. She tried the door of her room. It was securely locked, as she had expected to find it. "They would kill me if I tried to come between them and their victim," she said, "and I am afraid to die." She crept to her wretched bed, and flung herself down, dressed as she was. She drew the thin patchwork coverlet round her. 10 minutes after she had thrown herself upon the bed, a key turned in the lock, and the door was opened by a stealthy hand. Black Milsom looked into the room. The cold glimmer of day fell full upon the girl's pale face. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was loud and regular. "Asleep," he whispered to someone outside, "as safe as a rock." He drew back and closed the door softly. Joyce Harker worked his hardest on board the Pizarro, and the repairs were duly completed by the 4th of April. On the morning of the 5th the vessel was a picture, and Joyce surveyed her with the pride of a man who feels that he has not worked in vain. He had set his heart upon the brothers celebrating the first day of their reunion on board the trim little craft, and he had made arrangements for the preparation of a dinner which was to be a triumph in its way. Joyce presented himself at the bar of the 'Jolly Tar' at 11:30 on the appointed morning. He expected that the brothers would be punctual, but he did not expect either of them to appear before the stroke of noon. All was very quiet at the 'Jolly Tar' at this hour of the day. The landlord was alone in the bar reading a paper. He looked up as Joyce entered, but did not appear to recognize him. "Can I step through into your private room?" asked Joyce. "I expect Captain Jernam and his brother to meet me here in half an hour." "To be sure you can, mate. There's no one in the private room at this time of day. Jernam. Jernam, did you say? What Jernam is that? I don't recollect the name." "You've a short memory," answered Joyce. "You might remember Captain Jernam of the Pizarro, for it isn't above a week since he was here with me. He dined here and slept here, and left early in the morning, though you were uncommonly pressing for him to stay." "We've so many captains and sailors in and out from year's end to year's end, that I don't remember them by name," said Dennis Wayman. "But I do remember your friend, mate, now you remind me of him, and I remember you, too." "Yes," said Joyce, with a grin; "there ain't so many of my pattern. I'll take a glass of rum for the good of the house, and if you could lend me a paper, I'll skim the news of the day while I'm waiting." Joyce passed into the little room, where Dennis took him the newspaper and the rum. 12 o'clock struck, and the clerk began to watch and to listen for the opening of the door, or the sound of a footstep in the passage outside. The time seemed very long to him, watching and listening. The minute hand of the Dutch clock moved slowly on. He turned every now and then toward the dusky corner where the clock hung, to see what progress that slow hand had made upon the discoloured dial. He waited thus for an hour. "What does it mean?" he thought. "Valentine Jernam so faithfully promised to be punctual, and then he's so fond of his brother, he'd scarcely care to be a minute behindhand when he has the chance of seeing Captain George." Joyce went into the bar. The landlord was scrutinizing the address of a letter, a foreign letter. "Didn't you say your friend's name was Jernam?" he asked. "I did." "Then this letter must be for him. It has been lying here for the last 2 or 3 days, but I forgot all about it till just this minute." Joyce took the letter. It was addressed to Captain Valentine Jernam, of the Pizarro, at the 'Jolly Tar', care of the landlord, and it came from the Cape of Good Hope. Joyce recognized George Jernam's writing. "This means a disappointment," he thought, as he turned the letter over and over slowly. "There'll be no meeting yet awhile. Captain George's off to the East Indies on some new venture, I dare say. But what can have become of Captain Valentine? I'll go down to the Golden Cross and see if he's there." He told Dennis Wayman where he was going, and left a message for his captain. From Ratcliffe Highway to Charing Cross was a long journey for Joyce, but he had no idea of indulging in any such luxury as a hackney coach. It was late in the afternoon when he reached the hotel, and there he was doomed to encounter a new disappointment. Captain Jernam had been there on the 2nd of the month, and had never been there since. He had left in the forenoon, after saying that he should return at night, and in evidence that such had been his intention, the waiter told Joyce that the captain had left a carpet bag containing clean linen and a change of clothes. "He's broken his word to me, and he's got into bad hands," thought Harker. "He's as simple as a child,
and he's got into bad hands. But how and where? He'd never, surely, go back to the Jolly Tar after what I said to him. And where else can he have gone? I know no more where to look for him in this great overgrown London than if I was a newborn baby."
In his perfect ignorance of his captain's movements, there was only one thing that Joyce Harker could do, and that was to go back to the Jolly Tar, with a faint hope of finding Valentine Jernam there. It was dusk by the time he got back to Ratcliffe Highway, and the flaring gas lamps were lighted. The bar of the tavern was crowded, and the tinkling notes of the old piano sounded feebly from the inner room. Dennis Wayman was serving his customers, and Thomas Milsom was drinking at the bar. Joyce pushed his way to the landlord.
"Have you seen anything of the captain?" he asked.
"No, he hasn't been here since you left."
"You're sure of that?"
"Quite sure."
"He's not been here today, but he's been here within the week, hasn't he? He was here on Tuesday, if I'm not misinformed."
"Then you are misinformed," Wayman said coolly, "for your seafaring friend hasn't darkened my doors since the morning you and he left to go to the coach office." Joyce could say nothing further. He passed through the passage into the public room, where the so-called concert had begun. Jenny Milsom was singing to the noisy audience. The girl was very pale, and her manner and attitude as she sat by the piano were even more listless than usual. Joyce Harker did not stop long in the concert room. He went back to the bar. This time there was no one but Milsom and Wayman in the bar, and the two seemed to be talking earnestly as Joyce entered. They left off and looked up at the sound of the clerk's footsteps. "Tired of the music already?" asked Wayman.
"I didn't come here to hear music," answered Joyce. "I came to look for my captain. He had an appointment to meet his brother here to-day at 12 o'clock, and it isn't like him to break it. I'm beginning to get uneasy about him."
"But why should you be uneasy? The captain is big enough and old enough to take care of himself," said the landlord with a laugh.
"Yes, but then you see, mate, there are some men who never know how to take care of themselves when they get into bad company. There isn't a better sailor than Valentine Jernam, or a finer fellow at sea; but I don't think, if you searched from one end of this city to the other, you'd find a greater innocent on shore. I'm afraid of his having fallen into bad hands, Mr. Wayman, for he had a goodish bit of money about him, and there's land sharks as dangerous as those you meet with on the sea."
"So there are, mate," answered the landlord; "and there's some queer characters about this neighbourhood, for the matter of that."
"I dare say you're right, Mr. Wayman," returned Joyce, "and I'll tell you what it is. If any harm has come to Valentine Jernam, let those that have done the harm look out for themselves. Perhaps they don't know what it is to hurt a man that's got a faithful dog at his heels. Let them hide themselves where they will, and let them be as cunning as they will, the dog will smell them out sooner or later, and will tear them to pieces when he finds them. I'm Captain Jernam's dog, Mr. Dennis Wayman, and if I don't find my master, I'll hunt till I do find those that have got him out of the way. I don't know what's amiss with me tonight, but I've got a feeling come over me that I shall never look in Valentine Jernam's honest face again. If I'm right, Lord help the scoundrels who have plotted against him, for it'll be the business of my life to track them down and bring their crime home to them, and I'll do it."
After having said this, slowly and deliberately, with an appalling earnestness of voice and manner, Joyce Harker looked from Dennis Wayman to Black Milsom, and this time the masks they were accustomed to wear did not serve these scoundrels so well as usual, for in the faces of both there was a look of fear.
"I am going to search for my captain," said Joyce. "Good night, mates."
He left the tavern. The two men looked at each other earnestly as the door closed upon him. "A dangerous man," said Dennis Wayman. "Bah!" muttered Black Milsom savagely. "Who's afraid of a hunchback's bluster? I dare say he wanted the handling of the money himself." All that night Joyce Harker wandered to and fro amidst the haunts of sailors and merchant captains, but wander where he would, and inquire of whom he would, he could obtain no tidings of the missing man. Towards daybreak, he took a couple of hours' sleep in a tavern at Shadwell, and with the day his search began again. Throughout that day the same patient search continued. The same inquiries were repeated with indomitable perseverance in every likely and unlikely place, but everywhere the result was failure. It was towards dusk that Joyce Harker turned his back upon a tavern in Rotherhithe, and set his face toward the river bank. "I have looked long enough for him among the living," he said. "I must now look for him amongst the dead." Before midnight the search was ended. Amongst the printed bills flapping on dreary walls in that riverside neighbourhood, Joyce Harker had discovered the description of a man found drowned. The description fitted Valentine Jernam, and the body had been found within the last 2 days. Joyce went to the police office where the man was lying. He had no need to look at the poor dead face, the dark, handsome face, which was so familiar to him. "I expected as much," he said to the official who had admitted him to see the body. "He had money about him, and he has fallen into the hands of scoundrels."
"You don't think it was an accident?"
"No, he has been murdered, sir, and I think I know the men who did it."
"You know the men?"
"Yes, but my knowledge won't help to avenge his death if I can't bring it home to them, and I don't suppose I can. There'll be a coroner's inquest, won't there?"
At the inquest next day, Joyce Harker told his story, but that story threw very little light on the circumstances of Valentine Jernam's death. The investigation before the coroner set at rest all question as to the means by which the captain had met his death. A medical examination demonstrated that he had been murdered by a blow on the back of the head, inflicted by some sharp, heavy instrument. The unfortunate man must have died before he was thrown into the water. The verdict of the coroner's jury was to the effect that Valentine Jernam had been wilfully murdered by some person or persons unknown; and with this verdict Joyce Harker was obliged to be content. His suspicions he dared not mention in open court. They were too vague and shadowy. But he called upon a celebrated Bow Street officer, and submitted the case to him. It was a case for secret inquiry, for careful investigation, and Joyce offered a handsome reward out of his own savings. While the secret investigation was in progress, Joyce opened the letter addressed to Valentine by his brother George. "Dear Val," wrote the sailor, "I have been tempted to make another trip to Calcutta with a cargo shipped at Lisbon, and shall not be able to meet you in London on the 5th of April. It will be 10 or 12 months before I see England again, but when I do come back, I hope to add something handsome to our joint fortunes. I long to see your honest face, and grasp your hand again, but the chance of a big prize lures me out yonder. We are both young, and have all the world before us, so we can afford to wait a year or two. Bank the money. Joyce will tell you where and how to do it, and let me know your plans before you leave London. A letter addressed to me, care of Riverdale and Company, Calcutta, will be safe. Good luck to you, dear old boy, now and always, and every good wish. From your affectionate brother, George Jernam." It was Joyce Harker's melancholy task to tell Valentine Jernam's younger brother the story of the seaman's death. He wrote a long letter, recording everything that had happened within his knowledge, from the moment of the Pizarro reaching Gravesend to the discovery of Valentine's body in the Riverside police office. He told George the impression that had been made upon his brother by the ballad singer's beauty. "I think that this girl and these 2 men, her father, Thomas Milsom, and Dennis Wayman, the landlord of the Jolly Tar, are in the secret, are between them the murderers of your brother. I think that when he broke his promise to me, and came back to this end of London before the 5th, he came lured by that girl's beauty. It is to the girl we must look for a key to the secret of his death. I do not expect to extort anything from the fears of the men.
They are both hardened villains, and if, as I believe, they are guilty of this crime, it is not likely to be the first in which they have been engaged. The police are on the watch, and I have promised a liberal reward for any discoveries they may make. But it is very slow work."
This and much more Joyce Harker wrote to George Jernam. The letter was written immediately after the inquest, and on the night succeeding that inquiry, Joyce went to the Jolly Tar in the hope of seeing Jenny Milsom. But he was doomed to disappointment, for in the concert room at Dennis Wayman's tavern he found a new singer, a fat, middle-aged woman with red hair.
"What has become of the pretty girl who used to sing here?" he asked the landlord.
"Milsom's daughter?" said Wayman. "Oh, we've lost her. She was a regular she-devil, it seems. Her father and she had a row, and the girl ran away. She can get her living anywhere, with that voice of hers, and I don't suppose Milsom treated her over well. He's a rough fellow, but an honest one."
"Yes,"
answered Joyce, with a sneer.
"He seems uncommonly honest. There's a good deal of that sort of honesty about this neighbourhood, I think, mate. I suppose you've heard about my captain?"
"Not a syllable. Is there anything wrong with him?"
"Ah, news seems to travel slowly down here. There was an inquest held this morning, not so many miles from this house."
The landlord shrugged his shoulders. "I've been busy indoors all day, and I haven't heard anything," he said. Joyce told the story of his captain's fate, to which Dennis Wayman listened with every appearance of sympathy.
"And you've no idea what has become of the girl?"
Harker asked, after having concluded his story. "No more than the dead. She's cut and run, that's all I know."
"Has her father gone after her?"
"Not a bit of it. He's not that sort of man. She has chosen to take herself off, and her father will let her go her own way."
"And her grandfather, the old blind man?"
"He has gone with her." There was no more to be said about the girl after this.
"I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Wayman," said Joyce. "I'm likely to be a good bit down in this neighbourhood while I'm waiting for directions about my poor captain's ship from his brother, Captain George; and as your house suits me as well as any other, I may as well take up my quarters here. I know you've got plenty of room, and you'll find me a quiet lodger."
"So be it," answered the landlord, promptly. "I'm agreeable." Joyce deliberated profoundly as he walked away from the Jolly Tar that night.
"He's too deep to be caught easily," he thought. "He'll let me into his house, because he knows there's nothing I can find out, watch as I may. Such a murder as that leaves no trace behind it. If I had been able to get hold of the girl, I might have frightened her into telling me something. But it's clear to me she has really bolted, or Wayman would never let me into his house."
For weeks, Joyce Harker was a lodger at the Jolly Tar, always on the watch, always ready to seize upon the smallest clue to the mystery of Valentine Jernam's death; but nothing came of his watching. The police did their best to discover the key to the dreadful secret, but they worked in vain. The dead man's money had been partly in notes and gold, partly in bills of exchange. It was easy enough to dispose of such bills in the city. There were men ready to take them at a certain price, and to send them abroad, men who never asked questions of their customers. So there was little chance of any light being thrown on this dark and evil mystery. Joyce watched and waited with dog-like fidelity, ready to seize upon the faintest clue; but he waited and watched in vain. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 3 Disinherited. Nearly a year had elapsed since the murder of Valentine Jernam, and the March winds were blowing amongst the leafless branches of the trees in the Green Park. In the library of one of the finest houses in Arlington Street, a gentleman paced restlessly to and fro, stopping before one of the windows every now and then to look with a fretful glance at the dull sky. "What weather!" he muttered. "What execrable weather!" The speaker was a man of some 50 years of age, a man who had been very handsome, and who was handsome still, a man with a haughty patrician countenance, not easily forgotten by those who looked upon it. Sir Oswald Eversleigh, Baronet, was a descendant of one of the oldest families in Yorkshire. He was the owner of Raynham Castle in Yorkshire, Eversleigh Manor in Lincolnshire, and his property in those two counties constituted a rent roll of 40,000 per annum. He was a bachelor, and having nearly reached his 50th year, it was considered unlikely that he would marry. Such at least was the fixed idea of those who considered themselves the likely inheritors of the baronet's wealth. The chief of these was Reginald Eversleigh, his favourite nephew, the only son of a younger brother who had fallen gloriously on an Indian battlefield. There were two other nephews who had some right to look forward to a share in the baronet's fortune. These were the two sons of Sir Oswald's only sister, who had married a country rector called Dale. But Lionel and Douglas Dale were not the sort of young men who care to wait for dead men's shoes. They were sincerely attached to their uncle, but they carefully abstained from any demonstration of affection which could seem like worship of his wealth. The elder was preparing himself for the church. The younger was established in chambers in the Temple, reading for the bar. It was otherwise with Reginald Eversleigh. From his early boyhood, this young man had occupied the position of an adopted son rather than a nephew. There are some who can bear indulgence, some flowers that flourish best with tender rearing, but Reginald Eversleigh was not one of these. Sir Oswald was too generous a man to require much display of gratitude from the lad on whom he so freely lavished his wealth and his affection. When the boy showed himself proud and imperious, the baronet admired that high and haughty spirit. When the boy showed himself reckless and extravagant in his expenditure of money, the baronet fancied that extravagance the proof of a generous disposition, overlooking the fact that it was only on his own pleasures that Reginald wasted his kinsman's money. When bad accounts came from the Eton masters and the Oxford tutors, Sir Oswald deluded himself with the belief that it was only natural for a high-spirited lad to be idle, and that, indeed, youthful idleness was often a proof of genius. But even the moral blindness of love cannot last for ever. The day came when the baronet awoke to the knowledge that his dead brother's only son was unworthy of his affection. The young man entered the army. His uncle purchased for him a commission in a crack cavalry regiment, and he began his military career under the most brilliant auspices. But from the day of his leaving his military tutor until the present hour, Sir Oswald had been perpetually subject to the demands of his extravagance, and had of late suffered most bitterly from discoveries which had at last convinced him that his nephew was a villain. In ordinary matters, Sir Oswald Eversleigh was by no means a patient or long-suffering man, but he had exhibited extraordinary endurance in all his dealings with his nephew. The hour had now come when he could be patient no longer. He had written to his nephew, desiring him to call upon him at 3 o'clock on this day. The idea of this interview was most painful to him, for he had resolved that it should be the last between himself and Reginald Eversleigh. In this matter he had acted with no undue haste, for it had been unspeakably distressing to him to decide upon a step which would separate him for ever from the young man. As the timepiece struck 3, Mr. Eversleigh was announced. He was a very handsome man, of a refined and aristocratic type, but of a type rather effeminate than powerful; and pervading his beauty there was a winning charm of expression which few could resist. It was difficult to believe that Reginald Eversleigh could be mean or base. People liked him and trusted him, in spite of themselves, and it was only when their confidence had been imposed upon, and their trust betrayed, that they learned to know how despicable the handsome young officer could be. Women did their best to spoil him, and his personal charms of face and manner, added to his brilliant expectations, rendered him a universal favourite in fashionable circles. He came to Arlington Street prepared to receive a lecture, and a severe one, for he knew that some of his late delinquencies had become known to Sir Oswald. But he trusted in the influence which he had always been able to exercise over his uncle, and he was determined to face the difficulty boldly, as he had faced it before. He entered the room with a smile, and advanced towards his uncle with his hand outstretched. But Sir Oswald drew back, refusing that proffered hand. "I shake hands only with gentlemen and honest men," he said, haughtily. "You are neither, Mr. Eversleigh." Reginald had been used to hear his uncle address him in anger, but never before had Sir Oswald spoken to him in that tone of cool contempt. The colour faded from the young man's face, and he looked at his uncle with an expression of alarm. "My dear uncle!" he exclaimed. "Be pleased to forget that you have ever addressed me by that name, or that any relationship exists between us, Mr. Eversleigh," answered Sir Oswald, with unaltered sternness. "Sit down, if you please. Our interview is likely to be a long one." The young man seated himself in silence. "I have sent for you, Mr. Eversleigh," said the baronet, "because I wish to tell you, without passion, that the tie which has hitherto bound us has been completely broken. Heaven knows that I have been patient. I have endured your misdoings, hoping that they were the thoughtless errors of youth, and not the deliberate sins of a hardened and wicked nature. I have trusted till I can trust no longer. I have hoped till I can hope no more. Within the past week I have learned to know you. An old friend, whose word I cannot doubt, whose honour is beyond all question, has considered it a duty to acquaint me with certain facts that have reached his knowledge, and has opened my eyes to your real character. I have given much time to reflection before determining on the course I shall pursue with one who has been so dear to me. You know me well enough to be aware that when once I do arrive at a decision, that decision is irrevocable. I wish to act with justice, even towards a scoundrel. I have brought you up with the habits of a rich man, and it is my duty to save you from absolute poverty. I have therefore ordered my solicitors to prepare a deed by which an income of 200 a year will be secured to you for life, unconditionally. After the execution of that deed, I shall have no further interest in your fate. You will go your own way, Mr. Eversleigh, and choose your own companions without remonstrance or interference from the foolish kinsman who has loved you too well." "But, my dear uncle, Sir Oswald, what have I done that you should treat me so severely?" The young man was deadly pale. His uncle's manner had taken him by surprise; but even in this desperate moment, when he felt that all was lost, he attempted to assume the aspect of injured innocence. "What have you done?" cried the baronet, passionately. "Shall I show you 2 letters, Reginald Eversleigh? 2 letters which by a strange combination of circumstances have reached my hands, and in each of which there is the clue to a shameful story, a cruel and disgraceful story, of which you are the hero." "What letters?" "You shall read them," replied Sir Oswald. "They are addressed to you, and have been in your possession; but to so fine a gentleman such letters were of little importance. Another person, however, thought them worth preserving, and sent them to me." The baronet took up 2 envelopes from the table, and handed them to his nephew. At the sight of the address of the uppermost envelope, Reginald Eversleigh's face grew livid. He looked at the lower, and then returned both documents to his uncle, with a hand that trembled in spite of himself. "I know nothing of the letters," he faltered huskily. "You do not?" said his uncle. "Then it will be necessary for me to enlighten you." Sir Oswald took a letter from one of the envelopes, but before reading it he looked at his nephew with a grave and mournful countenance, from which all traces of scorn had vanished. "Before I heard the history of this letter, I fully believed that in spite of all your follies and extravagances, you were at least honourable and generous hearted. After hearing the story of this letter, I knew you to be base and heartless. You say you know nothing of the letter? Perhaps you will tell me that you have forgotten the name of the writer. And yet you can scarcely have so soon forgotten Mary Goodwin." The young man bent his head. A terrible rage possessed him, for he knew that one of the darkest secrets of his life had been revealed to his uncle. "I will tell you the history of Mary Goodwin," said the baronet, "since you have so poor a memory. She was the favourite and foster sister of Jane Stukely, a noble and beautiful woman to whom you were engaged. You met Jane Stukely in London, fell in love with her, as it seemed, and proffered your suit. You were accepted by her, approved by her father. No alliance could have been more advantageous. I was never better pleased than when you announced to me your engagement. The influence of a good wife will cure him of all his follies, I thought, and I shall yet have reason to be proud of my nephew." "Spare me, sir, for pity's sake," murmured Reginald hoarsely. "When did you spare others, Mr. Reginald Eversleigh? When did you consider others, if they stood in the way of your base pleasures, your selfish gratifications? Never. Nor will I spare you. As Jane's engaged lover, you were invited to Stukely Park. There you saw Mary Goodwin. Accident threw you across this girl's pathway very often in the course of your visit; but the time came when you ceased to meet by accident. There were secret meetings in the park. The poor, weak, deluded girl could not resist the fascinations of the fine gentleman, who lured her to destruction by means of lying promises. In due time you left Stukely Park, unsuspected. Within a few days of your departure, the girl, Mary Goodwin, disappeared. For 6 months nothing was heard of the missing Mary Goodwin; but at the end of that time, a gentleman, who remembered her in the days of her beauty and innocence at Stukely Park, recognized the features of Miss Stukely's protégée in the face of a suicide, whose body was exhibited in the morgue at Paris. The girl had been found drowned. The Englishman paid the charges of a decent funeral, and took back to the Stukelys the intelligence of their protégée's fate; but no one knew the secret of her destruction. The secret was, however, suspected by Jane Stukely, who broke her engagement with you on the strength of the dark suspicion. It was to you she fled when she left Stukely Park. In your companionship she went abroad, where she passed as your wife, you assuming a false name, under which you were recognized nevertheless. The day came when you grew weary of your victim, when your funds were exhausted, when the girl's tears and penitence grew troublesome. In the hour when she was most helpless and miserable, and had most need of your pity and protection, you abandoned her, leaving her alone in Paris, with a few pounds to pay for her journey home, if she should have courage to go back to the friends who had sheltered her. In this hour of abandonment and shame, she chose death rather than such an ordeal, and drowned herself. I give you my honour, Sir Oswald, I meant to act liberally. I meant—" the young man interrupted, but his uncle did not notice the interruption. "I will read you this wretched girl's letter," continued the baronet. "It is her last, and was left at the hotel where you deserted her, and whence it was forwarded to you. It is a very simple letter, but it bears in every line the testimony of a broken heart. You have left me, Reginald, and in doing so have proved to me most fully that the love you once felt for me has indeed perished. For the sake of that love, I have sacrificed every principle and broken every tie. I have disgraced the name of an honest family, and have betrayed the dearest and kindest friend who ever protected a poor girl. And now you leave me, and tell me to return to my old friends, who will no doubt forgive me, you say, and shelter me in this bitter time of my disgrace. Oh, Reginald, do you know me so little that you think I could go back? could lift my eyes once more to the dear faces that used to smile upon me, but which now would turn from me with loathing and aversion. You know that I cannot go back. You leave me in this great city, so strange and unknown to me, and you do not care to ask yourself any questions as to my probable fate. Shall I tell you what I am going to do, Reginald? You, who were once so fond and passionate a lover, you, whom I have seen kneeling at my feet, humbly born and penniless though I was. It is only right that you should know the fate of your abandoned mistress. When I have finished this letter it will be dark. The shadows are closing in already, and I can scarcely see to write. I shall creep quietly from the house, and shall make my way over to that river which I have crossed so often, seated by your side in a carriage. Once on the bridge, under cover of the blessed darkness, all my troubles will be ended. You will be burdened with me no longer, and I shall not cost you even the £10 note which you so generously left for me, and which I enclose in this letter. Forgive me if there is some bitterness in my heart. I try to forgive you. I do forgive you. May a merciful heaven pardon my sins, as I pardon your desertion of me. M.G. There was a pause after the reading of the letter, a silence which Mr. Eversleigh did not attempt to break. "The second letter I need scarcely read to you," said the baronet. "It is from a young man whom you were pleased to patronize some 12 months back, a young man in a banking office, aspiring and ambitious, whose chief weakness was the desire to penetrate the mystic circle of fashionable society. You were good enough to indulge that weakness at your own price, and for your own profit. You initiated the banker's clerk into the mysteries of card-playing and billiards. You won money of him, more than he had to lose, and after being the kindest and most indulgent of friends, you became all at once a stern and pitiless creditor. You threatened the bank clerk with disgrace if he did not pay his losses. He wrote you pleading letters, but you laughed to scorn his prayers for mercy, and at last, maddened by shame, he helped himself to the money entrusted to him by his employers, in order to pay you. Discovery came, as discovery always does come sooner or later in these cases, and your friend and victim was transported. Before leaving England he wrote you a letter, imploring you to have some compassion on his widowed mother, whom his disgrace had deprived of all support. I wonder how much heed you took of that letter, Mr. Eversleigh. I wonder what you did towards the consolation of the helpless and afflicted woman who owed her misfortunes to you." The young officer dared not lift his eyes to his uncle's face. The consciousness of guilt rendered him powerless to utter a word in his defence. "I have little more to say to you," resumed the baronet. "I have loved you as a man rarely loves his nephew. I have loved you for the sake of the brother who died in my arms, and for the sake of one who was even dearer to me than that only brother, for the sake of the woman whom we both loved, and who made her choice between us, choosing the younger and poorer brother, and retaining to her dying day the affection and esteem of the elder. I loved your mother, Reginald Eversleigh, and when she died, within 1 short year of her husband's death, I swore that her only child should be as dear to me as a son. I have kept that promise. Few parents can find patience to forgive such follies as I have forgiven. But my endurance is exhausted. My affection has been worn out by your heartlessness. Henceforward we are strangers." "You cannot mean this, sir," murmured Reginald Eversleigh. There was a terrible fear at his heart, an inward conviction that his uncle was in earnest. "My solicitors will furnish you with all particulars of the deed I spoke of," said Sir Oswald, without noticing his nephew's appealing tones. "That deed will secure to you 200 a year. You have a soldier's career before you, and you are young enough to redeem the past, at any rate in the eyes of the world, if not before the sight of heaven. If you find your regiment too expensive for your altered means, I would recommend you to exchange into the line. And now, Mr. Eversleigh, I wish you good morning." "But, Sir Oswald, uncle, my dear uncle, you cannot surely cast me off thus coldly. You—" The baronet rang the bell. the door for Mr. Eversleigh," he said to the servant who answered his summons. The young man rose, looking at his kinsman with an incredulous gaze. He could not believe that all his hopes were utterly ruined; that he was, indeed, cast off with a pittance which to him seemed positively despicable. But there was no hope to be derived from Sir Oswald's face. A mask of stone could not have been more inflexible. "Good morning, sir," said Reginald, in accents that were tremulous with suppressed rage. He could say no more, for the servant was in attendance, and he could not humiliate himself before the man who had been wont to respect him as Sir Oswald Eversleigh's heir. He took up his hat and cane, bowed to the baronet, and left the room. Once beyond the doors of his uncle's mansion, Reginald Eversleigh abandoned himself to the rage that possessed him. "He shall repent this," he muttered. "Yes, powerful as he is, he shall repent having used his power. As if I had not suffered enough already; as if I had not been haunted perpetually by that girl's pale, reproachful face, ever since the fatal hour in which I abandoned her. But those letters, how could they have fallen into my uncle's hands? That scoundrel Laston must have stolen them in revenge for his dismissal." He went to the loneliest part of the Green Park, and stretched at full length upon a bench, abandoned himself to gloomy reflections, with his face hidden by his folded arms. For hours he lay thus, while the bleak March winds whistled loud and shrill in the leafless trees above his head, while the cold, grey light of the sunless day faded into the shadows of evening. It was past 7 o'clock, and the lamps in Piccadilly shone brightly, when he rose, chilled to the bone, and walked away from the park. "And am I to consider myself rich, with my pay and £50 a quarter?" he muttered, with a bitter laugh. "And if I find a crack cavalry regiment too expensive, I am to exchange into the line, turn foot soldier, and face the scornful looks of all my old acquaintances. No, no, Sir Oswald Eversleigh, you have brought me up as a gentleman, and a gentleman I will remain to the end of the chapter, let who will pay the cost. It may seem easy to cast me off, Sir Oswald, but we have not done with each other yet." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 4 Out of the Depths. After dismissing his nephew, Sir Oswald Eversleigh abandoned himself for some time to gloomy thought. The trial had been a very bitter one, but at length, arousing himself from that gloomy reverie, he said aloud, "Thank heaven it is over. My resolution did not break down, and the link is broken." Sir Oswald had made his arrangements for leaving London that afternoon, on the first stage of his journey to Raynham Castle. There were few railroads 26 years ago, and the baronet was in the habit of travelling in his own carriage with post horses. The journey from London to the far north of Yorkshire was therefore a long one, occupying 2 or 3 days. Sir Oswald left town an hour after his interview with Reginald Eversleigh. It was 10 o'clock when he alighted for the first time in a large bustling town on the Great Northern Road. He had changed horses several times since leaving London, and had accomplished a considerable distance within the 5 hours. He put up at the principal hotel, where he intended to remain for the night. From the windows of his rooms was to be seen the broad open market place, which to-night was brilliantly lighted, and thronged with people. Sir Oswald looked with surprise at the bustling scene, as one of the waiters drew the curtains before the long windows. "Your town seems busy to-night," he said. "Yes, sir. There has been a fair, sir. A spring fair, sir. A cattle fair, sir. Perhaps you'd rather not have the curtains drawn, sir. You may like to look out of the window after dinner, sir." "Look out of the window? Oh, dear, no. Close the curtains by all means." The waiter wondered at the gentleman's bad taste, and withdrew to hasten the well-known guest's dinner. It was long past 11, and Sir Oswald was sitting brooding before the fire, when he was startled from his reverie by the sound of a woman's voice singing in the market-place below. The streets had been for some time deserted, the shops closed, the lights extinguished, except a few street lamps flickering feebly here and there. All was quiet, and the voice of the street ballad singer sounded full and clear in the stillness. Sir Oswald Eversleigh was in no humour to listen to street singers. It must needs be some voice very far removed from common voices, which could awaken him from his gloomy abstraction. It was indeed an uncommon voice, such a voice as one rarely hears beyond the walls of the Italian opera house, such a voice as is not often heard even within those walls. Full, clear, and rich, the melodious accents sent a thrill to the innermost heart of the listener. The song which the vagrant was singing was the simplest of ballads. It was "Old Robin Gray." While he sat by the fire, listening to that familiar ballad, Sir Oswald Eversleigh forgot his sorrow and indignation, forgot his nephew's baseness, forgot everything, except the voice of the woman singing in the deserted market-place below the windows. He went to one of the windows and drew back the curtain. The night was cold and boisterous, but a full moon was shining in a clear sky, and every object in the broad street was visible in that penetrating light. The windows of Sir Oswald's sitting-room opened upon a balcony. He lifted the sash, and stepped out into the chill night air. He saw the figure of a woman moving away from the pavement before the hotel, very slowly, with a languid, uncertain step. Presently he saw her totter and pause, as if scarcely able to proceed. Then she moved unsteadily onwards for a few paces, and at last sank down upon a doorstep with the helpless motion of utter exhaustion. He did not stop to watch longer from the balcony. He went back to his room, snatched up his hat, and hurried downstairs. They were beginning to close the establishment for the night, and the waiter stared as Sir Oswald passed them on his way to the street. In the market-place nothing was stirring. The baronet could see the dark figure of the woman, still in the same attitude into which he had seen her sink when she fell exhausted on the doorstep, half sitting, half lying on the stone. Sir Oswald hurried to the spot where the woman had sunk down, and bent over her. Her arms were folded on the stone, her head lying on her folded arms. "Why are you lying there, my good girl?" asked Sir Oswald gently. Something in the slender figure told him that the ballad singer was young, though he could not see her face. She lifted her head slowly, with a languid action, and looked up at the speaker. "Where else should I go?" she asked, in bitter tones. "Have you no home?" "Home?" echoed the girl. "I have never had what gentlemen like you call a home." "But where are you going to-night?" "To the fields. To some empty barn, if I can find one with the door unfastened, into which I may creep. I have been singing all day, and have not earned enough money to pay for a lodging." The full moon shone broad and clear upon the girl's face. Looking at her by that silvery light, Sir Oswald saw that she was very beautiful. "Have you been long leading this miserable life?" Sir Oswald asked her presently. "My life has been one long misery," answered the ballad singer. "How long have you been singing in the streets?" "I have been singing about the country for 2 years, not always in the streets. For some time I was in a company of show people, but the mistress of the show treated me badly, and I left her. Since then I have been wandering about from place to place, singing in the streets on market days, and singing at fairs." The girl said all this in a dull, mechanical way, as if she were accustomed to be called on to render an account of herself. "And before you took to this kind of life," said the baronet, strangely interested in this vagrant girl, "how did you get your living before then?" "I lived with my father," answered the girl in an altered tone. "Have you finished your questions?" She shuddered slightly, and rose from her crouching attitude. The moon still shone upon her face, intensifying its death-like pallor. "See," said her unknown questioner, "here are a couple of sovereigns. You need not wander into the open country to look for an empty barn. You can procure shelter at some respectable inn. Or stay, it is close upon midnight. You might find it difficult to get admitted to any respectable house at such an hour. You had better come with me to my hotel yonder, the Star. The landlady is a kind-hearted creature, and will see you comfortably lodged. Come." The girl stood before Sir Oswald, shivering in the bleak wind, with a thin black shawl wrapped tightly around her, and her dark brown hair blown away from her face by that bitter March wind. She looked at him with unutterable surprise in her countenance. "You are very good," she said. "No one of your class ever before stepped out of his way to help me. Poor people have been kind to me, often, very often. You are very good." There was more of astonishment than pleasure in the girl's tone. It seemed as if she cared very little about her own fate, and that her chief feeling was surprise at the goodness of this fine gentleman. "Do not speak of that," said Sir Oswald, gently. "I am anxious to get you a decent shelter for the night, but that is a very small favour. I happen to be something of a musician, and I have been much struck by the beauty of your voice. I may be able to put you in the way of making good use of your voice." "Of my voice?" The girl echoed the phrase as if it had no meaning to her. "Come," said her benefactor. "You are weary, and ill, perhaps. You look terribly pale. Come to the hotel, and I will place you in the landlady's charge." He walked on, and the girl walked by his side very slowly, as if she had scarcely sufficient strength to carry her even that short distance. There was something strange in the circumstance of Sir Oswald's meeting with this girl. There was something strange in the sudden interest which she had aroused in him, the eager desire which he felt to learn her previous history. The mistress of the Star Hotel was somewhat surprised when one of the waiters summoned her to the hall, where the street singer was standing by Sir Oswald's side; but she was too clever a woman to express her astonishment. Sir Oswald was one of her most influential patrons, and Sir Oswald's custom was worth a great deal. It was therefore scarcely possible that such a man could do wrong. "I found this poor girl in an exhausted state in the street just now," said Sir Oswald. "She is quite friendless, and has no shelter for the night, though she seems above the mendicant class. Will you put her somewhere, and see that she is taken good care of, my dear Mrs. Willet? In the morning I may be able to think of some plan for placing her in a more respectable position." Mrs. Willet promised that the girl should be taken care of, and made thoroughly comfortable. "Poor young thing," said the landlady; "she looks dreadfully pale and ill, and I'm sure she'll be none the worse for a nice little bit of supper. Come with me, dear." The girl obeyed, but on the threshold of the hall she turned and spoke to Sir Oswald. "I thank you," she said. "I thank you with all my heart and soul for your goodness. I have never met with such kindness before." "The world must have been very hard for you, my poor child," he replied, "if such small kindness touches you so deeply. Come to me to morrow morning, and we will talk of your future life. Good night." "Good night, sir, and God bless you." The baronet went slowly and thoughtfully up the broad staircase, on his way to his rooms. Sir Oswald Eversleigh passed the night of his sojourn at the Star in broken slumbers. The events of the preceding day haunted him perpetually in his sleep, acting themselves over and over again in his brain. Sometimes he was with his nephew, and the young man was pleading with him in an agony of selfish terror. Sometimes he was standing in the market place, with the ghost-like figure of the vagrant ballad singer by his side. When he arose in the morning, Sir Oswald resolved to dismiss all thought of his nephew. His strange adventure of the previous night had exercised a very powerful influence upon his mind, and it was upon that adventure he meditated while he breakfasted. "I have seen a landscape which had no special charm in broad daylight transformed into a glimpse of paradise by the magic of the moon, he mused as he lingered over his breakfast. Perhaps this girl is a very ordinary creature after all, a mere street wanderer, coarse and vulgar. But Sir Oswald stopped himself, remembering the refined tones of the voice which he had heard last night, the perfect self-possession of the girl's manner. "No," he exclaimed, "she is neither coarse nor vulgar. She is no common street ballad singer. Whatever she is, or whoever she is, there is a mystery around and about her, a mystery which it shall be my business to fathom." When he had breakfasted, Sir Oswald Eversleigh sent for the ballad singer. "Be good enough to tell the young person that if she feels herself sufficiently rested and refreshed, I should like much to have a few minutes' conversation with her," said the baronet to the head waiter. In a few minutes the waiter returned, and ushered in the girl. Sir Oswald turned to look at her, possessed by a curiosity which was utterly unwarranted by the circumstances. It was not the first time in his life that he had stepped aside from his pathway to perform an act of charity, but it certainly was the first time he had ever felt so absorbing an interest in the object of his benevolence. The girl's beauty had been no delusion engendered of the moonlight. Standing before him in the broad sunlight, she seemed even yet more beautiful, for her loveliness was more fully visible. The ballad singer betrayed no signs of embarrassment under Sir Oswald's searching gaze. She stood before her benefactor with calm grace, and there was something almost akin to pride in her attitude. Her garments were threadbare and shabby, yet on her they did not appear the garments of a vagrant. Her dress was of some rusty black stuff, patched and mended in a dozen places, but it fitted her neatly, and a clean linen collar surrounded her slender throat, which was almost as white as the linen. Her waving brown hair was drawn away from her face in thick bands, revealing the small rosy-tinted ear. The dark brown of that magnificent hair contrasted with the ivory white of a complexion which was only relieved by transient blushes of faint rose colour that came and went with emotion or excitement. "Be good enough to take a seat," said Sir Oswald. "I wish to have a little conversation with you. I want to help you, if I can. You do not seem fitted for the life you are leading, and I am convinced that you possess talent which would elevate you to a far higher sphere. But before we talk of the future, I must ask you to tell me something of the past. Tell me," he continued, gently, "how is it that you are so friendless? How is it that your father and mother allow you to lead such an existence?" "My mother died when I was a child," answered the girl. "And your father?" "My father is dead also." "You did not tell me that last night," replied the baronet, with some touch of suspicion in his tone, for he fancied the girl's manner had changed when she spoke of her father. "Did I not?" she said, quietly. "I do not think you asked me any question about my father; but if you did, I may have answered at random. I was confused last night from exhaustion and want of rest, and I scarcely knew what I said." "What was your father?" "He was a sailor." "There is something that is scarcely English in your face," said Sir Oswald. "Were you born in England?" "No, I was born in Florence. My mother was a Florentine." "Indeed." There was a pause. It seemed evident that this girl did not care to tell the story of her past life, and that whatever information the baronet wanted to obtain must be extorted from her little by little. A common vagrant would have been eager to pour out some tale of misery, true or false, in the hearing of the man who promised to be her benefactor; but this girl maintained a reserve which Sir Oswald found very difficult to penetrate. "I fear there is something of a painful nature in your past history," he said at last; "something which you do not care to reveal." "There is much that is painful, much that I cannot tell." "And yet you must be aware that it will be very difficult for me to give you assistance if I do not know to whom I am giving it. I wish to place you in a position very different from that which you now occupy; but it would be folly to interest myself in a person of whose history I positively know nothing." "Then dismiss from your mind all thoughts of me, and let me go my own way," answered the girl, with that calm pride of manner which imparted a singular charm to her beauty. "I shall leave this house grateful and contented. I have asked nothing from you, nor did I intend to ask anything. You have been very good to me. You took compassion upon me in my misery, and I have been accustomed to see people of your class pass me by. Let me thank you for your goodness, and go on my way." So saying, she rose, and turned as if to leave the room. "No," cried Sir Oswald, impetuously, "I cannot let you go. I must help you in some manner, even if you will throw no light upon your past existence, even if I must act entirely in the dark." "You are too good, sir," replied the girl, deeply touched; "but remember that I do not ask your help. My history is a terrible one. I have suffered from the crimes of others, but neither crime nor dishonour have sullied my own life. I have lived amongst people I despised, holding myself aloof as far as was possible. I have been laughed at, hated, ill used for that which has been called pride; but I have at least preserved myself unpolluted by the corruption that surrounded me. If you can believe this, if you can take me upon trust, and stretch forth your hand to help me, knowing no more of me than I have now told you, I shall accept your assistance proudly and gratefully. But if you cannot believe, let me go my own way." "I will trust you," he said. "I will help you blindly, since it must be so. Let me ask you 2 or 3 questions, then all questioning between us shall be at an end." "I am ready to answer any inquiry that it is possible for me to answer." "Your name?" "My name is Honoria Milford." "Your age?" 18. "Tell me, how is it that your manner of speaking, your tones of voice, are those of a person who has received a superior education?" "I am not entirely uneducated. An Italian priest, a cousin of my poor mother's, bestowed some care upon me when I was in Florence. He was a very learned man, and taught me much that is rarely taught to a girl of 14 or 15. His house was my refuge in days of cruel misery, and his teaching was the only happiness of my life. And now, sir, question me no further, I entreat you." "Very well, then, I will ask no more, and I will trust you." "I thank you, sir, for your generous confidence." "And now I will tell you my plans for your future welfare," Sir Oswald continued, kindly. "I was thinking much of you while I breakfasted. You have a very magnificent voice, and it is upon that voice you must depend for the future. Are you fond of music?" "I am very fond of it." There was little in the girl's words, but the tone in which they were spoken, the look of inspiration which lighted up the speaker's face, convinced Sir Oswald that she was an enthusiast. "Do you play the piano?" "A little, by ear." "And you know nothing of the science of music?" "Nothing." "Then you will have a great deal to learn before you can make any profitable use of your voice. And now I will tell you what I shall do. I shall make immediate arrangements for placing you in a first class boarding school in London, or the neighbourhood of London. There you will complete your education, and there you will receive lessons from the best masters in music and singing, and devote the greater part of your time to the cultivation of your voice. It will be known that you are intended for the career of a professional singer, and every facility will be afforded you for study. You will remain in this establishment for 2 years, and at the end of that time I shall place you under the tuition of some eminent singer, who will complete your musical education, and enable you to appear as a public singer. All the rest will depend on your own industry and perseverance." "And I should be a worthless creature if I were not more industrious than ever any woman was before," exclaimed Honoria. "Oh, sir, how can I find words to thank you?" "You have no need to thank me. I am a rich man, with neither wife nor child upon whom to waste my money. Besides, if you find the obligation too heavy to bear, you can repay me when you become a distinguished singer." "I will work hard to hasten that day, sir," answered the girl, earnestly. Sir Oswald had spoken thus lightly, in order to set his protégée more at her ease. He saw that her eyes were filled with tears, and moving to the window to give her time to recover herself, stood for some minutes looking out into the market place. Then he came back to his easy chair by the fire, and addressed her once more. "I shall post up to town this afternoon to make the arrangements of which I have spoken," he said. "You, in the meantime, will remain under the care of Mrs. Willet, to whom I shall entrust the purchase of your wardrobe. When that has been prepared, you will come straight to my house in Arlington Street, whence I will myself conduct you to the school I may have chosen as your residence. Remember that from to day you will begin a new life. Ah, by the bye, there is one other question I must ask. You have no relations, no associates of the past, who are likely to torment you in the future?" "None. I have no relations who would dare approach me, and I have always held myself aloof from all associates." "Good. Then the future lies clear before you. And now you can return to Mrs. Willet. I will see her presently, and make all arrangements for your comfort." Honoria curtsied to her benefactor, and left the room in silence. Her every gesture and her every tone were those of a lady. Sir Oswald looked after her with wonder, as she disappeared from the apartment. The landlady of the Star was very much surprised when Sir Oswald Eversleigh requested her to keep the ballad singer in her charge for a week, and to purchase for her a simple but thoroughly complete wardrobe. "And now," said Sir Oswald, "I confide her to you for a week, Mrs. Willet, at the end of which time I hope her wardrobe will be ready. I will write you a cheque for, say, £50. If that is not enough, you can have more." "Lord bless you, Sir Oswald, it's more than enough to set her up like a duchess, in a manner of speaking," answered the landlady; and then, seeing Sir Oswald had no more to say to her, she curtsied and withdrew. Sir Oswald Eversleigh's carriage was at the door of the Star at noon, and at 10 minutes after 12 the baronet was on his way back to town. He visited a great many West End boarding schools before he found one that satisfied him in every particular. Had his protégée been his daughter, or his affianced wife, he could not have been more difficult to please. He wondered at his own fastidiousness. "I am like a child with a new toy," he thought, almost ashamed of the intense interest he felt in this unknown girl. At last he found an establishment that pleased him, a noble old mansion at Fulham, surrounded by splendid grounds, and presided over by two maiden sisters. It was a thoroughly aristocratic seminary, and the ladies who kept it knew how to charge for the advantages of their establishment. Sir Oswald assented immediately to the Misses Beaumont's terms, and promised to bring the expected pupil in less than a week's time. "The young lady is a relation, I presume, Sir Oswald?" said the elder Miss Beaumont. "Yes," answered the baronet; "she is a distant relative." If he had not been standing with his back to the light, the two ladies might have seen a dusky flush suffuse his face as he pronounced these words. Never before had he told so deliberate a falsehood. But he had feared to tell the truth. "They will never guess her secret from her manner," he thought; "and if they question her, she will know how to baffle their curiosity." On the very day that ended the stipulated week, Honoria Milford made her appearance in Arlington Street. Sir Oswald was in his library, seated in an easy chair before the fireplace, with a book in his hand, but with no power to concentrate his attention to its pages. He was sitting thus when the door was opened, and a servant announced, "Miss Milford." Sir Oswald rose from his chair, and beheld an elegant young lady, who approached him with a graceful timidity of manner. She was simply dressed in grey merino, a black silk mantle, and a straw bonnet trimmed with white ribbon. Nothing could have been more Quaker-like than the simplicity of this costume; and yet there was an elegance about the wearer which the baronet had seldom seen surpassed. He rose to welcome her. "You have just arrived in town?" he said. "Yes, Sir Oswald. A hackney coach brought me here from the coach office." "I am very glad to see you," said the baronet, holding out his hand, which Honoria Milford touched lightly with her own neatly gloved fingers. "And I am happy to tell you that I have secured you a home which I think you will like." "Oh, Sir Oswald, you are only too good to me. I shall never know how to thank you." "Then do not thank me at all. Believe me, I desire no thanks. I have done nothing worthy of gratitude. An influence stronger than my own will has drawn me towards you, and in doing what I can to befriend you, I am only giving way to an impulse which I am powerless to resist." The girl looked at her benefactor with a bewildered expression, and Sir Oswald interpreted the look. "Yes," he said, "you may well be astonished by what I tell you. I am astonished myself. There is something mysterious in the interest which you have inspired in my mind." Although the baronet had thought continually of his protégée during the past week, he had never asked himself if there might not be some simple and easy solution possible for this bewildering enigma. He had never asked himself if it were not just within the limits of possibility that a man of 50 might fall a victim to that fatal fever called love. He looked at the girl's beautiful face with the admiration which every man feels for the perfection of beauty, the pure, calm, reverential feeling of an artist or a poet; and he never supposed it possible that the day might not be far distant when he would contemplate that lovely countenance with altered sentiments, with a deeper emotion. "Come to the dining room, Miss Milford," he said. "I expected you to day. I have made all my arrangements accordingly. You must be hungry after your journey, and as I have not yet lunched, I hope you will share my luncheon." Honoria assented. Her manner towards her benefactor was charming in its quiet grace, deferential without being sycophantic, the manner of a daughter rather than a dependent. Before leaving the library, she looked around at the books, the bronzes, the pictures, with admiring eyes. Never before had she seen so splendid an apartment, and she possessed that intuitive love of beautiful objects which is the attribute of all refined and richly endowed natures. The baronet placed his ward on one side of the table, and seated himself opposite to her. No servant waited upon them. Sir Oswald himself attended to the wants of his guest. He heaped her plate with dainties, he filled her glass with rare old wine; but she ate only a few mouthfuls, and she could drink nothing. The novelty of her present position was too full of excitement. During the whole of the repast, the baronet asked her no questions. He talked as if they had long been known to each other, explaining to her the merits of the different pictures and statues which she admired, pleased to find her intelligence always on a level with his own. "She is a wonderful creature," he thought, "a wonderful creature, a priceless pearl picked up out of the gutter." After luncheon, Sir Oswald rang for his carriage, and presently Honoria Milford found herself on her way to her new home. The mansion inhabited by the Misses Beaumont was called the Beeches. It had of old been the seat of a nobleman, and the grounds which encircled it were such as are rarely to be found within a few miles of the metropolis, and they would in vain be sought for now. Shabby little streets and terraces cover the ground, where grand old cedars of Lebanon cast their dark shadows on the smooth turf 27 years ago. Honoria Milford was enraptured with the beauty of her new home. That stately mansion, shut in by noble old trees from all the dust and clamour of the outer world, those smooth lawns, and exquisitely kept beds filled with flowers, even in this chill spring weather, must have seemed beautiful to those accustomed to handsome habitations. What must they have been, then, to the wanderer of the streets, the friendless tramp, who a week ago had depended for a night's rest on the chance of finding an empty barn? She looked at her benefactor with eyes that were dim with tears, as the carriage approached this delightful retreat. "If I were your daughter, you could not have chosen a better place than this," she said. "If you were my daughter, I doubt if I could feel a deeper interest in your fate than I feel now," answered Sir Oswald, quietly. Miss Beaumont the elder received her pupil with ceremonious kindness. She looked at the girl with the keen glance of examination which becomes habitual to the eye of the schoolmistress, but the most severe scrutiny would have failed to detect anything unladylike or ungraceful in the deportment of Honoria Milford. "The young lady is charming," said Miss Beaumont, confidentially, as the baronet was taking leave. "Any one could guess that she was an Eversleigh, she is so elegant, so patrician in face and manner. Ah, Sir Oswald, the good old blood will show itself." The baronet smiled as he bade adieu to the schoolmistress. He had told Honoria that policy had compelled him to speak of her as a distant relative of his own, and there was no fear that the girl would betray herself or him by any awkward admissions. Sir Oswald felt depressed and gloomy as he drove back to town. It seemed to him as if, in parting from his protégée, he had lost something that was necessary to his happiness. "I have not spent half a dozen hours in her society," he thought, "and yet she occupies my mind more than my nephew Reginald, who for 15 years of my life has been the object of so much hope, so many cares. What does it all mean? What is the key to this mystery?" End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 5. Evil, be thou my good. Reginald Eversleigh was handsome, accomplished, agreeable, irresistible when he chose, many people said; but he was not richly endowed with those intellectual gifts which lift a man to either the good or bad eminence. He was weak and vacillating. One minute swayed by a good influence, a transient touch of penitence, affection, or generosity; in the next, given over entirely to his own selfishness, thinking only of his own enjoyment. He was apt to be influenced by any friend or companion endowed with intellectual superiority, and he possessed such a friend in the person of Victor Carrington, a young surgeon, a man infinitely below Mr. Eversleigh in social status, but whose talents, united to tact, had lifted him above his natural level. The young surgeon was a slim, elegant-looking young man, with a pale, sallow face and flashing black eyes. His appearance was altogether foreign, and although his own name was English, he was half a Frenchman, his mother being a native of Bordeaux. This widowed mother now lived with him, dependent on him, and loving him with a devoted affection. From a chance meeting in a public billiard-room, an intimacy arose between Victor Carrington and Reginald Eversleigh, which speedily ripened into friendship. The weaker nature was glad to find a stronger on which to lean. Reginald Eversleigh invited his new friend to his rooms, to champagne breakfasts, to suppers of broiled bones, eaten long after midnight, to card parties, at which large sums of money were lost and won, but the losers were never Victor Carrington or Reginald Eversleigh; and there were men who said that Eversleigh was a more dangerous opponent at loo and whist, since he had picked up that fellow Carrington. "I always feel afraid of Eversleigh when that sallow-faced surgeon is his partner at whist, or hangs about his chair at écarté," said one of the officers in Reginald Eversleigh's regiment. "It's my opinion that black-eyed Frenchman is Mephistopheles in person. I never saw a countenance that so fully realized my idea of the devil." People laughed at the dragoon's notion, but there were few of Mr. Eversleigh's guests who liked his new acquaintance, and there were some who kept altogether aloof from the young cornet's rooms after 2 or 3 evenings spent in the society of Mr. Carrington. "The fellow is too clever," said one of Eversleigh's brother officers. "These very clever men are almost invariably scoundrels. I respect a man who is great in one thing, a great surgeon, a great lawyer, a great soldier; but your fellow who knows everything better than anybody else is always a villain." Victor Carrington was the only person to whom Reginald Eversleigh told the real story of his breach with his uncle. He trusted Victor, not because he cared to confide in him, for the story was too humiliating to be told without pain, but because he wanted counsel from a stronger mind than his own. "It's rather a hard thing to drop from the chance of 40,000 a year to a pension of a couple of hundred, isn't it, Carrington?" said Reginald, as the two young men dined together in the cornet's quarters a fortnight after the scene in Arlington Street. "It's rather hard, isn't it, Carrington?" "Yes, it would be rather hard, if such a contingency were possible," replied the surgeon, coolly; "but we don't mean to drop from 40,000 to 200. The generous old uncle may choose to draw his purse strings, and cast us off to beggarly divorcement, as Desdemona remarks; but we don't mean to let him have his own way. We must take things quietly, and manage matters with a little tact. You want my advice, I suppose, my dear Reginald?" "I do." The surgeon almost always addressed his friends by their Christian names, more especially when those friends were of higher standing than himself. There was a depth of pride which few understood, lurking beneath his quiet and unobtrusive manner, and he had a way of his own, by which he let people know that he considered himself in every respect their equal, and in some respects their superior. "You want my advice? Very well. Then my advice is that you play the penitent prodigal. It is not a difficult part to perform, if you take care what you're about. Sir Oswald has advised you to exchange into the line. Instead of doing that, you will sell out altogether. It will look like a stroke of prudence, and will leave you free to play your cards cleverly, and keep your eye upon this dear uncle." "Sell out!" exclaimed Reginald. "Leave the army! I have sworn never to do that." "But you will find yourself obliged to do it, nevertheless. Your regiment is too expensive for a man who has only a pitiful 200 a year beyond his pay. Your mail phaeton would cost the whole of your income. Your tailor's bill can hardly be covered by another 200; and then, where are you to get your gloves, your hothouse flowers, your wines, your cigars? You can't go upon credit for ever. Tradesmen have such a tiresome habit of wanting money, if it's only 100 or so now and then on account. The Jews are beginning to be suspicious of your paper. The news of your quarrel with Sir Oswald is pretty sure to get about somehow or other, and then where are you? Cards and billiards are all very well in their way, but you can't live by them without turning a regular blackleg, and as a blackleg you would have no chance of the Raynham estates. No, my dear Reginald, retrenchment is the word. You must sell out. Keep yourself very quiet, and watch your uncle." "What do you mean by watching him?" asked Mr. Eversleigh, peevishly. His friend's advice was by no means palatable to him. He sat in a moody attitude, with his elbows on his knees, and his head bent forward, staring at the fire. His wine stood untasted on the table by his side. "I mean that you must keep your eye upon him, in order to see that he doesn't play you a trick," answered the surgeon, at his own leisure. "What trick should he play me?" "Well, you see, when a man quarrels with his heir, he is apt to turn desperate. Sir Oswald might marry." "Marry at 50 years of age?" "Yes. Men of 50 have been known to fall as desperately in love as any of your heroes of 2 or 3 and 20. Sir Oswald would be a splendid match, and depend upon it, there are plenty of beautiful and high-born women who would be glad to call themselves Lady Eversleigh. Take my advice, Reginald, dear boy, and keep your eye on the baronet." "But he has turned me out of his house. He has severed every link between us." "Then it must be our business to establish a secret chain of communication with his household," answered Victor. "He has some confidential servant, I suppose?" "Yes, He has a valet called Millard, whom he trusts as far as he trusts any dependent; but he is not a man who talks to his servants." "Perhaps not; but servants have a way of their own of getting at information; and depend upon it, Mr. Millard knows more of your uncle's business than Sir Oswald would wish him to know. We must get hold of this faithful Millard." "But he is a very faithful fellow, honesty itself, the pink of fidelity." Muttered the young surgeon. "Did you ever try the effect of a bribe on this pink of fidelity?" "Never." "Then you know nothing about him. Remember what Sir Robert Walpole said, 'Every man has his price.' We must find out the price of Mr. Millard." "You are a wonderful fellow, Carrington." "You think so? Bah! I keep my eyes open, that's all. Other men go through the world with their eyes half shut. I graduated in a good school, and I may, perhaps, have been a tolerably apt pupil." "What school?" "The school of poverty. That's the sort of education that sharpens a man's intellect. My father was a reprobate and a gamester, and I knew at an early age that I had nothing to hope for from him. I have had my own way to carve in life, and if I have as yet made small progress, I have fought against terrible odds." "I wonder you don't set up in a professional career," said Mr. Eversleigh. "You have finished your education, obtained your degree. What are you waiting for?" "I am waiting for my chances," answered Victor. "I don't care to begin the jog trot career in which other men toil for 20 years or so before they attain anything like prosperity. I have studied as few men of 25 have studied, chemistry as well as surgery. I can afford to wait my chances. I pick up a few pounds a week by writing for the medical journals, and with that resource, and occasional luck with cards, I can very easily support the simple home in which my mother and I live. In the meantime, I am free; and believe me, my dear Reginald, there is nothing so precious as freedom." "And you will not desert me now that I am down in the world, old fellow?" "No, Reginald, I will never desert you while you have the chance of succeeding to 40,000 a year," answered the surgeon, with a laugh. His small black eyes flashed and sparkled as he laughed. Reginald looked at him with a sensation that was almost fear. "What a fellow you are, Carrington!" he exclaimed. "You don't pretend even to have a heart." "A heart is a luxury which a poor man must dispense with," answered Victor, with perfect sang-froid. "I should as soon think of setting up a mail phaeton and pair, as of pretending to benevolent feelings or high-flown sentiments. I have my way to make in the world, Mr. Eversleigh, and must consider my own interests as well as those of my friends. You see, I am no hypocrite. You needn't be alarmed, dear boy. I'll help you, and you shall help me; and it shall go hard if you are not restored to your uncle's favour before the year is out. But you must be patient. Our work will be slow, for we shall have to work underground. If Sir Oswald is still in Arlington Street, I shall make it my business to see Mr. Millard to morrow." Sir Oswald Eversleigh had not left Arlington Street, and at dusk on the following evening Mr. Carrington presented himself at the door of the baronet's mansion, and asked to see Mr. Millard, the valet. Victor Carrington had never seen his friend's kinsman. He was, therefore, secure against all chances of recognition. He had chosen the baronet's dinner hour as the time for his call, knowing that during that hour the valet must be disengaged. He sent his card to Mr. Millard, with a line written in pencil to request an interview on urgent business. Millard came to the hall at once to see his visitor, and ushered Mr. Carrington into a small room that was used occasionally by the upper servants. The surgeon was skilled in every science by which a man may purchase the hearts and minds of his fellow men. He could read Sir Oswald Eversleigh's valet as he could have read an open book. He saw that the man was weak, irresolute, tolerably honest, but open to temptation. He was a middle-aged man, with sandy hair, a pale face, and light, greenish-grey eyes. Weak, thought the surgeon, as he examined this man's countenance, greedy and avaricious. So. We can do what we like with Mr. Millard. Victor Carrington told the valet that he was the most intimate friend of Reginald Eversleigh, and that he had made this visit entirely without that gentleman's knowledge. He dwelt much upon Mr. Eversleigh's grief, his despair. "But he is very proud," he added; "too proud to approach this house, either directly or indirectly. The shock caused by his uncle's unexpected abandonment of him has completely prostrated him. I am a member of the medical profession, Mr. Millard, and I assure you that during the past fortnight I have almost feared for my friend's reason. I therefore determined upon a desperate step, a step which Reginald Eversleigh would never forgive, were he to become aware of it. I determined upon coming to this house, and ascertaining, if possible, the nature of Sir Oswald's feelings towards his nephew. Is there any hope of a reconciliation?" "I'm afraid not, sir." "That's a bad thing," said Victor, gravely; "a very bad thing. A vast estate is at stake. It would be a bad thing for every one if that estate were to pass into strange hands. A very bad thing for old servants, for with strangers all old links are broken. It would be a still worse thing for every one if Sir Oswald should take it into his head to marry." The valet looked very grave. "If you had said such a thing to me a fortnight ago, I should have told you it was impossible," he said; "but now—" "Now what do you say?" "Well, sir, you're a gentleman, and of course you can keep a secret; so I'll tell you candidly that nothing my master could do would surprise me after what I've seen within the last fortnight." This was quite enough for Victor Carrington, who did not leave Arlington Street until he had extorted from the valet the entire history of the baronet's adoption of the ballad singer. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 6 Old Robin Gray. A year and some months had passed, and the midsummer sunlight shone upon the woods around Raynham Castle. It was a grand pile of buildings, blackened by the darkening hand of time. At one end Norman towers loomed round and grim. At another extremity the light tracery of a Gothic era was visible in window and archway, turret and tower. The centre had been rebuilt in the reign of Henry VIII, and a long range of noble Tudor windows looked out upon the broad terrace, beyond which there was a garden, or pleasaunce, sloping down to the park. In the centre of this long façade there was an archway opening into a stone quadrangle, where a fountain played perpetually in a marble basin. This was Raynham Castle, and all the woods and pastures, as far as the eye could reach, and far beyond the reach of any human eye, belonged to the castle estate. This was the fair domain of which Reginald Eversleigh had been for years the acknowledged heir, and which his own folly and dishonour had forfeited. Now all was changed. There was not a peasant in Raynham village who had not as much right to enter the castle, and as good a chance of welcome, as he who had once been acknowledged heir to that proud domain. It was scarcely strange if Reginald Eversleigh felt this bitter change very keenly. He had placed himself entirely in the hands of his friend and adviser, Victor Carrington. He had sold out of the cavalry regiment, and had taken up his abode in a modest lodging, situated in a small street at the west end of London. Here he had tried to live quietly, according to his friend's advice, but he was too much the slave of his own follies and vices to endure a quiet existence. The sale of his commission made him rich for the time being, and so long as his money lasted, he pursued the old course, betting, playing billiards, haunting all the aristocratic temples of folly and dissipation, but, at the worst, conducting himself with greater caution than he had done of old, and always allowing himself to be held somewhat in check by his prudent ally and counsellor. "Enjoy yourself as much as you please, my dear Reginald," said Victor Carrington; "but take care that your little follies don't reach the ears of your uncle. Remember, I count upon your being reconciled to him before the year is out." "That will never be," answered Mr. Eversleigh, with a tone of sullen despair. "I'm utterly ruined, Carrington. It's no use trying to shirk the truth. I'm a doomed wretch, a beggar for life, and the sooner I throw myself over one of the bridges and make an end of my miserable existence, the better. According to Millard's account, my uncle's infatuation for that singing girl grows stronger and stronger. Not a week now passes without his visiting the school where the young adventuress is finishing her education. As sure as fate, it will end by his marrying her, and the street ballad singer will be my Lady Eversleigh." "And when she is my Lady Eversleigh, it must be our business to step between her and the Eversleigh estates," answered Victor, quietly. "I told you that your uncle's marriage would be an unlucky thing for you, but I never told you that it would put an end to your chances. I think, from what Millard tells us, there is very little doubt Sir Oswald will make a fool of himself by marrying this girl. If he does, we must set our wits to work to prevent his leaving her his fortune. She is utterly friendless and obscure, so he is not likely to make any settlement upon her; and for the rest, a man of 50 who marries a girl of 19 is very apt to repent of his folly. It must be our business to make your uncle repent very soon after he has taken the final step." "I don't understand you, Carrington." "My dear Eversleigh, you very seldom do understand me," answered the surgeon, in that half contemptuous tone in which he was apt to address his friend. "But that is not of the smallest consequence. Only do what I tell you, and leave the rest to me. You shall be lord of Raynham Castle yet, if my wits are good for anything." A year had elapsed, which had been passed by Sir Oswald between Raynham Castle and Arlington Street, and during which he had paid more visits than he could count to the Beeches. On the occasion of these visits he only saw his protégée for about a quarter of an hour, while the stately Miss Beaumont looked on, smiling a dignified smile upon her pet pupil and the liberal patron who paid so handsomely for that pupil's education. She had always a good account to give of Sir Oswald's protégée. There never was so much talent united to so much industry, according to Miss Beaumont's report. Sometimes Sir Oswald begged to hear Miss Milford sing, and Honoria seated herself at the piano, over whose notes her white fingers seemed to have already acquired perfect command. The rich and clear soprano voice had attained new power since Sir Oswald had heard it in the moonlit market place. The execution of the singer improved day by day. The Italian singing master spoke in raptures of his pupil. Never was there a finer organ or more talent. Miss Milford could not fail to create a profound impression when her musical education should be completed, and she should appear before the public. But as the year drew to its close, Sir Oswald Eversleigh talked less and less of that public career for which he had destined his protégée. He no longer reminded her that on her own industry depended her future fortune. He no longer spoke in glowing terms of that brilliant pathway which lay before her. His manner was entirely changed, and he was grave and silent whenever any allusion was made by Miss Beaumont or Honoria to the future use which was to be made of that superb voice and exceptional genius. The schoolmistress remarked upon this alteration one day when talking to her pupil. "Do you know, my dear Miss Milford, I am really inclined to believe that Sir Oswald Eversleigh has changed his mind with regard to your future career, and that he does not intend you to be an opera singer." The first year of Honoria Milford's residence at the Beeches expired, and another year began. Sir Oswald's visits became more and more frequent. When the accounts of his protégée's progress were more than usually enthusiastic, his visits were generally followed very speedily by the arrival of some costly gift for Miss Beaumont's pupil, a ring, a bracelet, a locket, always in perfect taste, and such as a young lady at a boarding school might wear, but always of the most valuable description. Honoria Milford must have possessed a heart of stone if she had not been grateful to so noble a benefactor. She was grateful, and her gratitude was obvious to her generous protector. Her beautiful face was illuminated with an unwonted radiance when she entered the drawing room where he awaited her coming, and the pleasure with which she received his brief visits was as palpable as if it had been expressed in words. It was midsummer, and Honoria Milford had been a year and a quarter at the Beeches. She had acquired much during that period, new accomplishments, new graces, and her beauty had developed into fresh splendour in the calm repose of that comfortable abode. She was liked by her fellow pupils, but she had made neither friends nor confidants. The dark secrets of her past life shut her out from all intimate companionship with girls of her own age. She had, in a manner, lived a lonely life amongst all these companions, and her chief happiness had been derived from her studies. Thus it was, perhaps, that she had made double progress during her residence with the Misses Beaumont. One bright afternoon in June, Sir Oswald's mail phaeton and pair drove past the windows of the schoolroom. "Visitors for Miss Milford!" exclaimed the pupils seated near the windows, as they recognized the elegant equipage. Honoria rose from her desk, awaiting the summons of the schoolroom maid. She had not long to wait. The young woman appeared at the door in a few moments, and Miss Milford was requested to go to the drawing room. She went, and found Sir Oswald Eversleigh awaiting her alone. It was the first time that she had ever known Miss Beaumont to be absent from the reception room on the visit of the baronet. He rose to receive her, and took the hand which she extended towards him. "I am alone, you see, Honoria," he said. "I told Miss Beaumont that I had something of a serious nature to say to you, and she left me to receive you alone." "Something of a serious nature?" repeated the girl, looking at her benefactor with surprise. "Oh, I think I can guess what you are going to say," she added, after a moment's hesitation. "My musical education is now sufficiently advanced for me to take some new step in the pathway which you wish me to tread. So far from wishing to hasten your musical education, I am about to entreat you to abandon all thought of a professional career." "To abandon all thought of a professional career? You would ask me this, Sir Oswald? You, who have so often told me that all my hopes for the future depended on my cultivation of the art I love?" "You love your art very much, then, Honoria?" "More than I love life itself." "And it would grieve you much, no doubt, to resign all idea of a public career, to abandon your dream of becoming a public singer?" There was a pause, and then the girl answered, in a dreamy tone, "I don't know. I have never thought of the public. I have never imagined the hour in which I should stand before a great crowd, as I have stood in the cruel streets, amongst all the noise and confusion, singing to people who cared so little to hear me. I have never thought of that. I love music for its own sake, and feel as much pleasure when I sing alone in my own room as I could feel in the grandest opera house that ever was built." "And the applause, the admiration, the worship which your beauty as well as your voice would win, does the idea of resigning such intoxicating incense give you no pain, Honoria?" The girl shook her head sadly. "You forget what I was when you rescued me from the pitiless stones of the market place, or you would scarcely ask me such a question. I have confronted the public, not the brilliant throng of the opera house, but the squalid crowd which gathers before the door of a gin shop to listen to a vagrant ballad singer. I have sung at races, where the rich and the high born were congregated, and have received their admiration. I know what it is worth, Sir Oswald. The same benefactor who throws a handful of halfpence offers an insult with his donation." Sir Oswald contemplated his protégée in silent admiration, and it was some moments before he continued the conversation. "Will you walk with me in the garden?" he asked presently. "That avenue of beeches is delightful, and I think I shall be better able to say what I wish there than in this room. At any rate, I shall feel less afraid of interruption." Honoria rose to comply with her benefactor's wish, with that deferential manner which she always preserved in her intercourse with him, and they walked out upon the velvet lawn. Across the lawn lay the beech avenue, and it was thither Sir Oswald directed his steps. "Honoria," he said, after a silence of some duration, "if you knew how much doubt, how much hesitation I experienced before I came here to day, how much I still question the wisdom of my coming, I think you would pity me. But I am here, and I must needs speak plainly, if I am to speak at all. Long ago I tried to think that my interest in your fate was only a natural impulse of charity, only an ordinary tribute to gifts so far above the common. I tried to think this, and I acted with the cold, calculating wisdom of a man of the world, when I marked out for you a career by which you might win distinction for yourself, and placed you in the way of following that career. I meant to spend last year upon the Continent. I did not expect to see you once in 12 months. But the strange influence which possessed me in the hour of our first meeting grew stronger upon me day by day. In spite of myself, I thought of you. In spite of myself, I came here again and again to look upon your face, to hear your voice for a few brief moments, and then to go out into the world, to find it darker and colder by contrast with the brightness of your beauty. Little by little, the idea of your becoming a public singer became odious to me," continued Sir Oswald. "At first, I thought with pride of the success which would be yours, the worship which would be offered at your shrine. But my feeling changed completely before long, and I shuddered at the image of your triumphs, for those triumphs must, doubtless, separate us for ever. Why should I dwell upon this change of feeling? You must have already guessed the secret of my heart. Tell me that you do not despise me." "Despise you, Sir Oswald? You, the noblest and most generous of men! Surely you must know that I admire and reverence you for all your noble qualities, as well as for your goodness to a wretched creature like me." "But, Honoria, I want something more than your esteem. Do you remember the night I first heard you singing in the market place on the North Road?" "Can I ever forget that miserable night?" cried the girl, in a tone of surprise. The question seemed so strange to her. "That bitter hour in which you came to my rescue?" "Do you remember the song you were singing, the last song you ever sang in the streets?" Honoria Milford paused for some moments before answering. It was evident that she could not at first recall the memory of that last song. "My brain was almost bewildered that night," she said. "I was so weary, so miserable; and yet, stay, I do remember the song. It was Old Robin Gray." "Yes, Honoria, the story of an old man's love for a woman young enough to be his daughter. I was sitting by my cheerless fireside, meditating very gloomily upon the events of the day, which had been a sad one for me, when your thrilling tones stole upon my ear, and roused me from my reverie. I listened to every note of that old ballad. Although those words had long been familiar to me, they seemed new and strange that night. An irresistible impulse led me to the spot where you had sunk down in your helplessness. From that hour to this, you have been the ruling influence of my life. I have loved you with a devotion which few men have power to feel. Tell me, Honoria, have I loved in vain? The happiness of my life trembles in the balance. It is for you to decide whether my existence henceforward is to be worthless to me, or whether I am to be the proudest and happiest of men." "Would my love make you happy, Sir Oswald?" "Unutterably happy." "Then it is yours. You love me in spite of the difference between our ages?" "Yes, Sir Oswald, I honour and love you with all my heart," answered Honoria Milford. "Whom have I seen so worthy of a woman's affection? From the first hour in which some guardian angel threw me across your pathway, what have I seen in you but nobility of soul and generosity of heart? Is it strange, therefore, if my gratitude has ripened into love?" "Honoria," murmured Sir Oswald, bending over the drooping head, and pressing his lips gently on the pure brow. "Honoria, you have made me too happy. I can scarcely believe that this happiness is not some dream, which will melt away presently, and leave me alone and desolate, the fool of my own fancy." He led Honoria back towards the house. Even in this moment of supreme happiness he was obliged to remember Miss Beaumont, who would no doubt be lurking somewhere on the watch for her pupil. "Then you will give up all thought of a professional career, Honoria?" said the baronet, as they walked slowly back. "I will obey you in everything." "My dearest girl, and when you leave this house you will leave it as Lady Eversleigh." Miss Beaumont was waiting in the drawing room, and was evidently somewhat astonished by the duration of the interview between Sir Oswald and her pupil. "You have been admiring the grounds, I see, Sir Oswald," she said, very graciously. "It is not quite usual for a gentleman visitor and a pupil to promenade in the grounds tête à tête; but I suppose, in the case of a gentleman of your time of life, we must relax the severity of our rules in some measure." The baronet bowed stiffly. A man of 50 does not care to be reminded of his time of life at the very moment when he has just been accepted as the husband of a girl of 19. "It may perhaps be the last opportunity which I may have of admiring your grounds, Miss Beaumont," he said presently, "for I think of removing your pupil very shortly." "Indeed!" cried the governess, reddening with suppressed indignation. "I trust Miss Milford has not found occasion to make any complaint. She has enjoyed especial privileges under this roof. A separate bedroom, silver forks and spoons, roast veal or lamb on Sundays throughout the summer season, to say nothing of the most unremitting supervision of a positively maternal character; and I should really consider Miss Milford wanting in common gratitude if she had complained." "You are mistaken, my dear madam. Miss Milford has uttered no word of complaint. On the contrary, I am sure she has been perfectly happy in your establishment. But changes occur every day, and an important change will, I trust, speedily occur in my life, and in that of Miss Milford. When I first proposed bringing her to you, you asked me if she was a relation. I told you she was distantly related to me. I hope soon to be able to say that distant relationship has been transformed into a very near one. I hope soon to call Honoria Milford my wife." The mistress of the Beeches possessed a really kind heart beneath the ice of her ultra gentility, and she was pleased with the idea of assisting in the bringing about of a genuine love match. Besides, the affair, if well managed, would reflect considerable importance upon herself, and she would be able by and by to talk of "my pupil, Lady Eversleigh," or "that sweet girl, Miss Milford, who afterwards married the wealthy baronet, Sir Oswald Eversleigh." Sir Oswald pleaded for an early celebration of the marriage, and Honoria, accustomed to obey him in all things, did not oppose his wish in this crisis of his life. Once more Sir Oswald wrote a cheque for the wardrobe of his protégée, and Miss Beaumont swelled with pomposity as she thought of the grandeur which might be derived from the expenditure of a large sum of money at certain West End emporiums, where she was in the habit of making purchases for her pupils, and where she was already considered a person of some importance. It was holiday time at the Beeches, and almost all the pupils were absent. Miss Beaumont was therefore able to devote the ensuing fortnight to the delightful task of shopping. She drove into town almost every day with Honoria, and hours were spent in the choice of silks and satins, velvets and laces, and in long consultations with milliners and dressmakers of Parisian celebrity and boundless extravagance. "Sir Oswald has entrusted me with the supervision of this most important business, and I will drop down in a fainting fit from sheer exhaustion before the counter at Howell and James's sooner than I would fail in my duty to the extent of an iota," Miss Beaumont said, when Honoria begged her to take less trouble about the wedding trousseau. It was Sir Oswald's wish that the wedding should be strictly private. Whom could he invite to assist at his union with a nameless and friendless bride? Miss Beaumont was the only person whom he could trust, and even her he had deceived, for she believed that Honoria Milford was some fourth or fifth cousin, some poor relative of Sir Oswald's. Early in July the wedding took place. All preparations had been made so quietly as to baffle even the penetration of the watchful Millard. He had perceived that the baronet was more than usually occupied, and in higher spirits than were habitual to him, but he could not discover the reason.
"There's something going on, sir," he said to Victor Carrington; "but I'm blessed if I know what it is. I dare say that young woman is at the bottom of it. I never did see my master look so well or so happy. It seems as if he was growing younger every day." Reginald Eversleigh looked at his friend in blank despair when these tidings reached him. "I told you I was ruined, Victor," he said; "and now, perhaps, you will believe me. My uncle will marry that woman." It was only on the eve of his wedding day that Sir Oswald Eversleigh made any communication to his valet. While dressing for dinner that evening, he said quietly: "I want my portmanteaus packed for travelling between this and 2 o'clock to morrow, Millard, and you will hold yourself in readiness to accompany me. I shall post from London, starting from a house near Fulham at 3 o'clock. The chariot must leave here, with you and the luggage, at 2." "You are going abroad, sir?" "No; I am going to North Wales for a week or two; but I do not go alone. I am going to be married to morrow morning, Millard, and Lady Eversleigh will accompany me." Much as the probability of this marriage had been discussed in the Arlington Street household, the fact came upon Joseph Millard as a surprise. Nothing is so unwelcome to old servants as the marriage of a master who has long been a bachelor. Let the bride be never so fair, never so high born, she will be looked on as an interloper; and if, as in this case, she happens to be poor and nameless, the bridegroom is regarded as a dupe and a fool, the bride is stigmatized as an adventuress. The valet was fully occupied that evening with preparations for the journey of the following day, and could find no time to call at Mr. Eversleigh's lodgings with his evil tidings. "He'll hear of it soon enough, I dare say, poor unfortunate man," thought Mr. Millard. The valet was right. In a few days the announcement of the baronet's marriage appeared in the Times newspaper, for though he had celebrated that marriage with all privacy, he had no wish to keep his fair young wife hidden from the world. On Thursday, the 4th instant, at St. Mary's Church, Fulham, Sir Oswald Morton Vansittart Eversleigh, Baronet, to Honoria, daughter of the late Thomas Milford. This was all, and this was the announcement which Reginald Eversleigh read one morning as he dawdled over his late breakfast, after a night spent in dissipation and folly. He threw the paper away from him with an oath, and hurried to his toilet. He dressed himself with less care than usual, for to-day he was in a hurry. He wanted at once to communicate with his friend, Victor Carrington. The young surgeon lived at the very extremity of the Maida Hill district, in a cottage, which was then almost in the country. It was a comfortable little residence, but Reginald Eversleigh looked at it with supreme contempt. "You can wait," he said to the hackney coachman. "I shall be here in about half an hour." The man drove away to refresh his horses at the nearest inn, and Reginald Eversleigh strode impatiently past the trim little servant girl who opened the garden gate, and walked unannounced into the miniature hall. Everything in and about Victor Carrington's abode was the perfection of neatness. The presence of poverty was visible, it is true, but poverty was made to wear its fairest shape. In the snug drawing-room to which Reginald Eversleigh was admitted, all was bright and fresh. White muslin curtains shaded the French window. Birds sang in gilded cages, of inexpensive quality but elegant design, and tall glass vases of freshly cut flowers adorned tables and mantelpiece. Sir Oswald's nephew looked contemptuously at this elegance of poverty. For him, nothing but the splendour of wealth possessed any charm. The surgeon came to him while he stood musing thus. "Do you mind coming to my laboratory?" he asked,
after shaking hands with his unexpected visitor. "I can see that you have something of importance to say to me, and we shall be safer from interruption there." "I shouldn't have come to this fag end of Christendom if I hadn't wanted very much to see you. You may depend upon it, Carrington," answered Reginald, sulkily. "What on earth makes you live in such an out-of-the-way hole?" "I am a student, and an out-of-the-way hole, as you are good enough to call it, suits my habits. Besides, this house is cheap, and the rent suits my pocket." "It looks like a doll's house," said Reginald, contemptuously. "My mother likes to surround herself with birds and flowers," answered the surgeon, "and I like to indulge any fancy of my mother's." Victor Carrington's countenance seemed to undergo a kind of transformation as he spoke of his mother. The bright glitter of his eyes softened. The hard lines of his iron mouth relaxed. The one tender sentiment of a dark and dangerous nature was this man's affection for his widowed mother. He opened the door of an apartment at the back of the house, and entered, followed by Mr. Eversleigh. Reginald stared in wonder at the chamber in which he found himself. The room had once been a kitchen, and was much larger than any other room in the cottage. Here there was no attempt at either comfort or elegance. The bare, whitewashed walls had no adornment but a deal shelf here and there, loaded with strange-looking phials and gallipots. Here all the elaborate paraphernalia of a chemist's laboratory was visible. Here Reginald Eversleigh beheld stoves, retorts, alembics, distilling apparatus, all the strange machinery of that science which always seems dark and mysterious to the ignorant. The visitor looked about him in utter bewilderment. "Why, Victor," he exclaimed, "your room looks like the laboratory of some alchemist of the Middle Ages, the sort of man people used to burn as a wizard." "I am rather an enthusiastic student of my art," answered the surgeon. The visitor's eyes wandered round the room in amazement. Suddenly they alighted on some object on the table near the stove. Carrington perceived the glance, and with a hasty movement, very unusual to him, dropped his handkerchief upon the object. The movement, rapid though it was, came too late, for Reginald Eversleigh had distinguished the nature of the object which the surgeon wished to conceal from him. It was a mask of metal, with glass eyes. "So you wear a mask when you are at work, eh, Carrington?" said Mr. Eversleigh. "That looks as if you dabble in poisons." "Half the agents employed in chemistry are poisonous," answered Victor, coolly. "I hope there is no danger in the atmosphere of this room just now." "None whatever. Come, Reginald, I am sure you have bad news to tell me, or you would never have taken the trouble to come here." "I have, and the worst news. My uncle has married this street ballad singer." "Good. Then we must try to turn this marriage to account." "How so?" "By making it the means of bringing about a reconciliation. You will write a letter of congratulation to Sir Oswald, a generous letter, in which you will speak of your penitence, your affection, the anguish you have endured during this bitter period of estrangement. You can venture to speak freely of these things now, you will say, for now that your honoured uncle has found new ties, you can no longer be suspected of any mercenary motive. You can now approach him boldly, you will say, for you have henceforward nothing to hope from him except his forgiveness. Then you will wind up with an earnest prayer for his happiness. And if I am not very much out in my reckoning of human nature, that letter will bring about a reconciliation. Do you understand my tactics?" "I do. You are a wonderful fellow, Carrington." "Don't say that until the day when you are restored to your old position as your uncle's heir. Then you may pay me any compliment you please." "If ever that day arrives, you shall not find me ungrateful." "I hope not. And now go back to town and write your letter. I want to see you invited to Raynham Castle, to pay your respects to the bride." "But why so?" "I want to know what the bride is like. Our future plans will depend much upon her." Before leaving Lorimore Cottage, Reginald Eversleigh was introduced to his friend's mother, whom he had never before seen. She was very like her son. She had the same pale, sallow face, the same glittering black eyes. She was slim and tall, with a somewhat stately manner, and with little of the vivacity usual to her countrywomen. She looked at Mr. Eversleigh with a searching glance, a glance which was often repeated as he stood for a few minutes talking to her. Nothing which interested her son was without interest for her, and she knew that this young man was his chief friend and companion. Reginald Eversleigh went back to town in much better spirits than when he had left the West End that morning. He lost no time in writing the letter suggested by his friend, and, as he was gifted with considerable powers of persuasion, the letter was a good one. "I believe Carrington is right," he thought, as he sealed it, "and this letter will bring about a reconciliation. It will reach my uncle at a time when he will be intoxicated with his new position as the husband of a young and lovely bride, and he will be inclined to think kindly of me and of all the world. Yes, the letter is decidedly a fine stroke of diplomacy." Reginald Eversleigh awaited a reply to his epistle with feverish impatience, but an impatience mingled with hope. His hopes did not deceive him. The reply came by return of post, and was even more favourable than his most sanguine expectations had led him to anticipate. "Dear Reginald," wrote the baronet, "your generous and disinterested letter has touched me to the heart. Let the past be forgotten and forgiven. I do not doubt that you have suffered, as all men must suffer, from the evil deeds of their youth. You were no doubt surprised to receive the tidings of my marriage. I have consulted my heart alone in the choice which I have made, and I venture to hope that choice will secure the happiness of my future existence. I am spending the first weeks of my married life amidst the lovely solitudes of North Wales. On the 24th of this month, Lady Eversleigh and I go to Raynham, where we shall be glad to see you immediately on our arrival. Come to us, my dear boy. Come to me, as if this unhappy estrangement had never arisen, and we will discuss your future together. Your affectionate uncle, Oswald Eversleigh, Royal Hotel, Bannerdoon, North Wales." Nothing could be more satisfactory than this epistle. Reginald Eversleigh and Victor Carrington dined together that evening, and the baronet's letter was freely discussed between them. "The ground lies all clear before you now," said the surgeon. "You will go to Raynham, make yourself as agreeable as possible to the bride, win your uncle's heart by an appearance of extreme remorse for the past, and most complete disinterestedness for the future, and leave all the rest to me. But how the deuce can you help me at Raynham?" "Time alone can show. I have only one hint to give you at present. Don't be surprised if you meet me unexpectedly amongst the Yorkshire hills and wolds, and take care to follow suit with whatever cards you see me playing. Whatever I do will be done in your interest, depend upon it. Mind, by the bye, if you do see me in the north, that I know nothing of your visit to Raynham. I shall be as much surprised to see you as you will be to see me." "So be it. I will fall into your plans. As your first move has been so wonderfully successful, I shall be inclined to trust you implicitly in the future. I suppose you will want to be paid rather stiffly by and by, if you do succeed in getting me any portion of Sir Oswald's fortune." "Well, I shall ask for some reward, no doubt. I am a poor man, you know, and do not pretend to be disinterested or generous. However, we will discuss that question when we meet at Raynham." End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 6, Part 2 Old Robin Gray. On the 28th of July, Reginald Eversleigh presented himself at Raynham Castle. He had thought never more to set foot upon that broad terrace, never more to pass beneath the shadow of that grand old archway, and a sense of triumph thrilled through his veins as he stood once again on the familiar threshold. And yet his position in life was terribly changed since he had last stood there. He was no longer the acknowledged heir to whom all dependents paid deferential homage. He fancied that the old servants looked at him coldly, and that their greeting was the chilling welcome which is accorded to a poor relation. He had never done much to win affection or gratitude in the days of his prosperity. It may be that he remembered this now and regretted it, not from any kindly impulse towards these people, but from a selfish annoyance at the chilling reception accorded him. "If I ever win back what I have lost, these pampered parasites shall suffer for their insolence," thought the young man as he walked across the broad Gothic hall of the castle, escorted by the grave old butler. But he had not much leisure to think about his uncle's servants. Another and far more important person occupied his mind, and that person was his uncle's bride. "Lady Eversleigh is at home?" he asked, while crossing the hall. "Yes, sir. Her ladyship is in the long drawing-room." The butler opened a ponderous oaken door, and ushered Reginald into one of the finest apartments in the castle. In the centre of this room, by the side of a grand piano from which she had just risen, stood the new mistress of the castle. She was simply dressed in pale grey silk, relieved only by a scarlet ribbon twisted in the masses of her raven hair. Her beauty had the same effect upon Reginald Eversleigh which it exercised on almost all who looked at her for the first time. He was dazzled, bewildered by the singular loveliness. "And this divinity, this goddess of grace and beauty, is my uncle's wife," he thought. "This is the street ballad singer whom he picked up out of the gutter." For some moments the elegant and accomplished Reginald Eversleigh stood abashed before the calm presence of the nameless girl his uncle had married. Sir Oswald welcomed his nephew with perfect cordiality. He was happy, and in the hour of his happiness he could cherish no unkind feeling towards the adopted son who had once been so dear to him. But while ready to open his arms to the repentant prodigal, his intentions with regard to the disposition of his wealth had undergone no change. He had arrived calmly and deliberately at a certain resolve, and he intended to adhere to that decision. The baronet told his nephew this frankly in the first confidential conversation which they had after the young man's arrival at Raynham. "You may think me harsh and severe," he said, gravely, "but the resolution which I announced to you in Arlington Street cost me much thought and care. I believe that I have acted for the best. I think that my overindulgence was the bane of your youth, Reginald, and that you would have been a better man had you been more roughly reared. Since you have left the army, I have heard no more of your follies, and I trust that you have at last struck out a better path for yourself, and separated yourself from all dangerous associates. But you must choose a new profession. You must not live an idle life on the small income which you receive from me. I only intended that annuity as a safeguard against poverty, not as a sufficient means of life. You must select a new career, Reginald, and whatever it may be, I will give you some help to smooth your pathway. Your first cousin, Douglas Dale, is studying for the law. Would not that profession suit you?" "I am in your hands, sir, and am ready to obey you in everything." "Well, think over what I have said, and if you choose to enter yourself as a student in the Temple, I will assist you with all necessary funds." "My dear uncle, you are too good." "I wish to serve you as far as I can with justice to others. And now, Reginald, we will speak no more of the past. What do you think of my wife?" "She is the most beautiful creature I ever beheld." "And she is as good and true as she is beautiful. A pearl of price, Reginald. I thank Providence for giving me so great a treasure." "And this treasure will be possessor of Raynham Castle, I suppose," thought the young man, savagely. Sir Oswald spoke presently, almost as if in answer to his nephew's thoughts. "As I have been thoroughly candid with you, Reginald," he said, "I may as well tell you even more. I am at an age which some call the prime of life, and I feel all my old vigour. But death sometimes comes suddenly to men whose life seems as full of promise as mine seems to me now. I wish that when I die there may be no possible disappointment as to the disposal of my fortune. Other men make a mystery of the contents of their wills. I wish the terms of my will to be known by all interested in it." "I have no desire to be enlightened, sir," murmured Reginald, who felt that his uncle's words boded no good to himself. "My will has been made since my marriage," continued Sir Oswald, without noticing his nephew's interruption. "Any previous will would indeed have been invalidated by that event. 2/3, more than 2/3 of my property has been left to my wife, who will be a very rich woman when I am dead and gone. Should she have a son, the landed estates will of course go to him; but in any case Lady Eversleigh will be mistress of a large fortune. I leave 5,000 a year to each of my nephews. As for you, Reginald, you will perhaps consider yourself bitterly wronged, but you must, in justice, remember that you have been your own enemy. The annuity of 200 a year, which you now possess, will, after my death, become an income of 500 a year, derived from a small estate called Morton Grange, in Lincolnshire. You have nothing more than a modest competency to hope for, therefore, and it rests with yourself to win wealth and distinction by the exercise of your own talents." The pallor of Reginald Eversleigh's face alone revealed the passion which consumed him as he received these most unwelcome statements from his uncle's lips. Fortunately for the young man, Sir Oswald did not observe his countenance, for at this moment Lady Eversleigh appeared on the terrace walk outside the open window of her husband's study, and he hurried to her. "What are to be our plans for this afternoon, darling?" he asked. "I have transacted all my business, and am quite at your service for the rest of the day." "Very well. Then you cannot please me better than by showing me some more of the beauties of your native county." "You make that proposition because you know it pleases me, artful puss, but I obey. Shall we ride or drive? Perhaps, as the afternoon is hot, we had better take the barouche," continued Sir Oswald, while Honoria hesitated. "Come to luncheon. I will give all necessary orders." They went to the dining room, whither Reginald accompanied them. Already he had contrived to banish the traces of emotion from his countenance, but his uncle's words were still ringing in his ears. 500 a year! He was to receive a pitiful 500 a year, whilst his cousins, struggling men of the world, unaccustomed to luxury and splendour, were each to have an income of 5,000; and this woman, this base, unknown, friendless creature, who had nothing but her diabolical beauty to recommend her, was to have a splendid fortune. These were the thoughts which tormented Reginald Eversleigh as he took his place at the luncheon table. He had been now a fortnight at Raynham Castle, and had become, to all outward appearance, perfectly at his ease with the fair young mistress of the mansion. There are some women who seem fitted to occupy any station, however lofty. They need no teaching. They are in no way bewildered by the novelty of wealth or splendour. They make no errors. They possess an instinctive tact, which all the teaching possible cannot always impart to others. They glide naturally into their position, and looking on them in their calm dignity, their unstudied grace, it is difficult to believe they have not been born in the purple. Such a woman was Honoria, Lady Eversleigh. The novelty of her position gave her no embarrassment. The splendour around her charmed and delighted her sense of the beautiful, but it caused her no bewilderment. It did not dazzle her unaccustomed eyes. She received her husband's nephew with the friendly yet dignified bearing which it was fitting Sir Oswald's wife should display towards his kinsman, and the scrutinizing eyes of the young man sought in vain to detect some secret hidden beneath that placid and patrician exterior. "The woman is a mystery," he thought. "One would think she was some princess in disguise. Does she really love my uncle, I wonder? She acts her part well if it is a false one; but then, who would not act a part for such a prize as she is likely to win? I wish Victor were here. He perhaps might be able to penetrate the secret of her existence. She is a hypocrite, no doubt, and an accomplished one. I would give a great deal for the power to strip the veil from her beautiful face, and show my lady in her true colours." Such bitter thoughts as these continually harassed the ambitious and disappointed man; and yet he was able to bear himself with studied courtesy towards Lady Eversleigh. The best people in the county had come to Raynham to pay their homage to Sir Oswald's bride. Nothing could exceed her husband's pride as he beheld her courted and admired. No shadow of jealousy obscured his pleasure when he saw younger men flock round her to worship and admire. He felt secure of her love, for she had again and again assured him that her heart had been entirely his, even before he declared himself to her. He felt an implicit faith in her purity and innocence. Such a man as Oswald Eversleigh is not easily moved to jealousy; but with such a man, one breath of suspicion, one word of slander, against the creature he loves, is horrible as the agony of death. Reginald Eversleigh had shared in all the pleasures and amusements of Sir Oswald and his wife. They had gone nowhere without him since his arrival at the castle, for at present he was the only visitor staying in the house, and the baronet was too courteous to leave him alone. "After the 12th we shall have plenty of bachelor visitors," said Sir Oswald, "and you will find the old place more to your taste, I dare say, Reginald. In the meantime, you must content yourself with our society." "I am more than contented, my dear uncle, and do not sigh for the arrival of your bachelor friends, though I dare say I shall on very well with them when they do come." "I expect a bevy of pretty girls as well. Do you remember Lydia Graham, the sister of Gordon Graham, of the Fusiliers?" "Yes, I remember her perfectly. I think there used to be something like a flirtation between you and her." Sir Oswald and Lady Eversleigh seated themselves in the barouche. Reginald rode by their side, on a thoroughbred hack out of the Raynham stables. The scenery within 20 miles of the castle was varied in character and rich in beauty. In the purple distance to the west of the castle there was a range of heather-clad hills, and between those hills and the village of Raynham there flowed a noble river, crossed at intervals by quaint old bridges, and bordered by little villages nestling amid green pastures. The calm beauty of a rustic landscape and the grandeur of wilder scenery were alike within reach of the explorer from the castle. On this bright August afternoon, Sir Oswald had chosen for the special object of their drive the summit of a wooded hill, whence a superb range of country was to be seen. This hill was called Thorpe Peak, and was about 7 miles from the castle. The barouche stopped at the foot of the hill. The baronet and his wife alighted, and walked up a woody pathway leading to the summit, accompanied by Reginald, who left his horse with the servants. They ascended the hill slowly, Lady Eversleigh leaning upon her husband's arm. The pathway wound upward, through plantations of fir, and it was only on the summit that the open country burst on the view of the pedestrian. On the summit they found a gentleman seated on the trunk of a fallen tree, sketching. A light portable colour box lay open by his side, and a small portfolio rested on his knees. He seemed completely absorbed in his occupation, for he did not raise his eyes from his work as Sir Oswald and his companions approached. He wore a loose travelling dress, which, in its picturesque carelessness of style, was not without elegance. A horse was grazing under a group of firs near at hand, fastened to one of the trees by the bridle. The traveller was Victor Carrington. "Carrington!" exclaimed Mr. Eversleigh. "Who ever would have thought of finding you up here? Sketching, too!" The surgeon lifted his head suddenly, looked at his friend, and burst out laughing as he rose to shake hands. He looked handsomer in his artistic costume than ever Reginald Eversleigh had seen him look before. The loose velvet coat, the wide linen collar and neckerchief of dark blue silk, set off the slim figure and pale foreign face. "You are surprised to see me, but I have still more right to be surprised at seeing you. What brings you here?" I am staying with my uncle, Sir Oswald Eversleigh, at Raynham Castle." "Ah, to be sure; that superb place within 4 miles of the village of Abbey Wood, where I have taken up my quarters." The baronet and his wife had been standing at a little distance from the two young men, but Sir Oswald advanced, with Honoria still upon his arm. "Introduce me to your friend, Reginald," he said, in his most cordial manner. Reginald obeyed, and Victor was presented to Sir Oswald and his wife. His easy and graceful bearing was calculated to make an agreeable impression at the outset, and Sir Oswald was evidently pleased with the appearance and manners of his nephew's friend. "You are an artist, I see, Mr. Carrington," he said, after glancing at the young man's sketch, which, even in its unfinished state, was no contemptible performance. "An amateur only, Sir Oswald," answered Victor. "I am by profession a surgeon, but as yet I have not practised. I find independence so agreeable that I can scarcely bring myself to resign it. I have been wandering about this delightful county for the last week or two, with my sketch book under my arm, halting for a day or two in any picturesque spot I came upon, and hiring a horse whenever I could get a decent animal. It is a very simple mode of enjoying a holiday, but it suits me." "Your taste does you credit. But if you are in my neighbourhood, you must take your horses from the Raynham stables. Where are your present quarters?" "At the little inn by Abbey Wood Bridge." 4 miles from the castle. We are near neighbours, Mr. Carrington, according to country habits. You must ride back with us, and dine at Raynham." "You are very kind, Sir Oswald, but my dress will preclude—" "No consequence whatever. We are quite alone just now, and I am sure Lady Eversleigh will excuse a traveller's toilet. If you are not bent upon finishing this very charming sketch, I shall insist on your returning with us. And you join me in the request, Honoria?" Lady Eversleigh smiled an assent, and the surgeon murmured his thanks. As yet he had looked little at the baronet's beautiful wife. He had come to Yorkshire with the intention of studying this woman, as a man studies an abstruse and difficult science; but he was too great a tactician to betray any unwonted interest in her. The policy of his life was patience, and in this, as in everything else, he waited his opportunity. "She is very beautiful," he thought, "and she has made a good market out of her beauty. But it is only the beginning of the story yet. The middle and the end have still to come." After this meeting on Thorpe Peak, the surgeon became a constant visitor at Raynham. Sir Oswald was delighted with the young man's talents and accomplishments, and Victor contrived to win credit by the apparently accidental revelation of his early struggles, his mother's poverty, his patient studies, and indomitable perseverance. He told of these things without seeming to tell them. A word now, a chance allusion then, revealed the story of his friendless youth. Sir Oswald fancied that such a companion was eminently adapted to urge his nephew onward in the difficult road that leads to fortune and distinction. "If Reginald had only half your industry, half your perseverance, I should not fear for his future career, Mr. Carrington," said the baronet in the course of a confidential conversation with his visitor. "That will come in good time, Sir Oswald," answered Victor. "Reginald is a noble fellow, and has a far nobler nature than I can pretend to possess. The very qualities which you are good enough to praise in me are qualities which you cannot expect to find in him. I was a pupil in the stern school of poverty from my earliest infancy, while Reginald was reared in the lap of luxury. Pardon me, Sir Oswald, if I speak plainly, but I must remind you that there are few young men who would have passed honourably through the ordeal of such a change of fortune as that which has fallen on your nephew." "What do you mean?" "I mean that with most men such a reverse would have been utter ruin of soul and body. An ordinary man, finding all the hopes of his future, all the expectations which had been a part of his very life, taken suddenly from him, would have abandoned himself to a career of vice. He would have become a blackleg, a swindler, a drunkard, a beggar at the doors of the kinsman who had cast him off. But it was not so with Reginald Eversleigh. From the moment in which he found himself cast adrift by the benefactor who had been more than a father to him, he confronted evil fortune calmly and bravely. He cut the link between himself and extravagant companions. He disappeared from the circles in which he had been admired and courted, and the only grief which preyed upon his generous heart sprang from the knowledge that he had forfeited his uncle's affection. Sir Oswald sighed. For the first time he began to think that it was just possible he had treated his nephew with injustice. "You are right, Mr. Carrington," he said, after a pause. "It was a hard trial for any man, and I am proud to think that Reginald passed unscathed through so severe an ordeal. But the resolution at which I arrived a year and a half ago is one that I cannot alter now. I have formed new ties. I have new hopes for the future. My nephew must pay for the penalty of his past errors, and must look to his own exertions for wealth and honour. If I die without a direct heir, he will succeed to the baronetcy, and I hope he will try his uttermost to win a fortune by which he may maintain his title." There was very little promise in this, but Victor Carrington was, nevertheless, tolerably well satisfied with the result of the conversation. He had sown the seeds of doubt and uncertainty in the baronet's breast. Time only could bring the harvest. The surgeon was accustomed to work underground, and knew that all such work must be slow and laborious. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 7 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 7. Oh, beware, my lord, of jealousy. The castle was gay with the presence of many guests. The baronet was proud to gather old friends and acquaintances round him, in order that he might show them the fair young wife he had chosen to be the solace of his declining years. A man of 50 who marries a girl of 19 is always subject to the ridicule of scandalous lips, the ironical jests of pitiless tongues. Sir Oswald Eversleigh knew this, and he wanted to show the world that he was happy, supremely happy, in the choice that he had made. Amongst those who came to Raynham Castle this autumn was one trusted friend of Sir Oswald, a gruff old soldier, Captain Copplestone, a man who had never won advancement in the service, but who was known to have nobly earned the promotion which had never been awarded him. This man was on brotherly terms with Sir Oswald, and was about the only creature who had ever dared to utter disagreeable truths to the baronet. He was very poor, but had never accepted the smallest favour from the hands of his wealthy friend. Sir Oswald was devoutly attached to him, and would have gladly opened his purse to him as to a brother, but he dared not offend the stern old soldier's pride by even hinting at such a desire. Captain Copplestone came to Raynham prepared to remonstrate with his friend on the folly of his marriage. He arrived when the reception-room was crowded with other visitors, and he stood by, looking on in grim disdain, while the newly arrived guests were pressing their felicitations on Sir Oswald. By and by the guests departed to their rooms, and the friends were left alone. "Well, old friend," cried the baronet, stretching out both his hands to grasp those of the captain in a warmer salutation than that of his first welcome, "am I to have no word of congratulation from you?" "What word do you want?" growled Copplestone. "If I tell you the truth, you won't like it; and if I were to try to tell you a lie, egad, I think the syllables would choke me. It has been hard enough for me to keep patience while all those idiots have been babbling their unmeaning compliments, and now that they've gone away to laugh at you behind your back, you'd better let me follow their example, and not risk the chance of a quarrel with an old friend by speaking my mind." "You think me a fool, then, Copplestone?" "Why, what else can I think of you? If a man of 50 must needs go and marry a girl of 19, he can't expect to be thought a Solon." "Ah, Copplestone, when you have seen my wife, you will think differently." "Not a bit of it. The prettier she is,
the more fool I shall think you, for there'll be so much more the certainty that she'll make your life miserable."
"Here she comes," said the baronet. "Look at her before you judge her too severely, old friend, and let her face answer for her truth." The room in which the two men were standing opened into another and larger apartment, and through the open folding doors Captain Copplestone saw Lady Eversleigh approaching. She was dressed in white, that pure, transparent muslin in which her husband loved best to see her, and one large natural rose was fastened amidst her dark hair. As she drew nearer to the baronet and his friend, the bluff old soldier's face softened. The introduction was made by Sir Oswald, and Honoria held out her hand with her brightest and most bewitching smile. "My husband has spoken of you very often, Captain Copplestone," she said, "and I feel as if we were old friends rather than strangers. I have pleasure in bidding welcome to all Sir Oswald's guests, but not such pleasure as I feel in welcoming you." The soldier extended his bronzed hand, and grasped the soft white fingers in a pressure that was something like that of an iron vice. He looked at Lady Eversleigh with a serio-comic expression of bewilderment, and looked from her to the baronet. "Well?" said Sir Oswald presently, when Honoria had left them.
"Well, Oswald, if the truth be told, I think you had some excuse for your folly. She is a beautiful creature, and if there is any faith to be put in the human countenance, she is as good as she is beautiful."
The baronet grasped his friend's hand with a pressure that was more eloquent than words. He believed implicitly in the captain's powers of penetration, and this favourable judgment of the wife he adored filled him with gratitude. It was not that the faintest shadow of doubt obscured his own mind. He trusted her fully and unreservedly, but he wanted others to trust her also. While Sir Oswald and his friend were enjoying a brief interval of confidential intercourse, Reginald Eversleigh and Victor Carrington lounged in a pleasant little sitting room, smoking their cigars, and leaning on the stone sill of the wide Gothic window. They were talking, and talking very earnestly. "You are a clever fellow, I know, my dear Carrington," said Reginald; "but it is slow work, very slow work, and I don't see my way through it." "Because you are as impatient as a child who has set his heart on a new toy," answered the surgeon, disdainfully. "You complain that the game is slow, and yet you see one move after another made upon the board, and made successfully. A month ago you did not believe in the possibility of a reconciliation between your uncle and yourself, and yet that reconciliation has come about. A fortnight ago you would have laughed at the idea of my being here at Raynham, an invited guest, and yet here I am. Do you think there has been no patient thought necessary to work out this much of our scheme? Do you suppose that I was on Thorpe Hill by accident that afternoon?" "And you hope that something may come of your visit here?" "I hope that much may come of it. I have already dared to drop hints at injustice done to you. That idea of injustice will rankle in your uncle's mind. I have my plans, Reginald, and you have only to be patient, and to trust in me." "Why should you refuse to tell me the nature of your plans?" "Because my plans are as yet but half formed. I may soon be able to speak more plainly. Do you see those two figures yonder, walking in the pleasaunce?" "Yes, I see them. My uncle and his wife," answered Reginald, with a gesture of impatience. "They are very happy, are they not? It is quite an Arcadian picture. I beg you to contemplate it earnestly." "What a fool you are, Carrington!" cried the young man, flinging away his cigar. "If my uncle chooses to make an idiot of himself, that is no reason why I should watch the evidence of his folly." "But there is another reason," answered Victor, with a sinister look in his glittering black eyes. "Look at the picture while you may, Reginald, for you will not have the chance of seeing it very often." "What do you mean?" "I mean that the day is near at hand when Lady Eversleigh will fall from her high estate. I mean that an elevation as sudden as hers is often the forerunner of a sudden disgrace. The hour will come when Sir Oswald will mourn his fatal marriage, as the one irrevocable mistake of his life, and when, in his despair, he will restore you, the disgraced nephew, to your place as his acknowledged heir, because you will at least seem to him more worthy than his disgraced wife." "And who is to bring this about?" asked Reginald, gazing at his friend in complete bewilderment. "I am," answered the surgeon; "but before I do so, I must have some understanding as to the price of my services. If the cat who pulled the chestnuts out of the fire for the benefit of the monkey had made an agreement beforehand as to how much of the plunder he was to receive for his pains, the name of the animal would not have become a byword with posterity. When I have worked to win your fortune, I must have my reward, my dear Reginald." "Do you suppose I should be ungrateful?" "Of course not. But, you see, I don't ask for your gratitude. I want a good round sum, down on the nail, hard cash. Your uncle's fortune, if you get 2/3 of it, will be worth 30,000 a year; and for such a fortune you can very well afford to pay me 20,000 in ready money within 2 years of your accession to the inheritance."
20,000?
"Yes. If you think the sum too much, we will say no more about it. The business is a very difficult one, and I scarcely care to engage in it."
"My dear Victor, you bewilder me. I cannot bring myself to believe that you can bring about my restoration to my old place in my uncle's will; but if you do, the 20,000 shall be yours."
"Good," answered the surgeon, in his coolest and most businesslike manner. "I must have it in black and white. You will give me 2 promissory notes, one for 10,000, to fall due a year hence; the other for the same sum, to fall due in 2 years."
"But if I do not get the fortune, and I am not likely to get it within that time, my uncle's life is a good one, and—"
"Never mind your uncle's life. I will give you an undertaking to cancel those notes of hand if you have not succeeded to the Raynham estates. And now here are stamps. You may as well fill in the body of the notes, and sign them at once, and so close the transaction."
"You are prepared with the stamps?"
"Yes. I am a man of business, although a man of science."
"Victor," said Reginald Eversleigh, "you sometimes make me shudder. There is something almost diabolical about you."
"But if I drag yonder fair lady down from her high estate, you would scarcely care if I were the foul fiend in person," said Carrington, looking at his friend with a sardonic smile. "Oh, I think I know you, Reginald Eversleigh, better than you know me." Amongst the guests who had arrived at the castle within the last few days was Lydia Graham, the young lady of whom the baronet had spoken to his nephew. She was a fascinating girl, with a bold, handsome face, brilliant grey eyes, an aquiline nose, and a profusion of dark, waving hair. She was a woman who knew how to make the most of every charm with which nature had endowed her. She dressed superbly, but with an extravagance far beyond the limits of her means. She was, for this reason, deeply in debt, and her only chance of extrication from her difficulties lay in a brilliant marriage. For nearly 9 years she had been trying to make this brilliant marriage. She had come out, as the phrase goes, at 17, and she was now 29. During that period she had been wooed and flattered by troops of admirers. She had revelled in flirtations, she had triumphed in the power of her beauty; but she had known more than one disappointment of her fairest hopes, and she had not won the prize in the great lottery of fashionable life, a wealthy and patrician husband. Her 29th birthday had passed, and contemplating herself earnestly in her glass, she was fain to confess that something of the brilliancy of her beauty had faded. "I am getting wan and sallow," she said to herself. "What is to become of me if I do not marry?" The prospect was indeed a sorry one. Lydia Graham possessed an income of 200 a year, inherited from her mother; but such an income was the merest pittance for a young lady with Miss Graham's tastes. Her brother was a captain of an expensive regiment, selfish and extravagant, and by no means inclined to open his purse for his sister's benefit. She had no home, but lived sometimes with one wealthy relation, sometimes with another. always admired, always elegantly dressed, but not always happy. Amidst all Miss Graham's matrimonial disappointments, she had endured none more bitter than that which she had felt when she read the announcement of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's marriage in the Times newspaper. She had met the rich baronet very frequently in society. She had visited at Raynham with her brother. Sir Oswald had, to all appearance, admired her beauty and accomplishments, and she had imagined that time and opportunity alone were wanting to transform that admiration into a warmer feeling. In plain words, Lydia Graham had hoped, with a little good management, to become Lady Eversleigh of Raynham; and no words can fully describe her mortification when she learnt that the baronet had bestowed his name and fortune on a woman of whom the fashionable world knew nothing, except that she was utterly unknown. Lydia Graham came to Raynham Castle with poisonous feelings rankling in her heart, but she wore her brightest smiles as well as her most elegant dresses. She congratulated the baronet in honeyed words, and offered warmest friendship to the lovely mistress of the mansion. "I am sure we shall suit each other delightfully, dear Lady Eversleigh," she said, "and we shall be fast friends henceforward, shall we not?" Honoria's disposition was naturally reserved. She revolted against frivolous and unmeaning sentimentality. She responded politely to Miss Graham's proffers of friendship, but not with corresponding warmth. Lydia Graham perceived the coldness of her manner, and bitterly resented it. She felt that she had reason to hate this woman, who had caused the disappointment of her dearest hopes, whose beauty was infinitely superior to her own, and who was several years younger than herself. There was one person at Raynham whose scrutinizing eyes perceived the animosity of feeling lurking beneath Lydia Graham's smooth manner. That penetrating observer was Victor Carrington. He saw that the fashionable beauty hated Lady Eversleigh, and he resolved to make use of her hatred for the furtherance of his schemes. "I fancy Miss Graham has at some time of her life cherished an idea that she might become mistress of this place, Reginald?" he said one morning, as the two men lounged together on the terrace. "How did you know that?" said Reginald, questioning and replying at once. "By no diabolical power of divination, I assure you, my dear Reginald. I have only used my eyes. But it seems from your exclamation that I am right. Miss Graham did once hope to become Lady Eversleigh." "Well, I believe she tried her uttermost to win my uncle for a husband. I have watched her manoeuvres when she was here 2 years ago, but they did not give me much uneasiness, for I thought Sir Oswald was a confirmed bachelor. She used to vary her amusements by flirting with me. I was the acknowledged heir in those days, you know, and I have no doubt she would have married me if I had given her the opportunity. But she is too clever a woman for my taste, and with all her brilliancy, I never admired her." "You are wise for once in the way, my dear Reginald. Miss Graham is a dangerous woman. She has a very beautiful smile, but she is the sort of woman who can smile and murder while she smiles. But she may be made a very useful tool, notwithstanding." "A tool?" "Yes, a good workman takes his tools wherever he finds them. I may be in want of just such a tool as Lydia Graham." All went merry as a marriage bell at Raynham Castle during the bright August weather. The baronet was unspeakably happy. Honoria, too, was happy in the novelty of her position, happy in the knowledge of her husband's love. His noble nature had won the reward such nature should win. He was beloved by his young wife as few men are beloved in the heyday of their youth. Her affection was reverential, profound, and pure. To her mind, Oswald Eversleigh was the perfection of all that is noble in mankind, and she was proud of his devotion, grateful of his love. No guest at the castle was more popular than Victor Carrington, the surgeon. His accomplishments were of so varied a nature as to make him invaluable in a large party, and he was always ready to devote himself to the amusement of others. Sir Oswald was astonished at the versatility of his nephew's friend. As a linguist, an artist, a musician, Victor alike shone pre-eminent; but in music he was triumphant. Professing only to be an amateur, he exhibited a scientific knowledge, a mechanical proficiency, as rare as they were admirable. "A poor man is obliged to study many arts," he said carelessly, when Sir Oswald complimented him on his musical powers. "My life has been one of laborious industry, and the cultivation of music has been almost the only relaxation I have allowed myself. I am not, like Lady Eversleigh, a musical genius. I only pretend to be a patient student of the great masters." The baronet was delighted with the musical talents of his guests, because they assisted much in the display of Lady Eversleigh's exceptional power. Victor Carrington's brilliant playing set off the magnificent singing of Honoria. With him as her accompanist, she sang as she could not sing without his aid. Every evening there was an impromptu concert in the long drawing room. Every evening Lady Eversleigh sang to Victor Carrington's accompaniment. One evening in the summer dusk, when she had been singing even more superbly than usual, Lydia Graham happened to be seated near Sir Oswald, in one of the broad open windows. "Lady Eversleigh is indeed a genius," said Miss Graham, at the close of a superb bravura. "But how delightful for her to have that accomplished Mr. Carrington to accompany her, though some people prefer to play their own accompaniments. I do, for instance; but when one has a relative who plays so well, it is, of course, a different thing." "A relative! I don't understand you, my dear Miss Graham." "I mean that it is very nice for Lady Eversleigh to have a cousin who is so accomplished a musician." "A cousin?" "Yes. Mr. Carrington is Lady Eversleigh's cousin, is he not? Or, I beg your pardon, perhaps he is her brother. I don't know your wife's maiden name." "My wife's maiden name was Milford," answered the baronet, with some displeasure in his tone; "and Mr. Carrington is neither her brother nor her cousin. He is no relation whatever to her." "Indeed!" exclaimed Miss Graham. There was a strange significance in that word "indeed," and after having uttered it, the young lady seemed seized with a sudden sense of embarrassment. Sir Oswald looked at her sharply, but her face was half averted from him, as if she had turned away in confusion. "You seem surprised," he said, haughtily; "and yet I do not see anything surprising in the fact that my wife and Mr. Carrington are not related to each other." "Oh, dear no, Sir Oswald, of course not," replied Lydia, with a light laugh, which had the artificial sound of a laugh intended to disguise some painful embarrassment. "Of course not. It was very absurd of me to appear surprised, if I did really appear so, but I was not aware of it. You see, it was scarcely strange if I thought Lady Eversleigh and Mr. Carrington were nearly related, for when people are very old friends, they seem like relations. It is only in name that there is any difference." "You seem determined to make mistakes this evening, Miss Graham," answered the baronet, with icy sternness. "Lady Eversleigh and Mr. Carrington are by no means old friends. Neither my wife nor I have known the gentleman more than a fortnight. He happens to be a very accomplished musician, and is good enough to make himself useful in accompanying Lady Eversleigh when she sings. That is the only claim which he has on her friendship, and it is one of only a few days' standing." "Indeed!" said Miss Graham, repeating the exclamation which had sounded so disagreeable to Sir Oswald. "I certainly should have mistaken them for old friends; but then dear Lady Eversleigh is of Italian extraction, and there is always a warmth of manner, an absence of reserve in the southern temperament, which is foreign to our colder natures." Lady Eversleigh rose from her seat just at this moment, in compliance with the entreaties of the circle about her. She approached the grand piano, where Victor Carrington was still sitting, turning over the leaves of some music, and at the same moment Sir Oswald rose also, and hurried towards her. "Do not sing any more to night, Honoria," he said; "you will fatigue yourself." There was some lack of politeness in this speech, as Lady Eversleigh was about to sing in compliance with the entreaties of her guests. She turned to her husband with a smile. "I am not in the least tired, my dear Oswald," she said; "and if our friends really wish for another song, I am quite ready to sing one. That is to say, if Mr. Carrington is not tired of accompanying me." Victor Carrington declared that nothing gave him greater pleasure than to play Lady Eversleigh's accompaniments.
"Mr. Carrington is very good," answered the baronet, coldly; "but I do not wish you to tire yourself by singing all the evening, and I beg that you will not sing again to night, Honoria." Never before had the baronet addressed his wife with such cold decision of manner. There was something almost severe in his tone, and Honoria looked at him with wondering eyes. "I have no greater pleasure than in obeying you," she said, gently, as she withdrew from the piano. She seated herself by one of the tables, and opened a portfolio of sketches. Her head drooped over the book, and she seemed absorbed in the contemplation of the drawings. Glancing at her furtively, Sir Oswald could see that she was wounded; and yet he, the adoring husband, the devoted lover, did not approach her. His mind was disturbed, his thoughts confused. He passed through one of the open windows, and went out upon the terrace. There all was calm and tranquil; but the tranquil loveliness of the scene had no soothing influence on Sir Oswald. His brain was on fire. An intense affection can scarcely exist without a lurking tendency to jealousy. Until to night, every jealous feeling had been lulled to rest by the confiding trust of the happy husband; but to night a few words, spoken in apparent carelessness, spoken by one who could have, as Sir Oswald thought, no motive for malice, had aroused the sleeping passion, and peace had fled from his heart. As Sir Oswald passed the window by which he had left Lydia Graham, he heard that young lady talking to some one. "It is positively disgraceful," she said. "Her flirtation with that Mr. Carrington is really too obvious, though Sir Oswald is so blind as not to perceive it. I thought they were cousins until to night. Imagine my surprise when I found that they were not even distantly related, that they have actually only known each other for a fortnight. The woman must be a shameless flirt, and the man is evidently an adventurer." The poisoned arrow shot to its mark. Sir Oswald believed that these words had never been intended to reach his ears. He did not for a moment suspect that Lydia Graham had recognized his approaching figure on the moonlit terrace, and had uttered these words to her friend on purpose that they should reach his ears. How should a true-hearted man suspect a woman's malice? How should he fathom the black depths of wickedness to which a really false and heartless woman can descend? He did not know that Lydia Graham had ever hoped to be mistress of his home. He did not know that she was inspired by fury against himself, by passionate envy of his wife. To him her words seemed only the careless slander of society, and experience had shown him that in such slanders there lurked generally some leaven of truth. "I will not doubt her," he thought, as he walked onward in the moonlight, too proud and too honourable to linger in order to hear anything more that Miss Graham might have to say. "I will not doubt the wife I love so fondly, because idle tongues are already busy with her fair fame. Already. We have not been married 2 months, and already evil tongues drop the poison of doubt into my ear. It seems too cruel. But I will watch her with this man. Her ignorance of the world may have caused her to be more familiar with him than the rigid usages of society would permit; and yet she is generally so dignified, so reserved, apt to err on the side of coldness rather than of warmth. I must watch. I must watch." Never before had Sir Oswald known the anguish of distrust; but his was an impulsive nature, easily swayed by the force of any absorbing passion. Blindly, unquestionably, as he had abandoned himself to his love for Honoria Milford, so now he abandoned himself to the jealous doubts inspired by a malicious woman's lying tongue. That night his slumbers were broken and feverish. The next day he set himself to watch his wife and Victor Carrington. The mind, imbued with suspicion, contemplates everything in a distorted light. Victor Carrington was especially attentive to the mistress of the castle. It was not that he talked to her, or usurped more of her society than his position warranted; but he devoted himself to her service with a slavish watchfulness which was foreign to the manner of an ordinary guest. Wherever Lady Eversleigh went, Carrington's eyes followed her. Every wish of hers seemed to be divined by him. If she lingered for a few moments by an open window, Mr. Carrington was at hand with her shawl. If she was reading,
and the leaves of her book required to be cut open, the surgeon had procured her a paper knife before she could suffer inconvenience or delay. If she went to the piano, he was at the instrument before her, ready to adjust her chair, to arrange her music. In another man, these attentions might have appeared very commonplace; but so quiet of foot, so subdued a voice was Victor Carrington, that there seemed something stealthy, something secret in his devotion, something which had no right to exist. One long day of patient watchfulness revealed all this to Sir Oswald Eversleigh, and with the revelation came a new and terrible agony. How far was his wife to blame for all that was exceptional in the surgeon's manner? Was she aware of his devotion? Did she encourage this silent and stealthy worship? She did not, at any rate, discourage it, since she permitted it. The baronet wondered whether Victor Carrington's manner impressed others as it impressed himself. One person had, he knew, been scandalized by the surgeon's devotion to Lady Eversleigh, and had spoken of it in the plainest terms. But did other eyes see as Lydia Graham and he himself had seen? He determined on questioning his nephew as to the character of the gentlemanly and accomplished surgeon, whom an impulse of kindness had prompted him to welcome under his roof, an impulse which he now bitterly regretted. "Your friend, Mr. Carrington, is very attentive to Lady Eversleigh," said Sir Oswald to Reginald, with a pitiable attempt at indifference of manner. "Is he generally so devoted in his attention to ladies?" "On the contrary, my dear uncle," answered Reginald, with an appearance of carelessness which was as well assumed as that of his kinsman was awkward and constrained. "Victor Carrington generally entertains the most profound contempt for the fair sex. He is devoted to the science of chemistry, you know, and in London passes the best part of his life in his laboratory. But then Lady Eversleigh is such a superior person, it is no wonder he admires her." "He admires her very much, then?" "Amazingly, if I can judge by what he said when first he became acquainted with her. He has grown more reserved lately." "Oh, indeed, he has grown more reserved lately, has he?" asked the baronet, whose suspicions were fed by every word his nephew uttered. "Yes. I suppose he thinks I might take objection to his enthusiastic admiration of Lady Eversleigh. Very absurd of him, is it not? For of course, my dear uncle, you cannot feel otherwise than proud when you see your beautiful young wife surrounded by worshippers, and one devotee more or less at the shrine can make little difference." These words, carelessly spoken, galled Sir Oswald to the quick; but he tried to conceal his pain, and parted from his nephew with affected gaiety of spirit. Alone in his own study, he pondered long and moodily over the events of the day. He shrank from the society of his wife. Her tender words irritated him. He began to think those soft and loving accents were false. More than once he answered Honoria's anxious questions as to the cause of his gloom, with a harshness that terrified her. She saw that her husband was changed, and knew not whence the change arose. And this vagrant's nature was a proud one. Her own manner changed to the man who had elevated her from the very mire to a position of splendour and honour. She, too, became reserved, and a cruel breach yawned between the husband and wife who, a few short days before, had been so happily united. Truly, Victor Carrington's schemes prospered. Reginald Eversleigh looked on in silent wonder. Too base to oppose himself to the foul plot which was being concocted under his eyes. Whatever the schemer bade him do, he did without shame or scruple. Before him glittered the dazzling vision of future fortune. A week elapsed, a weary week for Sir Oswald Eversleigh, for every day and every hour seemed to widen the gulf between himself and his wife. Conscious of her innocence of the smallest offence against the man she truly and honestly loved, Honoria was too proud to sue for an explanation of that mysterious change which had banished all happiness and peace from her breast. More than once she had asked the cause of her husband's gloom of manner. More than once she had been coldly, almost rudely repulsed. She sought, therefore, to question him no further, but held herself aloof from him with proud reserve. The cruel estrangement cost her dear, but she waited for Sir Oswald to break the ice. She waited for him to explain the meaning of his altered conduct. In the meantime, She performed all her duties as mistress of the mansion with the same calm grace which had distinguished her from the first hour of her elevation to her new position. But the struggle was a painful one, and left its traces on her beautiful face. Sir Oswald perceived the change in that lovely countenance, and his jealousy distorted this change into a damning evidence against her. "This man's devotion has touched her heart," he thought. "It is of him she is thinking when she is silent and pensive. She loves me no longer. Fool that I am, she never loved me. She saw in me a dupe, ready to lift her from obscurity into the place she longed to occupy. And now that place is hers. She need no longer care to blindfold the eyes of her dupe. She may please herself, and enjoy the attentions of more agreeable adorers." Then, in the next moment, remorse took possession of the baronet's heart, and for a while he fancied that he had wronged his wife. "Is she to blame because this man loves her?" he asked himself. "She may not even be aware of his love, though my watchful eyes have penetrated the secret. Oh, if I could only take her away from Raynham without delay, this very moment; or if I could clear the castle of all this frivolous, selfish, heartless gang, what happiness it would be! But I can do neither. I have invited these people, and I must play my part to the end. Even this Victor Carrington I dare not send out of my house, for in so doing I should confirm the suspicions of Lydia Graham, and all who think like her." Thus mused Sir Oswald as he paced the broad terrace walk alone, while his guests were enjoying themselves in different parts of the castle and grounds, and while Lady Eversleigh spent the summer afternoon in her own apartments, brooding sadly on her husband's unkindness. There was one person to whom, in any ordinary trouble of mind, Sir Oswald Eversleigh would have most certainly turned for consolation, and that person was his old and tried friend, Captain Copplestone. But the jealous doubts which racked his brain were not to be revealed, even to this faithful friend. There was bitter humiliation in the thought of opening those bleeding wounds which had so newly lacerated his heart. If Captain Copplestone had been near his friend in the hour of his trouble, he might perhaps have wrung the baronet's secret from him in some unguarded moment; but within the last week the captain had been confined to his own apartments by a violent attack of gout, and except a brief daily visit of inquiry, Sir Oswald had seen nothing of him. He was very carefully tended, however, in his hours of suffering. Even her own anxiety of mind did not render Lady Eversleigh forgetful of her husband's invalid friend. Every day, and many times a day, the captain received some new evidence of her thoughtful care. It pleased her to do this, apart from her natural inclination to be kind to the suffering and friendless, for the soldier was her husband's valued friend, and in testifying her respect for him, it seemed to her as if she were in some manner proving her devotion to the husband from whom she had become so mysteriously estranged. Amongst the many plans which had been set on foot for the amusement of the guests at Raynham, there was one on which all the visitors, male and female, had especially set their hearts. This much talked of entertainment was a picnic, to take place at a celebrated spot, whose picturesque loveliness was supposed to be unrivalled in the county, and scarcely exceeded by any scene in all the expanse of fair England. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 8 After the Picnic. The place was called the Wizard's Cave. It was a gigantic grotto, near which flowed a waterfall of surpassing beauty. A wild extent of woodland stretched on one side of this romantic scene. On the other, a broad moor spread wide before a range of hills, one of which was crowned by the ruins of an old Norman castle that had stood many a siege in days gone by. It would have been difficult to select a spot better adapted for a picnic, and some of the gentlemen who had ridden over to inspect the scene were rapturous in their praises of its sylvan beauty. The cave lay within 10 miles of Raynham. "Just the distance for a delightful drive," said the ladies, and from the moment that Sir Oswald had proposed the entertainment, there had been perpetual discussion of the arrangements necessary, the probability of fine weather, and the date to be finally chosen. The baronet had proposed this rustic fête when his own heart had been light and happy. Now he looked forward to the day with a sickening dread of its weariness. Others would be happy, but the sound of mirthful voices and light laughter would fall with a terrible discordance on the ear of the man whose mind was tortured by hidden doubts. Sir Oswald was too courteous a host to disappoint his visitors. All the preparations for the rustic festival were duly made, and on the appointed morning a train of horses and carriages drew up in a line in the quadrangle of the castle. It would have been impossible to imagine a brighter picture of English life, and as the guests emerged in groups from the wide arched doorway, and took their places in the carriages, or sprang lightly into their saddles, the spectacle grew more and more enlivening. Lydia Graham had done her utmost to surpass all rivals on this important day. Wealthy country squires and rich young lordlings were to be present at the festival, and the husband huntress might, perchance, find a victim among these eligible bachelors. Deeply as she was already in debt, Miss Graham had written to her French milliner, imploring her to send her a costume, regardless of expense, and promising a speedy payment of at least half her long-standing account. The fair and false Lydia did not scruple to hint at the possibility of her making a brilliant matrimonial alliance ere many months were over, in order that this hope might beguile the long-suffering milliner into giving further credit. The fashionable beauty was not disappointed. The milliner sent the costume ordered, but wrote to inform Miss Graham, with all due circumlocution and politeness, that, unless her long-standing account were quickly settled, legal proceedings must be taken. Lydia threw the letter aside with a frown, and proceeded to inspect her dress, which was perfect in its way. But Miss Graham could scarcely repress a sigh of envy as she looked at Lady Eversleigh's more simple toilet, and perceived that, with all its appearance of simplicity, it was twice as costly as her own more gorgeous attire. The jewels, too, were worth more than all the trinkets Lydia possessed, and she knew that the treasures of Lady Eversleigh's jewel cases were almost inexhaustible, with such a lavish hand had her husband heaped his gifts upon her. "Perhaps he will not be so liberal with his presents in future," thought the malicious and disappointed woman, as she looked at Honoria, and acknowledged to her own envious heart that never had she seen her look more beautiful, more elegant, or more fitted to adorn the position which Miss Graham would willingly have persuaded herself she disgraced. "If he thinks that her love is bestowed upon another, he will scarcely find such delight in future in offering her costly tributes of affection." There was a great deal of discussion as to who should occupy the different carriages, but at last all was arranged apparently to everyone's satisfaction. There were many who had chosen to ride, and among the equestrians was Sir Oswald himself. For the first time in any excursion, the baronet deserted his accustomed place by the side of his wife. Honoria deeply felt the slight involved in this desertion, but she was too proud to entreat him to alter his arrangements. She saw his favourite horse brought round to the broad steps. She saw her husband mount the animal without a word of remonstrance, without so much as a reproachful glance, though her heart was swelling with passionate indignation. And then she took her place in the barouche, and allowed the gentleman standing near to assist her in the arrangement of the shawls and carriage rugs, which were provided in case of change of weather. Sir Oswald was not slow to remark that appearance of indifference. When once estrangement has arisen between those who truly love each other, everything tends to widen the breach. The jealous husband had chosen to separate himself from his wife in a sudden impulse of angry distrust; but he was still more angry, still more distrustful, when he saw her apparent carelessness of his desertion. "She is happier without me," he thought bitterly, as he drew his horse on one side, and watched all that took place around the barouche. Unrestrained by my presence, she will be free to revel in the flatteries of her younger admirers. She will be perfectly happy, for she will forget for a while that she is chained for life to a husband whom she does not love." A silvery laugh from Honoria seemed to answer his thoughts, and to confirm his suspicions. He little dreamed that laugh was assumed in order to deceive the malicious Lydia, who had just uttered a polite little speech intended to wound the mistress of Raynham. The baronet kept his horse a little way behind the carriage, and watched his wife with jealous and angry eyes. Lydia Graham had taken her seat in the barouche, and there was now a slight discussion as to the gentleman who should accompany the two ladies. Many were eager for the privilege, and the occasion was a fitting one for the display of feminine coquetry. Miss Graham did not neglect the opportunity, and after a little animated conversation between the lady and a young fop who was heir to a peerage, the lordling took his place opposite the fashionable beauty. The second place still remained unoccupied. The baronet waited with painful eagerness to see who would take this place, for amongst the gentlemen grouped about the door of the carriage was Victor Carrington. Sir Oswald had not to wait long. He ground his teeth in a sudden access of jealous fury as he saw the young surgeon step lightly into the vehicle, and seat himself opposite Lady Eversleigh. He took it for granted that it was on that lady's invitation the young man occupied this place of honour. He did not for a moment imagine that it was at Lydia Graham's entreaty the surgeon had taken his seat in the barouche, and yet it was so. "Do come with us, Mr. Carrington," Lydia had said. "I know that you are well versed in county history and archaeology, and will be able to tell us all manner of interesting facts connected with the villages and churches we pass on our road." Lydia Graham hated Honoria for having won the proud position she herself had tried so hard to attain. She hated Sir Oswald for having chosen another in preference to herself, and she was determined to be revenged on both. She knew that her hints had already had their effect on the baronet, and she now sought, by every base and treacherous trick, to render Honoria Eversleigh an object of suspicion in the eyes of her husband. She had a double game to play, for she sought at once to gratify her ambition and her thirst for revenge. On one hand, she wished to captivate Lord Sumner Howden. On the other, she wanted to widen the gulf between Sir Oswald and his wife. She little knew that she was only playing into the hands of a deeper and more accomplished schemer than herself. She little thought that Victor Carrington's searching glance had penetrated the secrets of her heart, and that he watched her malicious manoeuvres with a calm sense of amusement. Though August had already given place to September, the weather was warm and balmy, as in the full glory of midsummer. Sir Oswald rode behind Lady Eversleigh's barouche, too remote to hear the words that were spoken by those who occupied the vehicle, but quite near enough to distinguish the tones and the laughter, and to perceive every gesture. He saw Victor bend forward to address Honoria. He saw that deferential and devoted manner which had so much offended him since he had first set himself to watch the surgeon. And Lady Eversleigh did not discourage her admirer. She let him talk. She seemed interested in his conversation; and as Lydia Graham and Lord Howden were entirely occupied with each other, the conversation between Honoria was a complete tête-à-tête. The young man's handsome head bent lower and lower over the plumed hat of Lady Eversleigh, and with every step of that 10-mile journey the cloud that overshadowed the baronet's mind grew more profound in its fatal gloom. He no longer struggled against his doubts. He abandoned himself altogether to the passion that held possession of him. But the eyes of the world were on Sir Oswald, and he was obliged to meet those unpitying eyes with a smile. The long line of equipages drew up at last on the margin of a wood. The pleasure-seekers alighted, and wandered about in twos and threes amongst the umbrageous pathways which led towards the Wizard's Cave. After alighting from the barouche, Lady Eversleigh waited to see if her husband would approach her and offer his arm. She had a faint hope that he would do so, even in spite of his evident estrangement; but her hope was cruelly disappointed. Sir Oswald walked straight to a portly dowager, and offered to escort her to the cave. "Do you remember a picnic here 20 years ago, at which you and I danced together by moonlight, Lady Hetherington?" he said. "We old folks have pleasant memories of the past, and are the fittest companions for each other. The young people can enjoy themselves much better without the restraint of our society." He said this loud enough for his wife to hear. She did hear every word, and felt there was hidden significance in that careless speech. For a moment she was inclined to break down the icy barrier of reserve. The words which she wanted to speak were almost on her lips. "Let me go with you, Oswald." But in the next instant she met her husband's eyes, and their cold gaze chilled her heart. At the same moment Victor Carrington offered her his arm, with his accustomed deferential manner. She accepted the proffered arm, scarcely knowing who offered it, so deeply did she feel her husband's unkindness. "What have I done to offend him?" she thought. "What is this cruel mystery which divides us, and which is almost breaking my heart?" "Come, Lady Eversleigh," cried several voices; "we want you to accompany us to the Wizard's Cave." Nothing could be more successful than the picnic. Elegantly dressed women and aristocratic looking men wandered here and there amidst the woodland, and by the margin of the waterfall, sometimes in gay little parties, whose talk and laughter rang out clearly on the balmy air, sometimes strolling tête à tête, and engaged in conversations of a more confidential character. Half hidden by the foliage of a little thicket of pollard oaks, there was a military band, whose services Sir Oswald had obtained from a garrison town some 20 miles from Raynham, and the stirring music added much to the charm of the festival. Lydia Graham was as happy as it is possible for any evil-minded woman to be. Her envious feelings were lulled to temporary rest by the enjoyment of her own triumphs, for the young lordling seemed to be completely subjugated by her charms, and devoted himself exclusively to attendance upon her. The scheming beauty's heart thrilled with a sense of triumph. She thought that she had at last made a conquest that might be better worth the making than any of those past conquests, which had all ended in such bitter disappointments. She looked at Lady Eversleigh with flashing eyes, as she remembered that by the subjugation of this empty-headed young nobleman she might attain a higher position and greater wealth than that enjoyed by Sir Oswald's envied wife. "As Lady Sumner Howden, I could look down upon the mistress of Raynham Castle," she thought. "As Countess of Vandeleur, I should take precedence of nobler women than Lady Eversleigh." The day waned. The revellers lingered long over the splendid collation, served in a marquee which had been sent from York for the occasion. The banquet seemed a joyous one, enlivened by the sound of laughter, the popping of champagne corks, the joyous talk that emanated alike from the really light-hearted and those whose gaiety is only a mockery and a sham. The sun was sloping westward when Lady Eversleigh arose, absent and despondent, to give the signal for the withdrawal of the ladies. As she did so, she looked to the other end of the marquee, to the table where her husband had been seated. To her surprise, his place was empty. Throughout the whole day, Honoria had been a prey to gloomy forebodings. The estrangement between herself and her husband was so unexpected, so inexplicable, that she was powerless to struggle against the sense of misery and bewilderment which it had occasioned in her mind. Again and again she asked herself what had she done to offend him. Again and again she pondered over the smallest and most insignificant actions, the lightest words, of the past few weeks, in order to discover some clue to the mystery of Sir Oswald's altered conduct. But the past afforded her no such clue. She had said nothing, she had done nothing, which could offend the most sensitive of men. Then a new and terrible light began to dawn upon her. She remembered her wretched extraction, the pitiable condition in which the baronet had discovered her, and she began to think that he repented of his marriage. "He regrets his folly, and I am hateful in his eyes," thought Honoria, "for he remembers my degraded position, the mystery of my past life. He has heard sneering words and cruel innuendos fall from the lips of his fashionable friends, perhaps, and he is ashamed of his marriage. He little knows how gladly I would release him from the tie that binds us, if indeed it has grown hateful to him." Thus musing and wandering alone in one of the forest pathways, for she had outstripped her guests, and sought a little relief for her overwrought spirits, constrained to the courtesies of her position for the moment, she scarcely knew whither, she came presently upon a group of grooms, who were lounging before a rough canvas tent, which had been erected for the accommodation of the horses. "Is Orestes in that tent, Plummer?" she asked of the old groom who generally attended her in her rides and drives. "No, my lady. Sir Oswald had him saddled a quarter of an hour ago, and rode him away." "Sir Oswald has gone away?" "Yes, my lady. He got a message, I think, while he was sitting at dinner, and he rode off as fast as he could go, across the moor. It's the nighest way to the castle, you know, my lady, though it ain't the pleasantest." Honoria grew very uneasy. What was the meaning of this sudden departure? "Do you know who brought the message from Raynham?" she asked the groom. "No, indeed, my lady. I don't even know for sure and certain that the message was from Raynham. I only guess as much." "Why did Sir Oswald not take you with him?" "I can't say, my lady. I asked master if I wasn't to go with him, and he said no, he would rather be alone." This was all that Honoria could learn from the groom. She walked back towards the marquee, whence the sound of voices and laughter grew louder as the sun sank across the broad expanse of moorland. The ladies of the party had gathered together on a broad patch of velvet greensward, near the oak thicket where the band was stationed. Here the younger members of the party were waltzing merrily to the accompaniment of one of Strauss's sweetest waltzes, while the elders sat here and there on camp stools or fallen logs of trees, and looked on, or indulged in a little agreeable gossip. Honoria Eversleigh made her way unobserved to the marquee, and approached one of the openings less used and less crowded than the others. Here she found a servant, whom she sent into the marquee with a message for Mr. Eversleigh, to inquire if he could explain Sir Oswald's sudden departure. The man entered the tent in obedience to his mistress, and Lady Eversleigh seated herself on a camp stool, at a little distance, awaiting the issue of her message. She had been waiting only a few minutes, when she saw Victor Carrington approaching her hurriedly, not from the marquee, but from the pathway by which she herself had come. There was an unwonted agitation about his manner as he approached her, which, in her present state of nervous apprehension, filled her with alarm. She went to meet him, pale and trembling. "I have been looking for you everywhere, Lady Eversleigh," he said, hurriedly. "You have been looking for me? Something has happened, then. Sir Oswald?" "Yes, it is, unhappily, of Sir Oswald I have to speak." "Speak quickly, then. What has happened? You are agonizing me, Mr. Carrington. For pity's sake, speak. Your face fills me with fear." "Your fears are unhappily too well founded. Sir Oswald has been thrown from his horse, on his way across the moor, and lies dangerously hurt at the ruins of Yarborough Tower, that black building on the edge of the moor yonder. A lad has just brought me the tidings." "Let me go to him. For heaven's sake, let me go at once. Dangerously hurt? He is dangerously hurt, you say?" "I fear so, from the boy's account." "And we have no medical man among our company. Yes, you are a surgeon. You can be of assistance." "I trust so, my dear Lady Eversleigh. I shall hurry to Sir Oswald immediately, and in the meantime they have sent from the Tower for medical help." "I must go to him," said Honoria, wildly. "Call the servants, Mr. Carrington. My carriage, this moment." She could scarcely utter the words in her excitement. Her voice had a choking sound, and but for the surgeon's supporting arm she must have fallen prone on the grass at his feet. As she clung to his arm, as she gasped out her eager entreaties that he would take her to her husband, a faint rustling stirred the underwood beneath some sycamores at a little distance, and curious eyes peered through the foliage. Lydia Graham had happened to stroll that way. Her curiosity had been excited by the absence of Lady Eversleigh from among her guests, and being no longer occupied by her flirtation with the young viscount, she had set out in search of the missing Honoria. She was amply rewarded for her trouble by the scene which she beheld from her hiding place among the sycamores. She saw Victor and Lady Eversleigh talking to each other with every appearance of agitation. She saw the baronet's wife clinging in some wild terror to the arm of the surgeon; and she began to think that Honoria Eversleigh was indeed the base and guilty wretch she would fain have represented her. Lydia Graham was too far from the two figures to hear a word that was spoken. She could only watch their gestures, and draw her own inferences therefrom. "My carriage, Mr. Carrington," repeated Honoria. "Why don't you call the servants?" "One moment, Lady Eversleigh," said the surgeon, calmly. "You must remember that on such an occasion as this there is nothing so important as presence of mind, self-command. If I alarm your servants, all the guests assembled here will take the alarm, and they will rush helter-skelter to Yarborough Tower to testify their devotion to Sir Oswald, and to do him all the harm they possibly can. What would be the effect of a crowd of half-drunken men clustering round him with their noisy expressions of sympathy? What I have to propose is this. I am going to Sir Oswald immediately in my medical capacity. I have a gig and horse ready, under that group of fir trees yonder, the fastest horse and lightest vehicle I could find. If you will trust yourself in that vehicle behind that horse, I will drive you across the moor, and we shall reach the ruins in half an hour. Have you courage to come with me thus, Lady Eversleigh, quietly, unobserved by any one? Or will you wait for your barouche, and wait until the revellers yonder are all ready to start with you?" The voices came loudly from the marquee as the surgeon spoke, and Honoria felt that he spoke wisely. "You are right," she said. "These people must know nothing of the accident until my husband is safely back at Raynham. But you had better go and tell Plummer, the groom, to send the barouche after us. A carriage will be wanted to convey Sir Oswald from the Tower, if he is fit to be moved." "True," answered Victor. "I will see to it." "And quickly," cried Lady Eversleigh. "Go quickly, I implore. You will find me by the fir trees when you return, ready to start with you. Do not waste time in words, Mr. Carrington. Remember, it is a matter of life and death." Victor left her, and she walked to the little grove of firs, where she found the gig of which he had spoken, and the horse standing near it, ready harnessed, and with his bridle fastened to a tree. Two pathways led to this fir grove, a lower and an upper, the upper completely screened by brushwood. Along this upper pathway, which was on the edge of a sloping bank, Lydia Graham made her way, careless what injury she inflicted on her costly dress, so eager was she to discover whither Lady Eversleigh was going. Completely hidden from Honoria, though at only a few paces' distance, Miss Graham waited to watch the proceedings of the baronet's wife. She was mystified by the appearance of the gig and horse, stationed in this out-of-the-way spot. She was still more mystified when she saw Lady Eversleigh clasp her hands before her face, and stand for a few moments, motionless and statue-like, as if abandoned to despair. "What does it all mean?" Miss Graham asked herself. "Surely she cannot intend to elope with this Carrington. She may be wicked, but she cannot be so insane as to throw away wealth and position for the sake of this foreign adventurer." She waited almost breathless with excitement, crouching amongst the brushwood at the top of the woody bank, and looking downward towards the fir grove with watchful eyes. She had not to wait long. Victor appeared in a few moments, out of breath from running. "Have you given orders about the carriage?" "Yes, I have given all necessary orders." No more was said. Victor handed Lady Eversleigh into the vehicle, and drove away, slowly, while they were still on the edge of the wood, but accelerating his pace as they emerged upon the moorland. "It is an elopement!" exclaimed Miss Graham, whose astonishment was unbounded. "It is an elopement! The infamous creature has gone off with that penniless young man. And now, Sir Oswald, I think you will have good reason to repent your fine romantic marriage with a base-born adventuress, whom nobody ever heard of until she burst forth upon the world as Lady Eversleigh of Raynham Castle." Filled with the triumphant delight of gratified malice, Lydia Graham went back to the broad greensward by the Wizard's Cave. The gentlemen had now left the marquee. The full moon was rising, round and yellow on the horizon, like a great globe of molten gold. Preparations had already commenced for the return, and the younger members of the party were busy discussing the arrangements of the homeward drive. The moonlight drive was looked forward to as one of the chief pleasures of the excursion. It would afford such glorious opportunities for flirtation. It would enable romantic young ladies to quote so much poetry about the moon and the summer night, while poetically disposed young gentlemen replied in the same strain. All was animation and excitement. The champagne and burgundy, the sparkling hock and moselle, which had been consumed in the marquee, had only rendered the majority of the gentlemen more gallant and agreeable, and softly spoken compliments, and tender pressures of pretty little delicately gloved hands, testified to the devotion of the cavaliers who were to escort the band of fair ones homeward. Lydia Graham hoped that she would be able to take up the thread of her flirtation with Lord Howden exactly where it had dropped when she had risen to leave the dinner table. She had thought it even possible that, if she could secure a tête-à-tête drive home with the weak-brained young nobleman, she might lure him on until he made a formal proposal, from which he would find it no easy matter to recede. For Captain Graham was at his sister's call, and was a gentleman of no very yielding temper where his own interests were at stake. He had long been anxious that his sister should make a wealthy marriage, for her debts and difficulties annoyed him, and he felt that if she were well married, he would be able to borrow money of her, instead of being pestered by her applications for assistance. Miss Graham was doomed to endure a disappointment. Lord Sumner Howden was one of the few gentlemen upon whom iced champagne and moselle had produced anything but an exhilarating effect. He was dull and stupid, pallid and sleepy, like some great greedy schoolboy who has overeaten himself and is suffering the consequences of his gluttony. The fair Lydia had the mortification of hearing him tell one of the grooms to put him into a closed carriage, where he could have a nap on his way home. Reginald Eversleigh took the lordling's seat in the barouche, which was the first in the line of carriages for the homeward journey, in spite of Honoria's entreaties to Victor Carrington. The young man was almost as dull and stupid, to all appearance, as Lord Sumner Howden; but although he had been drinking deeply, intoxication had nothing to do with his gloomy silence. He knew that Carrington's scheme had been ripening day by day, and he knew also that within a few hours the final blow was to be struck. He did not know the nature of that intended stroke of treachery, but he was aware that it would involve misery and humiliation for Sir Oswald, utter ruin and disgrace for Honoria. The very uncertainty as to the nature of the cruel plot made it all the more dreadful, and he waited with no very pleasant feelings for the development of his friend's scheme. When all was ready for the start, it was discovered that dear Lady Eversleigh was missing. Servants were sent in every direction to search for her, but with no avail. Sir Oswald was also missed, but Plummer, the old groom, informed Mr. Eversleigh that his uncle had left some hours before, and as some of the party had seen the baronet leave the dinner table in compliance with a sudden summons, this occasioned little surprise. The next person missed was Victor Carrington. It was Lydia who drew attention to the fact of his absence. The party waited an hour, while search for Lady Eversleigh was renewed in every direction, while many of the guests expressed their fears that something must have happened to her, that she had wandered too far and lost her way in the wood, or that she had missed her footing on the edge of one of the deep pools by the cavern, and had fallen into the water, or that she had been attacked by ruffians. But in due time it was discovered that Mr. Carrington had been seen to take a gig from amongst the vehicles, and a lad who had been in charge of the gig and the horse belonging to it told the other servants that Mr. Carrington had said he wanted the vehicle to drive Lady Eversleigh home. She was tired, Mr. Carrington had said, and wanted to go home quietly. This information was brought to Reginald by one of the upper servants, and the question of Lady Eversleigh's disappearance being at once set at rest, the procession of carriages moved away in the moonlight. "It really was too bad of dear Lady Eversleigh to give us such unnecessary alarm," said Lydia Graham. The lady who had taken the second place in the barouche agreed with this remark. "I never was more alarmed in my life," she said. "I felt sure that something very dreadful must have happened." "And to think that Lady Eversleigh should prefer going home in a gig," said Lydia, maliciously. "For my part, I think a gig a most unpleasant vehicle." The other lady whispered something about Lady Eversleigh's humble extraction, and her ignorance of the usages of society. "You can't wonder at it, my dear," she murmured. "For my part, I was surprised to see her so much at her ease in her new position. But you see, her ignorance has now betrayed her into a terrible breach of the proprieties. Her conduct is, to say the least of it, most eccentric; and you may depend, no one here will ever forget this ride home in a gig with that clever young surgeon. I don't suppose Sir Oswald will very much approve of such conduct." "Nor I," said Lydia, in the same subdued tone. "Poor Sir Oswald! What could he expect when he disgraced himself by such a marriage?" Reginald Eversleigh leaned back in the carriage, with his arm folded, and his eyes fixed on vacancy, while the ladies gossiped in whispers. CHAPTER IX. Chapter 9 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 9 on Yarborough Tower. No sooner had Victor Carrington got completely clear of the wood than he drove his horse at a gallop. The light gig swayed from side to side, and jolted violently several times on crossing some obstruction in the way. "You are not afraid?" asked Victor. "I am only afraid of delay," answered Honoria, calmly, for by this time she had recovered much of her ordinary firmness, and was prepared to face her sorrow with at least outward tranquillity. "Tell me, Mr. Carrington, have you reason to think that my husband is in great danger?" "I can tell you nothing for certain. You know how stupid the country people are. The boy who brought the message told me that the gentleman had been thrown from his horse, and was very much hurt. He was insensible, and was injured about the head. I gathered from this, and from the boy's manner rather than his words, that the injuries were very serious." "Why was Sir Oswald taken to such a wretched place as a ruined tower?" "Because the accident happened near the ruin, and your husband was found by the people who have charge of the tower." "And could they take him to no better place?" "No; there is no habitation of any kind within 3 miles." No more was said. It was not very easy to talk while flying through the air at the utmost speed of a spirited horse. The moon bathed the broad moorland in mellow light. The wide expanse of level turf looked like a sea of black water that had suddenly been frozen into stillness. Not a tree, not a patch of brushwood, or a solitary bush, broke the monotony of the scene; but far away, against the moonlit horizon, rose a wild and craggy steep, and on the summit of that steep appeared a massive tower, with black and ruined battlements that stood out grimly against the luminous sky. This was Yarborough Tower, a stronghold that had defied many a besieging force in the obscure past, but of the origin of which little was now known. Victor Carrington drove the gig up a rough and narrow road that curved around the sides of the craggy hill, and wound gradually towards the top. He was obliged to drive slowly here, and Lady Eversleigh had ample leisure to gaze upwards at the dreary looking ruin, whose walls seemed more densely black as they grew nearer and nearer. "What a horrible place!" she murmured. "To think of my husband lying there, with no better shelter than those ruined walls, in the hour of his suffering." Honoria Eversleigh looked around her with a shudder, as the gig passed across a narrow wooden drawbridge that spanned an enormous chasm in the craggy hillside. She looked up at the tower. All was dark, and the dismal cry of a raven suddenly broke the awful stillness with a sound that was even yet more awful. "Why are there no lights in the windows?" she asked. "Surely Sir Oswald is not lying in the darkness?" "I don't know. "The chamber in which they have placed him may be on the other side of the tower," answered Victor, briefly. "And now, Lady Eversleigh, you must alight. We can go no further with the vehicle, and I must take it back to the other side of the drawbridge." They had reached the entrance of the tower, an archway of solid masonry, over which the ivy hung like a sombre curtain. Honoria alighted, and passed under the black shadow of the arch. "You had better wait till I return, Lady Eversleigh," said Victor. "You will scarcely find your way without my help." Honoria obeyed. Anxious as she was to reach Sir Oswald without a moment's unnecessary delay, she felt herself powerless to proceed without a guide, so dark was the interior of the tower. She heard the ravens shrieking hoarsely in the battlements above, and the ivy flapping in the evening wind, but she could hear nothing else. Victor came back to her in a few minutes. As he rejoined her, there was a noise of some ponderous object falling, with a grating and rattling of heavy chains; but Lady Eversleigh was too much absorbed by her own anxieties to feel any curiosity as to the origin of the sound. "Come," said Victor, "give me your hand, Lady Eversleigh, and let me guide you." She placed her hand in that of the surgeon. He led her to a steep staircase, formed by blocks of solid stone, which were rendered slippery by the moss that had gathered on them. It was a winding staircase, built in a turret, which formed one angle of the tower. Looking upwards, Honoria saw a gap in the roof, through which the moonlight shone bright; but there was no sign of any other light. "Where is my husband?" she asked. "I see no lights. I hear no voices. The place seems like a tomb." Victor Carrington did not answer her question. "Come," he said, in a commanding voice. "Follow me, Lady Eversleigh." He still held her hand, and she obeyed him, making her way with some difficulty up the steep and winding staircase. At last she found herself at the top. A narrow doorway opened before her, and following her companion through this doorway, she emerged on the roof of the tower. Around her were the ruined battlements, broken away altogether here and there. Below her was the craggy hillside, sloping downwards to the wide expanse of the moorland. Above her was the purple sky, flooded with the calm radiance of the moon. But there was no sign of human habitation, no sound of a human voice. "Where is my husband, Mr. Carrington?" she cried, with a wild alarm, which had but that moment taken possession of her. "This ruin is uninhabited. I saw the empty rooms through gaps in the broken wall as we came up that staircase. Where is my husband?" "At Raynham Castle, Lady Eversleigh, to the best of my knowledge," answered the surgeon, with imperturbable calmness. He had seated himself on one of the broken battlements, in a lounging attitude, with one arm leaning on the ruined stone, and he was looking quietly out at the solitary expanse of barren waste, sleeping beneath the moonlight. Lady Eversleigh looked at him with a countenance that had grown rigid with horror and alarm. "My husband at Raynham? At Raynham?" she repeated, as if she could not credit the evidence of her own ears. "Am I mad, or are you mad, Mr. Carrington? My husband at Raynham Castle, you say?" "I cannot undertake to answer positively for the movements of any gentleman; but I should say that, at this present moment, Sir Oswald Eversleigh is in his own house, for which he started some hours ago." "Then why am I here?" "To answer that question clearly will involve the telling of a long story, Lady Eversleigh," answered Victor. "My motive for bringing you here concerns myself and another person. You are here to farther the interests of two people, and those two people are Reginald Eversleigh and your humble servant." "But the accident, Sir Oswald's danger?" "I must beg you not to give yourself any further alarm on that subject. I regret very much that I have been obliged to inflict unnecessary pain upon a lady. The story of the accident is a little invention of my own. Sir Oswald is perfectly safe." "Thank heaven!" cried Honoria, clasping her hands in the fervour of sudden gratitude. "Thank heaven for that!" Her face looked beautiful as she lifted it towards the moonlit sky. Victor Carrington contemplated her with wonder. Can it be possible that she loves this man? he thought. Can it be that she has not been acting a part after all? Her first thought, on hearing that she had been deceived, was one of unmingled joy, of deep and heartfelt gratitude. Her second thought was of the shameful trick that had been played upon her, and she turned to Victor Carrington with passionate indignation. "What is the meaning of this juggling, sir?" she cried; "and why have I been brought to this place?" "It is a long story, Lady Eversleigh, and I would recommend you to calm yourself before you listen to it, if you have any wish to understand me clearly." "I can stop to listen to no long story, sir. Your trick is a shameful and unmanly one, whatever its motive. I beg that you will take me back to Raynham without a moment's delay, and I would advise you to comply with my request, unless you wish to draw upon yourself Sir Oswald's vengeance for the wrong you have done me. I am the last person in the world to involve my husband in a quarrel, but if you do not immediately take steps towards restoring me to my own home, I shall certainly let him know how deeply I have been wronged and insulted." "I am not afraid of your husband, my dear Lady Eversleigh," answered the surgeon, with cool insolence; "for I do not think Sir Oswald will care to take up the cudgels in your defence after the events of to-night." Honoria Eversleigh looked at the speaker with unutterable scorn, and then turned towards the doorway which communicated with the staircase. "Since you refuse to assist in my return, I will go alone and unassisted," she said. Victor raised his hand with a warning gesture. "Do not attempt to descend that staircase, my dear Lady Eversleigh," he said. "In the first place, the steps are slippery, and the descent very dangerous; and in the next, you would find yourself unable to go beyond the archway." "What do you mean?" "Oblige me by looking down through that breach in the battlements." He had risen from his lounging position, and pointed downward as he spoke. Involuntarily, Honoria followed the indication of his hand. A cry of horror broke from her lips as she looked below. The drawbridge no longer spanned the chasm. It had fallen, and hung over the edge of the abyss, suspended by massive chains. On all sides of the tower yawned a gulf of some 15 feet wide. At first, Lady Eversleigh thought that this chasm might only be on one side of the ruin; but on rushing to the opposite battlements, and looking down, she saw that it was a moss-grown stone moat which completely encircled the stronghold. The warriors of old knew how to build their fortresses, and how to protect themselves from their foes, said Victor Carrington, as if in answer to his companion's despairing cry. Those who built this edifice and dug that moat little knew how useful their arrangements would be in these degenerate days. Do not pace to and fro with that distracted air, Lady Eversleigh. Believe me, you will do wisely to take things quietly. You are doomed to remain here till daybreak. This ruin is in the care of a man who leaves it at a certain hour every evening. When he leaves, he drops the drawbridge. You must have heard him do it a little while ago, and no hand but his can raise the chains that support it, for he only knows the secret of their machinery. He has left the place for the night. He lives 3 miles and a half away, at a little village yonder, which looks only a black speck in the distance, and he will not return till some time after daybreak." "And you would keep me a prisoner here? You would detain me in this miserable place, while my husband is no doubt expecting me at Raynham, perplexed and bewildered by my mysterious absence?" "Yes, Lady Eversleigh. There will be wonder and perplexity enough on your account to night at Raynham Castle." There was a pause after this. Honoria sank upon a block of fallen stone, bewildered, terror-stricken, for the moment powerless to express either her fears or her indignation. So strange, so completely inexplicable was the position in which she found herself. "I am in the power of a maniac," she murmured. "No one but a maniac could be capable of this wild act. My life is in the power of a madman. I can but wait the issue. Let me be calm. Oh, merciful heaven, give me fortitude to face my danger quietly." The strength she prayed for seemed to come with the prayer. The wild beating of her heart slackened a little. She swept the heavy masses of hair away from her forehead, and bound the fallen plaits in a knot at the back of her head. She did this almost as calmly as if she had been making her toilet in her dressing room at Raynham. Victor Carrington watched her with surprise. "She is a wonderful woman," he said to himself; "a noble creature, as powerful in mind as she is lovely in person. What a pity that I should make myself the enemy of this woman for the sake of such a mean-spirited hound as Reginald Eversleigh. But my interests compel me to run counter to my inclination. It is a great pity. With this woman as my ally, I might have done greater things than I shall ever do by myself." Victor Carrington mused thus while Honoria Eversleigh sat on the edge of the broken wall, at a few paces from him, looking calmly out at the purple sky. She fully believed that she had fallen into the power of a maniac. What, except madness, could have prompted such conduct as that of Victor Carrington's? She knew that there is no defence so powerful as an appearance of calmness, and it was with tranquillity she addressed her companion after that interval of deliberation. "Now, Mr. Carrington," she said, "since it seems I am your prisoner, perhaps you will be good enough to inform me why you have brought me to this place, and what injury I have ever done you, that you should inflict so deep a wrong on me." "You have never injured me, Lady Eversleigh," replied Victor Carrington; "but you have injured one who is my friend, and whose interests are closely linked with mine." "Who is that friend?" "Reginald Eversleigh." "Reginald Eversleigh!" repeated Honoria, with amazement. "In what manner have I injured Reginald Eversleigh? Is he not my husband's nephew? And am I not bound to feel interest in his welfare? How, then, can I have injured him?" "You have done him the worst wrong that one individual can do another. You stand between him and fortune. Do you not know that, little more than a year ago, Reginald Eversleigh was the heir to Raynham and all its surroundings?" "I know that; but he was disinherited before I crossed his uncle's pathway." "True; but had you not crossed Sir Oswald's path, there is no doubt Reginald would have been restored to favour. But you have woven your spells round his kinsman, and his only hope lies in your disgrace." "My disgrace?" "Yes, Lady Eversleigh. Life is a battle, in which the weakest must be trodden down. You have triumphed hitherto, but the hour of your triumph is past. Yesterday you were queen of Raynham Castle. To-morrow no kitchen wench within its walls would be so low as you." "What do you mean?" asked Honoria, more and more mystified every moment by her companion's words. For the first time an awful fear took possession of her, and she began to perceive that she was the victim of a foul and villainous plot. "What do you mean?" she repeated, in accents of alarm. "I mean this, Lady Eversleigh. The world judges of people's actions by their outward seeming, not by their inward truth. Appearances have conspired to condemn you. Before to-morrow every creature in Raynham Castle will believe that you have fled from your home, and with me." "Fled from my home?" "Yes. How else can your absence to-night, your sudden disappearance from the Pic-nic, be construed?" "If I live, I shall go back to the castle at daybreak to-morrow morning, go back to denounce your villainy, to implore my husband's vengeance on your infamy." "And do you think any one will believe your denunciation? You will go back too late, Lady Eversleigh." "Oh, villain! Villain!" murmured Honoria, in accents of mingled abhorrence and despair; abhorrence of her companion's infamy, despair inspired by the horror of her own position. "You have played for a very high stake, Lady Eversleigh," said the surgeon; "and you must not wonder if you have found opponents ready to encounter your play with a still more desperate and a still more dexterous game. When a nameless and obscure woman springs from poverty and obscurity to rank and riches, she must expect to find others ready to dispute the prize which she has won." "And there can exist a wretch calling himself a man, and yet capable of such an act as this!" cried Honoria, looking upward to the calm and cloudless sky, as if she would have called heaven to witness the iniquity of her enemy. "Do not speak to me, sir," she added, turning to Victor Carrington, with unutterable scorn. "I believed a few minutes ago that you were a madman, and I thought myself the victim of a maniac's folly. I understand all now. You have plotted nobly for your friend's service, and he will, no doubt, reward you richly if you succeed; but you have not yet succeeded. Providence sometimes seems to favour the wicked. It has favoured you so far, but the end has not come yet." She turned from him, and walked to the opposite side of the tower. Here she seated herself on the battlemented wall, as calm in outward seeming as if she had been in her own drawing room. She took out a tiny jewelled watch. By that soft light she could perceive the figures on the dial. It was a few minutes after 1 o'clock. It was not likely that the men who had charge of the ruins would come to the tower until 7 or 8 in the morning. For 6 or 7 hours, therefore, Honoria Eversleigh was likely to be a prisoner. For 6 or 7 hours she would have to endure the hateful presence of the man whose treachery had placed her in this hideous position. Despair reigned in her heart, entire and overwhelming despair. When released from her prison, she might hurry back to the castle; but who would believe a story so wild, so improbable as that which she would have to tell? Would her husband believe her? Would he, who had to all appearance withdrawn his love from her for no reason whatever, would he believe in her purity and truth, when circumstances conspired in damning evidence of her guilt? A sense of hopeless misery took possession of her heart, but no cry of anguish broke from her pale lips. She sat motionless as a statue, with her eyes fixed upon the eastern horizon, counting the moments as they passed with cruel slowness, watching with yearning gaze for the first glimmer of morning. Victor Carrington contemplated that statuesque figure, that pale and tranquil face, with unalloyed admiration. Until to-night he had despised women as frail, helpless creatures, only made to be flattered by false words, and tyrannized over by stronger natures than their own. Among all the women with whom he had ever been associated, his mother was the only one in whose good sense he had believed, or for whose intellect he had felt the smallest respect. But now he beheld a woman of another stamp, a woman whose pride and fortitude were akin to the heroic. "You endure the unpleasantness of your position nobly, Lady Eversleigh," he said, "and I can find no words to express my admiration of your conduct. It is very hard to find oneself the enemy of a lady, and above all of a lady whose beauty and whose intellect are alike calculated to inspire admiration. But in this world, Lady Eversleigh, there is only one rule, only one governing principle by which men regulate their lives, let them seek as they will to mask the truth with specious lies, which other men pretend to believe but do not. That one rule, that one governing principle, is self-interest. For the advancement of his own fortune, the man who calls himself honest will trample on the dearest ties, will sacrifice the firmest friendships. The game which Reginald Eversleigh and I have played against you is a desperate one; but Sir Oswald rendered his nephew desperate when he reduced him in 1 short hour from wealth to poverty, when he robbed him of expectations that had been his from infancy. A desperate man will do desperate deeds, and it has been your fate, Lady Eversleigh, to cross the path of such a man." He waited, with his eyes fixed on the face of Sir Oswald's wife; but during the whole of his speech she had never once looked at him. She had never withdrawn her eyes from the eastern horizon. Passionless contempt was expressed by that curving lip, that calm repose of eye and brow. It seemed as if this woman's disdain for the plotting villain into whose power she had fallen absorbed every other feeling. Victor Carrington waited in vain for some reply from those scornful lips, but none came. He took out his cigar case, lighted a cigar, and sat in a meditative attitude, smoking, and looking down moodily at the black chasm below the base of the tower. For the first time in his life, this man, who was utterly without honour or principle, this man who held self-interest as the one rule of conduct, this unscrupulous trickster and villain, felt the bitterness of a woman's scorn. He would have been unmoved by the loudest evidence of his victim's despair, but her silent contempt stung him to the quick. The hours dragged themselves out with a hideous slowness for the despairing creature who sat watching for the dawn. But at last that long night came to an end. The chill morning light glimmered faint and grey in the east. It was not the first time that Sir Oswald's wife had watched in anguish for the coming of that light. In that lonely tower, with her heart tortured by a sense of unutterable agony, there came back to her the memory of another vigil which she had kept more than 2 years before. She heard the dull, plashing sound of a river, the shivering of rushes, then the noise of a struggle, oaths, a heavy crashing fall, a groan, and then no more. Blessed with her husband's love, she had for a while closed her eyes upon that horrible picture of the past; but now, in the hour of despair, it came back to her, hideously distinct, awfully palpable. "How could I hope for happiness?" she thought. "I, the daughter of an assassin! The sins of one generation are visited on another. A curse is upon me, and I can never hope for happiness." The sun rose and shone broad and full over the barren moorland; but it was several hours after sunrise before the man who took care of the ruins came to release the wretched prisoner. He picked up a scanty living by showing the tower to visitors, and he knew that no visitors were likely to come before 9 o'clock in the morning. It was nearly 9 when Honoria saw him approaching in the distance. It was after 9 when he drew up the bridge and came across it to the ruined fortress. "You are free from this moment, Lady Eversleigh," said the surgeon, whose face looked horribly pale and worn in the broad sunlight. That night of watching had not been without its agony for him. Honoria did not condescend to notice his words. She took up the plumed hat which had been lying among the long grass at her feet. The delicate feathers were wet and spoiled by the night dew, and she took them from the fragile hat and flung them away. Her thin white dress was heavy with the damp, and clung round her like a shroud; but she had not felt the chilling night winds. Lady Eversleigh groped her way down the winding staircase, which was dark even in the daytime, except here and there, where a gap in the wall let in a patch of light upon the gloomy stones. Under the archway she met the countryman, who uttered a cry on beholding the white, phantom-like figure. "Oh, Lord!" he cried, when he had recovered from his terror. "I ask pardon, my lady, but danged if I didn't take thee for a ghost." "You did not know, when you went away last night, that there was any one in the tower?" "No, indeed, my lady. I'd been away for a few minutes, looking after a bit of peg I've got in a shed down yonder; and when I came back to let down the drawbridge, I didn't sing out to ax if there were any one in the old tower, for 'tain't often as there be any one at that time of night." "Tell me the way to the nearest village," cried Honoria. "I want to get some conveyance to take me to Raynham." "Then you had better go to Edgington, ma'am. That's 4 miles from here on the Raynham road." The man pointed out the way to the village of which he spoke, and Lady Eversleigh set forth across the wide expanse of moorland alone. She had considerable difficulty in finding her way, for there were no landmarks on that broad stretch of level turf. She wandered out of the track more than once, and it was 1 o'clock before she reached the village of Edgington. Here, after considerable delay, she procured a carriage to take her on to Raynham; but there was little chance that she could reach the castle until between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. CHAPTER X. of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 10. How art thou lost? How on a sudden lost? If Honoria Eversleigh had endured a night of anguish amid the wild desolation of Yarborough Tower, Sir Oswald had suffered an agony scarcely less terrible at Raynham. He had been summoned from the dinner table in the marquee by one of his servants, who told him that a boy was waiting for him with a letter, which he would entrust to no one but Sir Oswald Eversleigh himself. Mystified by the strange character of this message, Sir Oswald went immediately to see the boy who had brought it. He found a lad waiting for him under the trees near the marquee. The boy handed him a letter, which he opened and read immediately. The contents of that letter were well calculated to agitate and disturb him. The letter was anonymous. It consisted of the following words: "If Sir Oswald Eversleigh wishes to be convinced of his wife's truth or falsehood, let him ride back to Raynham without a moment's delay. There he will receive ample evidence of her real character. He may have to wait; but the friend who writes this advises him to wait patiently. He will not wait in vain. A nameless counsellor. A fortnight before, Sir Oswald would have flung such a letter as this away from him with indignant scorn; but the poison of suspicion had done its corroding work. For a little time Sir Oswald hesitated, half inclined to despise the mysterious warning. All his better feelings prompted him to disregard this nameless correspondent. All his noblest impulses urged him to confide blindly and unquestioningly in the truth of the wife he loved. But jealousy, that dark and fatal passion, triumphed over every generous feeling, and he yielded to the influence of his hidden counsellor. "No harm can arise from my return to Raynham," he thought. "My friends yonder are enjoying themselves too much to trouble themselves about my absence. If this anonymous correspondent is fooling me, I shall soon discover my mistake." Having once arrived at this determination, Sir Oswald lost no time in putting it into execution. He ordered his horse, Orestes, and rode away as fast as the animal would carry him. Arrived at Raynham, he inquired if any one had asked for him, but was told there had not been any visitors at the castle throughout the day. Again and again Sir Oswald consulted the anonymous letter. It told him to wait; but for what was he to wait? Half ashamed of himself for having yielded to the tempter, restless and uneasy in spirit, he wandered from room to room in the twilight, abandoned to gloomy and miserable thoughts. The servants lighted the lamps in the many chambers of Raynham, while Sir Oswald paced to and fro, now in the long drawing room, now in the library, now on the terrace, where the September moon shone broad and full. It was 11 o'clock when the sound of approaching wheels proclaimed the return of the picnic party; and until that hour the baronet had watched and waited without having been rewarded by the smallest discovery of any kind whatever. He felt bitterly ashamed of himself for having been duped by so shallow a trick. It is the handiwork of some kind friend, the practical joke of some flippant youngster, who thinks it a delightful piece of humour to play upon the jealousy of a husband of 50, mused the baronet, as he brooded over his folly. "I wish to heaven I could discover the writer of the epistle. He should find that it is rather a dangerous thing to trifle with a man's feelings." Sir Oswald went himself to assist at the reception of his guests. He expected to see his wife arrive with the rest. For the moment he forgot all about his suspicions of the last fortnight. He thought only of the anonymous letter, and the wrong which he had done Honoria in being influenced by its dark hints. If he could have met his wife at that moment, when every impulse of his heart drew him towards her, all sense of estrangement would have melted away, all his doubts would have vanished before a smile from her. But though Sir Oswald found his wife's barouche the first of the carriages, she was not in it. Lydia Graham told him how "dear Lady Eversleigh" had caused all the party such terrible alarm. "I suppose she reached home 2 hours ago," added the young lady. "She had more than an hour's start of us; and with that light vehicle and spirited horse, she and Mr. Carrington must have come so rapidly." "My wife and Mr. Carrington? What do you mean, Miss Graham?" Lydia explained, and Reginald Eversleigh confirmed her statement. Lady Eversleigh had left the Wizard's Cave more than an hour before the rest of the party, accompanied by Mr. Carrington. No words can describe the consternation of Sir Oswald. He did his best to conceal his alarm, but the livid hue of his face, the ashen pallor of his lips, betrayed the intensity of his emotion. He sent out mounted grooms to search the different roads between the castle and the scene of the picnic; and then he left his guests without a word, and shut himself in his own apartments to await the issue of the search. Had any fatal accident happened to her and her companion? Or were Honoria Eversleigh and Victor Carrington two guilty creatures, who had abandoned themselves to the folly and madness of a wicked attachment, and had fled together, reckless alike of reputation and fortune? He tried to believe that this latter chance was beyond the region of possibility; but horrible suspicions racked his brain as he paced to and fro, waiting for the issue of the search that was being made. Better that he should be told that his wife had been found lying dead upon the hard, cruel road, than that he should hear that she had left him for another, a false and degraded creature. Why did she trust herself to the companionship of this man? He asked himself. Why did she disgrace herself by leaving her guests in the company of a young man who ought to be little more than a stranger to her? She is no ignorant or foolish girl. She has shown herself able to hold her own in the most trying positions. What madness could have possessed her, that she should bring disgrace upon herself and me by such conduct as this? The grooms came back after a search that had been utterly in vain. No trace of the missing lady had been discovered. Inquiries had been made everywhere along the road, but without result. No gig had been seen to pass between the neighbourhood of the Wizard's Cave and Raynham Castle. Sir Oswald abandoned himself to despair. There was no longer any hope. His wife had fled from him. Bitter indeed was the penalty which he was called upon to pay for his romantic marriage, his blind confidence in the woman who had fascinated and bewitched him. He bowed his head beneath the blow, and alone, hidden from the cruel gaze of the world, he resigned himself to his misery. All that night he sat alone, his head buried in his clasped hands, stunned and bewildered by his agony. His valet, Joseph Millard, knocked at the door at the usual hour, anxious to assist at his master's toilet; but the door was securely locked, and Sir Oswald told his servant that he needed no help. He spoke in a firm voice, for he knew that the valet's ear would be keen to mark any evidence of his misery. When the man was gone, he rose up for the first time, and looked across the sunlit woods. A groan of agony burst from his lips as he gazed upon that beautiful landscape. He had brought his young wife to be mistress of this splendid domain. He had shown her that fair scene, and had told her that she was to be queen over all those proud possessions until the day of her death. No hand was ever to rob her of them. They were the free gift of his boundless love, to be shared only by her children, should Heaven bless her and her husband with inheritors for this ancient estate. He had never been weary of testifying his devotion, his passionate love, and yet, before she had been his wife 3 months, she left him for another. While he stood before the open window, with these bitter thoughts in his mind, he heard the sound of wheels in the corridor without. The wheels belonged to an invalid chair, used by Captain Copplestone when the gout held him prisoner, a self-propelling chair, in which the captain could make his way where he pleased. The captain knocked at his old comrade's door. "Let me in, Oswald," he said. "I want to see you immediately." "Not this morning, my dear Copplestone. I can't see any one this morning," answered the baronet. "You can see me, Oswald. I must and will see you, and I shall stop here till you let me in." A loud knock at the door, with a heavy-handed cane, accompanied the close of his speech. Sir Oswald opened the door, and admitted the captain, who pushed his chair dexterously through the doorway. "Well," said this eccentric visitor, when Sir Oswald had shut the door, "so you've not been to bed all night?" "How do you know that?" "By your looks, for one thing, and by the appearance of your bed, which I can see through the open door yonder, for another. Pretty goings on, these." "A heavy sorrow has fallen upon me, Copplestone." "Your wife has run away. That's what you mean, I suppose?" "What!" cried Sir Oswald. "It is all known, then?" "What is all known?" "That my wife has left me." "Well, my dear Oswald, there is a rumour of that kind afloat, and I have come here in consequence of that rumour; but I don't believe there's a word of truth in it." The baronet turned from his friend with a bitter smile of derision. "I may strive to hoodwink the world, Copplestone," he said, "but I have no wish to deceive you. My wife has left me. There is no doubt of it." "I don't believe it," cried the captain. "No, Oswald Eversleigh, I don't believe it. You know what I am. I'm not quite like the Miller of Dee, for I do care for somebody, and that somebody is my oldest friend. When I first heard of your marriage, I told you that you were a fool. That was plain spoken enough, if you like. When I saw your wife, I told you that had changed my mind, and that I thought your folly an excusable one. If ever I saw purity and truth in a woman's face, I saw them in the face of Lady Eversleigh, and I will stake my life that she is as true as steel." Sir Oswald clasped his friend's hand, too deeply moved for words. There was unspeakable consolation in such friendship as this. For the first time since midnight, a ray of hope dawned upon him. He had always trusted in his old comrade's judgment. Might he not trust in him still? When Captain Copplestone left him, he went to his dressing room, and made even a more than usually careful toilet, and went to face the world. In the great dining room he found all his guests assembled, and he took his seat amongst them calmly, though the sight of Honoria's empty place cut him to the heart. Never, perhaps, was a more miserable meal eaten than that breakfast. There were long intervals of silence, and what little conversation there was appeared forced and artificial. Perhaps the most self-possessed person, the calmest to all appearance of the whole party, was Sir Oswald Eversleigh, so heroic an effort had he made over himself, in order to face the world proudly. He had a few words to say to every one, and was particularly courteous to the guests near him. He opened his letters with an unshaking hand, but he abstained from all allusion to his wife, or the events of the previous evening. He had finished breakfast, and was leaving the room, when his nephew approached him. "Can I speak to you for a few moments alone?" asked Reginald. "Certainly. I am going to the library to write my letters. You can go with me if you like." They went together to the library. As Sir Oswald closed the door, and turned to face his nephew, he perceived that Reginald was deadly pale. "What is amiss?" he asked. "You ask me that, my dear uncle, at a time when you ought to know that my sympathy for your sorrow—" "Reserve your sympathy until it is needed," answered the baronet, abruptly. "I dare say you mean well, my dear Reginald; but there are some subjects which I will suffer no man to approach." "I beg your pardon, sir. Then in that case I can tell you nothing. I fancied that it was my duty to bring you any information that reached me, but I defer to you entirely. The subject is a most unhappy one, and I am glad to be spared the pain involved in speaking of it." "What do you mean?" said the baronet. "If you have anything to tell me, anything that can throw light upon the mystery of my wife's flight, speak out, and speak quickly. I am almost mad, Reginald. Forgive me if I spoke harshly just now. You are my nephew, and the mask I wear before the world may be dropped in your presence." "I know nothing personally of Lady Eversleigh's disappearance," said Reginald; "but I have good reason to believe that Miss Graham could tell you much, if she chose to speak out. She has hinted at being in the secret, and I think it only right you should question her." "I will question her," answered Sir Oswald, starting to his feet. "Send her to me, Reginald." Mr. Eversleigh left his uncle, and Miss Graham very speedily appeared, looking the very image of unconscious innocence, and quite unable to imagine what dear Sir Oswald could want with her. The baronet came to the point very quickly, and before Lydia had time for consideration, she had been made to give a full account of the scene which she had witnessed on the previous evening between Victor Carrington and Honoria. Of course, Miss Graham told Sir Oswald that she had witnessed this strange scene in the most accidental manner. She had happened to be in a walk that commanded a view of the fir grove. "And you saw my wife agitated, clinging to that man?" Lady Eversleigh was terribly agitated. "And then you saw her take her place in the gig, of her own free will?" "I did, Sir Oswald." "Oh, what infamy!" murmured the baronet; "what hideous infamy!" It was to himself that he spoke, rather than to Miss Graham. His eyes were fixed on vacancy, and it seemed as if he was scarcely aware of the young lady's presence. Lydia was almost terrified by that blank, awful look. She waited for a few moments, and then, finding that Sir Oswald questioned her no further, she crept quietly from the room, glad to escape from the sorrow-stricken husband. Malicious though she was, she believed that this time she had spoken the truth. "He has reason to repent his romantic choice," she thought as she left the library. "Perhaps now he will think that he might have done better by choosing a wife from his own set." The day wore on. Sir Oswald remained alone in the library, seated before a table with his arms folded, his gaze fixed on empty space, a picture of despair. The clock had struck many times. The hot afternoon sun blazed full upon the broad Tudor windows, when the door was opened gently, and some one came into the room. Sir Oswald looked up angrily, thinking it was one of the servants who had intruded on him. It was his wife who stood before him, dressed in the white robes she had worn at the picnic, but wan and haggard, white as the dress she wore. "Oswald!" she cried, with outstretched hands, and the look of one who did not doubt she would be welcome. The baronet sprang to his feet, and looked at that pale face with a gaze of unspeakable indignation. "And you dare to come back!" he exclaimed. "False-hearted adventuress, actress, hypocrite! You dare to come to me with that lying smile upon your face, after your infamy of last night?" "I am neither adventuress nor hypocrite, Oswald. Oh, where have your love and confidence vanished, that you can condemn me unheard? I have done no wrong, not by so much as one thought that is not full of love for you. I am the helpless victim of the vilest plot that was ever concocted for the destruction of a woman's happiness." A mocking laugh burst from the lips of Sir Oswald. "Oh," he cried, "so that is your story. You are the victim of a plot, are you? You were carried away by ruffians, I suppose. You did not go willingly with your paramour? Woman, you stand convicted of your treachery by the fullest evidence. You were seen to leave the wizard's cave. You were seen clinging to Victor Carrington, were seen to go with him willingly. And then you come and tell me you are the victim of a plot. Oh, Lady Eversleigh, this is too poor a story. I should have given you credit for greater powers of invention." "If I am guilty, why am I here?" asked Honoria. "Shall I tell you why you are here?" cried Sir Oswald, passionately. "Look yonder, madam. Look at those wide woodlands, the deer park, the lakes and gardens. This is only one side of Raynham Castle. It was for those you returned, Lady Eversleigh, for the love of those, and those alone. Influenced by a mad and wicked passion, you fled with your lover last night. But no sooner did you remember the wealth you had lost, the position you had sacrificed, than you repented your folly. You determined to come back. Your doting husband would doubtless open his arms to receive you. A few imploring words, a tear or so, and the poor weak dupe would be melted. This is how you argued, but you were wrong. I have been foolish. I have abandoned myself to the dream of a dotard. But the dream is past. The awakening has been rude, but it has been efficacious. I shall never dream again." "Oswald, will you not listen to my story?" "No, madam. I will not give you the opportunity of making me a second time your dupe. Go back to your lover, Victor Carrington. Your repentance comes too late. The Raynham heritage will never be yours. Go back to your lover; or, if he will not receive you, go back to the gutter from which I took you." "Oswald!" The cry of reproach went like a dagger to the heart of the baronet; but he steeled himself against those imploring tones. He believed that he had been wronged, that this woman was as false as she was beautiful. "Oswald!" cried Honoria, "you must and shall hear my story. I demand a hearing as a right which you could not withhold from the vilest criminal, and which you shall not withhold from me, your lawfully wedded and faithful wife. You may disbelieve my story if you please. Heaven knows it seems wild and improbable; but you shall hear it. Yes, Oswald, you shall." She stood before him, drawn to her fullest height, confronting him proudly. If this was guilt, it was indeed shameless guilt. Unhappily, the baronet believed in the evidence of Lydia Graham rather than in the witness of his wife's truth. Why should Lydia have deceived him, he asked himself. What possible motive could she have for seeking to blight his wife's fair name? Honoria told her story from first to last. She told the history of her night of anguish. She spoke with her eyes fixed on her husband's face, in which she could read the indications of his every feeling. As her story drew to a close, her own countenance grew rigid with despair, for she saw that her words had made no impression on the obdurate heart to which she appealed. "I do not ask you if you believe me," she said, when her story was finished. "I can see that you do not. All is over between us, Sir Oswald," she added, in a tone of intense sadness. "All is over. You are right in what you said just now, cruel though your words were. You did take me from the gutter. You accepted me in ignorance of my past history. You gave your love and your name to a friendless, nameless creature. And now that circumstances conspire to condemn me, can I wonder if you, too, condemn? If you refuse to believe my declaration of my innocence, I do not wonder. I am only grieved that it should be so. I should have been so proud of your love if it could have survived this fiery ordeal. So proud! But let that pass. I would not remain an hour beneath this roof on sufferance. I am quite ready to go from this house to day, at an hour's warning, never to re-enter it. Raynham Castle is no more to me than that desolate tower in which I spent last night, without your love. I will leave you without one word of reproach, and you shall never hear my name or see my face again." She moved towards the door as she spoke. There was a quiet earnestness in her manner which might have gone far to convince Oswald Eversleigh of her truth; but his mind was too deeply imbued with a belief in her falsehood. This dignified calm, this subdued resignation, seemed to him only the consummate art of a finished actress. "She is steeped in falsehood to the very lips," he thought. "Doubtless the little she told me of the history of her childhood was as false as all the rest. Heaven only knows what shameful secrets may have been hidden in her past life." She had crossed the threshold of the door when some sudden impulse moved him to follow her. "Do not leave Raynham till you have heard further from me, Lady Eversleigh," he said. "It will be my task to make all arrangements for your future life." His wife did not answer him. She walked towards the hall, her head bent, her eyes fixed on the ground. "She will not leave the castle until she is obliged to do so," thought Sir Oswald, as he returned to the library. "Oh, what a tissue of falsehood she tried to palm upon me! And she would have blackened my nephew's name in order to screen her own guilt." He rang a bell, and told the servant who answered it to fetch Mr. Eversleigh. His nephew appeared 5 minutes afterwards, still very pale and anxious looking. "I have sent for you, Reginald," said the baronet, "because I have a duty to perform, a very painful duty, but one which I do not care to delay. It is now nearly a year and a half since I made a will which disinherited you. I had good reason for that step, as you know; but I have heard no further talk of your vices or your follies, and so far as I can judge, you have undergone a reformation. It is not for me, therefore, to hold sternly to a determination which I had made in a moment of extreme anger; and I should perhaps have restored you to your old position ere this, had not a new interest absorbed my heart and mind. I have had cruel reason to repent my folly. I might feel resentment against you on account of your friend's infamy; but I am not weak enough for that. Victor Carrington and I have a terrible account to settle, and it shall be settled to the uttermost. I need hardly tell you that, if you hold any further communication with him, you will for ever forfeit my friendship." "My dear sir, you surely cannot suppose Do not interrupt me. I wish to say what I have to say, and to have done with this subject for ever. You know I have already told you the contents of the will which I made after my marriage. That will left the bulk of my fortune to my wife. That will must now be destroyed, and in the document which I shall substitute for it, your name will occupy its old place. Heaven grant that I do wisely, Reginald, and that you will prove yourself worthy of my confidence." "My dear uncle, your goodness overpowers me. I cannot find words to express my gratitude." "No thanks, Reginald. Remember that the change which restores you to your old position is brought about by my misery. Say no more. Better that an Eversleigh should be master of Raynham when I am dead and gone. And now leave me." The young man retired. His face betrayed conflicting emotions. Lost to all sense of honour though he was, the iniquity of the scheme by which he had succeeded weighed horribly upon his mind, and he was seized with a wild fear of the man through whose agency it had been brought about. CHAPTER XI. Chapter 11 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 11. The Will, the Testament, Part 1. The brief pang of fear and remorse passed quickly away, and Reginald went out upon the terrace to look upon those woods which were once more his promised heritage, on which he could gaze, as of old, with the proud sense of possession. While looking over that fair domain, he forgot the hateful means by which he had re-established himself as the heir of Raynham. He forgot Victor Carrington, everything except his own good fortune. His heart throbbed with a sense of triumph. He left the terrace, crossed the Italian garden, and made his way to the light iron gate which opened upon the park. Leaning wearily upon this gate, he saw an old man in the costume of a pedlar. A broad slouched hat almost concealed his face, and a long iron grey beard drooped upon his chest. His garments were dusty, as if with many a weary mile's wandering on the parched high roads, and he carried a large pack of goods upon his back. The park was open to the public, and this man had, no doubt, come to the garden gate in the hope of finding some servant who would be beguiled into letting him carry his wares to the castle for the inspection of Sir Oswald's numerous household. "Stand aside, my good fellow, and let me pass," said Reginald, as he approached the little gate. The man did not stir. His arms were folded on the topmost bar of the gate, and he did not alter his attitude. "Let me be the first to congratulate the heir of Raynham on his renewed hopes," he said, quietly. "Carrington!" cried Reginald; and then, after a pause, he asked, "What in heaven's name is the meaning of this masquerade?" The surgeon removed his broad-brimmed hat, and wiped his forehead with a hand that looked brown, wizen, and wrinkled as the hand of an old man. Nothing could have been more perfect than his disguise. The accustomed pallor of his face was changed to the brown and sunburnt hue produced by constant exposure to all kinds of weather. A network of wrinkles surrounded the brilliant black eyes, which now shone under shaggy eyebrows of iron grey. "I should never have recognized you," said Reginald, staring for some moments at his friend's face, completely lost in surprise. "Very likely not," answered the surgeon, coolly. "I don't want people to recognize me. A disguise that can by any possibility be penetrated is the most fatal mistake. I can disguise my voice as well as my face, as you will perhaps hear by and by. When talking to a friend, there is no occasion to take so much trouble." "But why have you assumed this disguise?" "Because I want to be on the spot; and you may imagine that, after having eloped with the lady of the house, I could not very safely show myself here in my own proper person." "What need had you to return? Your scheme is accomplished, is it not?" "Well, not quite." "Is there anything more to be done?" "Yes, there is something more." "What is the nature of that something?" asked Reginald. "Leave that to me," answered the surgeon. "And now you had better pass on, young heir of Raynham, and leave the poor old pedlar to smoke his pipe, and to watch for some passing maid servant who will admit him to the castle." Reginald lingered, fascinated in some manner by the presence of his friend and counsellor. He wanted to penetrate the mystery hidden in the breast of his ally. "How did you know that your scheme had succeeded?" he asked, presently. "I read my success in your face as you came towards this gate just now. It was the face of an acknowledged heir. And now, perhaps, you will be good enough to tell me your news." Reginald related all that had happened: the use he had made of Lydia Graham's malice; the interview with his uncle after Lady Eversleigh's return. "Good!" exclaimed Victor. "Good from first to last. Did ever any scheme work so smoothly? That was a stroke of genius of yours, Reginald, the use you made of Miss Graham's evidence. And so she was watching us, was she? Charming creature! How little she knows to what an extent we are indebted to her. Well, Reginald, I congratulate you. It is a grand thing to be the acknowledged heir of such an estate as this." He glanced across the broad gardens, blazing with rich masses of vivid colour, produced by the artistic arrangement of the flower beds. He looked up to the long range of windows, the terrace, the massive towers, the grand old archway, and then he looked back at his friend with a sinister light in his glittering black eyes. "There is only one drawback," he said. "And that is?" "That you may have to wait a very long time for your inheritance. Let me see. Your uncle is 50 years of age, I think?" "Yes, he is about 50. And he has an iron constitution. He has led a temperate, hardy life. Such a man is as likely to live to be 80 as I am to see my 40th birthday. And that would give you 30 years waiting. A long delay. A terrible trial of patience." "Why do you say these things?" cried Reginald, impatiently. "Do you want to make me miserable in the hour of our triumph? Do you mean that we have burdened our souls with all this crime and falsehood for nothing? You are mad, Victor." "No, I am only in a speculative mood. 30 years. 30 years would be a long time to wait." "Who says I shall have to wait 30 years? My uncle may die long before that time." "Ah, to be sure. Your uncle may die suddenly. Perhaps very soon, it may be. The shock of his wife's falsehood may kill him after he has made a new will in your favour." The two men stood face to face, looking at each other. "What do you mean?" Reginald asked; "and why do you look at me like that?" "I am only thinking what a lucky fellow you would be if this grief that has fallen upon your uncle were to be fatal to his life." "Don't talk like that, Carrington. I won't think of such a thing. I am bad enough, I know, but not quite so bad as to wish my uncle dead." "You would be sorry if he were dead, I suppose?" "Sorry, with this domain your own, with all power and pleasure that wealth can purchase for a man? You would be sorry, would you? You wish well to the kind kinsman to whom you have been such a devoted nephew? You would prefer to wait 30 years for your heritage, if you should live so long?" "Victor Carrington," cried Reginald, passionately, "you are the fiend himself in disguise. Let me pass. I will not stop to listen to your hateful words." "Wait to hear one question, at any rate. Why do you suppose I made you sign that promissory note at a 12-months' date?" "I don't know; but you must know, as well as I do, that the note will be waste paper so long as my uncle lives." "I do know that, my dear Reginald; but I got you to date the document as you did, because I have a kind of presentiment that before that date you will be master of Raynham." "You mean that my uncle will die within the year?" "I am subject to presentiments of that kind. I do not think Sir Oswald will see the end of the year." "Carrington!" exclaimed Reginald, "your schemes are hateful. I will have no further dealings with you." "Indeed! Then am I to go to Sir Oswald, and tell him the story of last night? Am I to tell him that his wife is innocent?" "No, no; tell him nothing. Let things stand as they are. The promise of the estate is mine. I have suffered too much from the loss of my position, and I cannot forego my new hopes. But let there be no more guilt, no more plotting. We have succeeded. Let us wait patiently for the end." "Yes," answered the surgeon, coolly, "we will wait for the end. And if the end should come sooner than our most sanguine hopes have led us to expect, we will not quarrel with the handiwork of fate. Now leave me. I see a petticoat yonder amongst the trees. It belongs to some housemaid from the castle, I dare say, and I must see if my eloquence as a wandering merchant cannot win me admission within the walls which I dare not approach as Victor Carrington." Reginald opened the gate with his pass key, and allowed the surgeon to go through into the gardens. It was dusk when Sir Oswald left the library. He had sent a message to the chief of his guests, excusing himself from attending the dinner table on the ground of ill health. When he knew that all his visitors would be assembled in the dining room, he left the library for the first time since he had entered it after breakfast. He had brooded long and gloomily over his misery, and had come to a determination as to the line of conduct which he should pursue towards his wife. He went now to Lady Eversleigh's apartments, in order to inform her of his decision. But to his surprise he found the rooms empty. His wife's maid was sitting at needlework by one of the windows of the dressing room. "Where is your mistress?" asked Sir Oswald. "She has gone out, sir. She has left the castle for some little time, I think, sir, for she put on the plainest of her travelling dresses, and she took a small travelling bag with her. There is a note, sir, on the mantelpiece in the next room. Shall I fetch it?" "No, I will get it myself. At what time did Lady Eversleigh leave the castle?" "About 2 hours ago, sir." 2 hours! In time for the afternoon coach to York, thought Sir Oswald. "Go and inquire if your mistress really left the castle at that time," he said to the maid. He went into the boudoir, and took the letter from the mantelpiece. He crushed it into his breast pocket, with the seal unbroken. "Time enough to discover what new falsehood she has tried to palm upon me," he thought. He looked round the empty room, which she was never more to occupy. Her books, her music, were scattered on every side. The sound of her rich voice seemed still to vibrate through the room, and she was gone for ever. Well, she was a base and guilty creature, and it was better so, infinitely better, that her polluting presence should no longer dishonour those ancient chambers, within which generations of proud and pure women had lived and died. But to see the rooms empty, and to know that she was gone, gave him nevertheless a pang. "What will become of her?" thought Sir Oswald. "She will return to her lover, of course, and he will console her for the sacrifice she has made by her mad folly. Let her prize him while he still lives to console her, for she may not have him long. Why do I think of her? Why do I trouble myself about her? I have my affairs to arrange, a new will to make, before I think of vengeance. And those matters once settled, vengeance shall be my only thought. I have done for ever with love." Sir Oswald returned to the library. A lamp burned on the table at which he was accustomed to write. It was a shaded reading lamp, which made a wide circle of vivid light around the spot where it stood, but left the rest of the room in shadow. The night was oppressively hot, an August rather than a September night, and before beginning his work, Sir Oswald flung open one of the broad windows leading out upon the terrace. Then he unlocked a carved oak bureau, and took out a packet of papers. He seated himself at the table, and began to examine these papers. Among them was the will which he had executed since his marriage. He read this, and then laid it aside. As he did so, a figure approached the wide open window. An eager face, illuminated by glittering eyes, peered into the room. It was the face of Victor Carrington, hidden beneath the disguise of assumed age, and completely metamorphosed by the dark skin and grizzled beard. Had Sir Oswald looked up and seen that face, he would not have recognized its owner. After laying aside the document he had read, Sir Oswald began to write. He wrote slowly, meditating upon every word, and after having written for about half an hour, he rose and left the room. The surgeon had never stirred from his post by the window, and as Sir Oswald closed the door behind him, he crept stealthily into the apartment, and to the table where the papers lay. His footstep, light always, made no sound upon the thick velvet pile. He glanced at the contents of the paper, on which the ink was still wet. It was a will, leaving the bulk of Sir Oswald's fortune to his nephew Reginald unconditionally. Victor Carrington did not linger a moment longer than was necessary to convince him of this fact. He hurried back to his post by the window. Nor was he an instant too soon. The door opened before he had fairly stepped from the apartment. Sir Oswald re-entered, followed by two men. One was the butler, the other was the valet, Joseph Millard. The will was executed in the presence of these men, who affixed their signatures to it as witnesses. "I have no wish to keep the nature of this will a secret from my household," said Sir Oswald. "It restores my nephew, Mr. Reginald Eversleigh, to his position as heir to this estate. You will henceforth respect him as my successor." The two men bowed and retired. Sir Oswald walked towards the window, and Victor Carrington drew back into the shadow cast by a massive abutment of stonework. It was not very easy for a man to conceal himself on the terrace in that broad moonlight. Voices sounded presently near one of the windows, and a group of ladies and gentlemen emerged from the drawing room. "It is the hottest night we have had this summer," said one of them. "The house is really oppressive." Miss Graham had enchanted her viscount once more, and she and that gentleman walked side by side on the terrace. "They will discover me if they come this way," muttered Victor, as he shrank back into the shadow. "I have seen all that I want to see for the present, and had better make my escape while I am safe." He stole quietly along by the front of the castle, lurking always in the shadow of the masonry, and descended the terrace steps. From thence he went to the courtyard, on which the servants' hall opened, and in a few minutes he was comfortably seated in that apartment, listening to the gossip of the servants, who could only speak upon the one subject of Lady Eversleigh's elopement. The baronet sat with the newly made will before him, gazing at the open leaves with fixed and dreamy eyes. Now that the document was signed, a feeling of doubt had taken possession of him. He remembered how deliberately he had pondered over the step before he had disinherited his nephew; and now that work, which had cost him so much pain and thought, had been undone on the impulse of a moment. "Have I done right, I wonder?" he asked himself. The papers which had been tied in the packet containing the old will had been scattered on the table, when the baronet unfastened the band that secured them. He took one of these documents up in sheer absence of mind, and opened it. It was the letter written by the wretched girl who drowned herself in the Seine, the letter of Reginald Eversleigh's victim, the very letter on the evidence of which Sir Oswald had decided that his nephew was no fitting heir to a great fortune. The baronet's brow contracted as he read. "And it is to the man who could abandon a wretched woman to despair and death that I am about to leave wealth and power," he exclaimed. "No; the decision which I arrived at in Arlington Street was a just and wise decision. I have been mad to day, maddened by anger and despair; but it is not too late to repent my folly. The seducer of Mary Goodwin shall never be the master of Raynham Castle." Sir Oswald folded the sheet of foolscap on which the will was written, and held it over the flame of the lamp. He carried it over to the fireplace, and threw it blazing on the empty hearth. He watched it thoughtfully until the greater part of the paper was consumed by the flame, and then went back to his seat. "My nephews, Lionel and Douglas Dale, shall divide the estate between them," he thought. "I will send for my solicitor to morrow, and make a new will." Victor Carrington sat in the servants' hall at Raynham until past 11 o'clock. He had made himself quite at home with the domestics in his assumed character. The women were delighted with the showy goods which he carried in his pack, and which he sold them at prices far below those of the best bargains they had ever made before. At a few minutes after 11 he rose to bid them good night. "I suppose I shall find the gates open?" he said. "Yes; the gates of the courtyard are never locked till half past 11," answered a sturdy old coachman. The pedlar took his leave; but he did not go out by the courtyard. He went straight to the terrace, along which he crept with stealthy footsteps. Many lights twinkled in the upper windows of the terrace front, for at this hour the greater number of Sir Oswald's guests had retired to their rooms. The broad window of the library was still open, but a curtain had been drawn before it, on one side of which there remained a crevice. Through this crevice Victor Carrington could watch the interior of the chamber with very little risk of being discovered. The baronet was still sitting by the writing table, with the light of the library lamp shining full upon him. An open letter was in his hand. It was the letter his wife had left for him. It was not like the letter of a guilty woman. It was quiet, subdued, full of sadness and resignation, rather than of passionate despair. "I know now that I ought never to have married you, Oswald," wrote Lady Eversleigh. "The sacrifice which you made for my sake was too great a one. No happiness could well come of such an unequal bargain. You gave me everything, and I could give you so little. The cloud upon my past life was black and impenetrable. You took me nameless, friendless, unknown, and I can scarcely wonder if, at the first breath of suspicion, your faith wavered, and your love failed. Farewell, dearest and best of men. You never can know how truly I have loved you, how I have reverenced your noble nature. In all that has come to pass between us since the first hour of our miserable estrangement, nothing has grieved me so deeply as to see your generous soul overclouded by suspicions and doubts, as unworthy of you as they are needless and unfounded. Farewell. I go back to the obscurity from whence you took me. You need not fear for my future. The musical education which I owe to your generous help will enable me to live, and I have no wish to live otherwise than humbly. May Heaven bless you. Honoria." This was all. There were no complaints, no entreaties. The letter seemed instinct with the dignity of truth. "And she has gone forth alone, unprotected. She has gone back to her lonely and desolate life," thought the baronet, inclined for a moment at least to believe in his wife's words. But in the next instant he remembered the evidence of Lydia Graham, the wild and improbable story by which Honoria had tried to account for her absence. "No, no," he exclaimed; "it is all treachery from first to last. She is hiding herself somewhere near at hand, no doubt to wait the result of this artful letter; and when she finds that her artifices are thrown away, when she discovers that my heart has been changed to adamant by her infamy, she will go back to her lover, if he still lives to shelter her." 100 conflicting ideas confused Sir Oswald's brain; but one thought was paramount, and that was the thought of revenge. He resolved to send for his lawyer early the next morning, to make a new will in favour of his sister's 2 sons, and then to start in search of the man who had robbed him of his wife's affection. Reginald would of course be able to assist him in finding Victor Carrington. While Sir Oswald mused thus, the man of whom he was thinking watched him through the narrow space between the curtains. "Shall it be to night?" thought Carrington. "It cannot be too soon. He might change his mind about his will at any moment, and if it should happen to night, people will say the shock of his wife's flight has killed him." Sir Oswald's folded arms rested on the table. His head sank forward on his arms. The passionate emotions of the day, the previous night of agony, had at last exhausted him. He fell into a doze, a feverish, troubled sleep. Carrington watched him for upwards of a quarter of an hour as he slept thus. "I think he is safe now, and I may venture," murmured Victor, at the end of that time. He crept softly into the room, making a wide circle, and keeping himself completely in the shadow, till he was behind the sleeping baronet. Then he came towards the lamplit table. Amongst the scattered letters and papers there stood a claret jug, a large carafe of water, and an empty glass. Victor drew close to the table, and listened for some moments to the breathing of the sleeper. Then he took a small bottle from his pocket, and dropped a few globules of some colourless liquid into the empty glass. Having done this, he withdrew from the apartment as silently as he had entered it. 12 o'clock struck as he was leaving the terrace. "So," he muttered, "it is little more than 3/4 of an hour since I left the servants' hall. It would not be difficult to prove an alibi, with the help of a blundering village innkeeper. He did not attempt to leave the castle by the courtyard, which he knew would be locked by this time. He had made himself acquainted with all the ins and outs of the place, and had possessed himself of a key belonging to one of the garden gates. Through this gate he passed out into the park, climbed a low fence, and made his way into Raynham village, where the landlord of the Hen and Chickens was just closing his doors. "I have been told by the castle servants that you can give me a bed," he said. The landlord, who was always delighted to oblige his patrons in Sir Oswald's servants' hall and stables, declared himself ready to give the traveller the best accommodation his house could afford. "It is late, sir," he said, "but we'll manage to make things comfortable for you." So that night the surgeon slept in the village of Raynham. He, too, was worn out by the fatigue of the past 24 hours, and he slept soundly all through the night, and slept as calmly as a child. It was 8 o'clock next morning when he went down the steep, old-fashioned staircase of the inn. He found a strange hubbub and confusion below. Awful tidings had just been brought from the castle. Sir Oswald Eversleigh had been found seated in his library, dead, with the lamp still burning near him in the bright summer morning. One of the grooms had come down to the little inn, and was telling his story to all comers, when the pedlar came into the open space before the bar. "It was Millard that found him," the man said. "He was sitting, quite calm-like, with his head lying back upon the cushion of his arm-chair. There were papers and open letters scattered all about, and they sent off immediately for Mr. Dalton, the lawyer, to look to the papers, and seal up the locks of drawers and desks, and so on. Mr. Dalton is busy at it now. Mr. Eversleigh is awfully shocked, he is. I never saw such a white face in all my life as his when he came out into the hall after hearing the news. It's a rare fine thing for him, as you may say, for they say Sir Oswald made a new will last night, and left his nephew everything, and Mr. Eversleigh has been a regular wild one, and is deep in debt. But for all that, I never saw anyone so cut up as he was just now." "Poor Sir Oswald!" cried the bystanders. "Such a noble gentleman as he was, too. What did he die of, Mr. Kimber? Do you know?" "The doctor says it must have been heart disease," answered the groom. "A broken heart, I say. That's the only disease Sir Oswald had. It's my lady's conduct has killed him. She must have been a regular bad one, mustn't she?" The story of the elopement had been fully discussed on the previous day at the Hen and Chickens, and everywhere else in the village of Raynham. The country gossips shook their heads over Lady Eversleigh's iniquity, but they said little. This new event was of so appalling a nature that it silenced even the tongue of gossip for a while. The pedlar took his breakfast in the little parlour behind the bar, and listened quietly to all that was said by the villagers and the groom. "And where is my lady?" asked the innkeeper. "She came back yesterday, didn't she?" "Yes, and went away again yesterday afternoon," returned the groom. "She's got enough to answer for, she has." End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 11, The Will, the Testament, Part 2. Terrible, indeed, was the consternation which reigned that day at Raynham Castle. Already Sir Oswald's guests had been making hasty arrangements for their departure, and many visitors had departed even before the discovery of that awful event, which came like a thunderclap upon all within the castle. Few men had ever been better liked by his acquaintances than Sir Oswald Eversleigh. His generous nature, his honourable character, had won him every man's respect. His great wealth had been spent lavishly for the benefit of others. His hand had always been open to the poor and necessitous. He had been a kind master, a liberal landlord, an ardent and devoted friend. There is little wonder, therefore, if the news of his sudden death fell like an overwhelming blow on all assembled within the castle, and on many more beyond the castle walls. The feeling against Honoria Eversleigh was one of unmitigated execration. No words could be too bitter for those who spoke of Sir Oswald's wife. It had been thought on the previous evening that she had left the castle for ever, banished by the command of her husband. Nothing, therefore, could have exceeded the surprise which filled every breast when she entered the crowded hall some minutes after the discovery of Sir Oswald's death. Her face was whiter than marble, and its awful whiteness was contrasted by the black dress which she wore. "Is this true?" she cried, in accents of despair. "Is he really dead?" "Yes, Lady Eversleigh," answered General Desmond, an Indian officer and an old friend of the dead man. "Sir Oswald is dead." "Let me go to him. I cannot believe it. I cannot, she cried wildly. "Let me go to him." Those assembled round the door of the library looked at her with horror and aversion. To them this semblance of agony seemed only the consummate artifice of an accomplished hypocrite. "Let me go to him, for pity's sake, let me see him," she pleaded, with clasped hands. "I cannot believe that he is dead." Reginald Eversleigh was standing by the door of the library, pale as death, more ghastly of aspect than death itself. He had been leaning against the doorway, as if unable to support himself; but as Honoria approached, he aroused himself from a kind of stupor, and stretched out his arm to bar her entrance to the death chamber. "This is no scene for you, Lady Eversleigh," he said, sternly. "You have no right to enter that chamber. You have no right to be beneath this roof." "Who dares to banish me?" she asked, proudly; "and who can deny my right?" "I can do both, as the nearest relative of your dead husband." "And as the friend of Victor Carrington," answered Honoria, looking fixedly at her accuser. "Oh, it is a marvellous plot, Reginald Eversleigh, and it wanted but this to complete it. My disgrace was the first act in the drama, my husband's death the second. Your friend's treachery accomplished one, you have achieved the other. Sir Oswald Eversleigh has been murdered." A suppressed cry of horror broke simultaneously from every lip, as the awful word "murder" was repeated. The doctor, who had been until this moment beside the dead man, came to the door and opened it. "Who was it spoke of murder?" he asked. "It was I," answered Honoria. "I say that my husband's death is no sudden stroke from the hand of Heaven. There is one here who refuses to let me see him, lest I should lay my hand upon his corpse, and call down Heaven's vengeance on his assassin." "The woman is mad," faltered Reginald Eversleigh. "Look at the speaker," cried Honoria. "I am not mad, Reginald Eversleigh, though by you and your fellow plotter I have been made to suffer that which might have turned a stronger brain than mine. I am not mad. I say that my husband has been murdered, and I ask all present to mark my words. I have no evidence of what I say except instinct, but I know that it does not deceive me. As for you, Reginald Eversleigh, I refuse to recognize your rights beneath this roof. As the widow of Sir Oswald, I claim the place of mistress in this house, until events show whether I have a right to it or not." These were bold words from one who, in the eyes of all present, was a disgraced wife, who had been banished by her husband. General Desmond was the person who took upon himself to reply. He was the oldest and most important guest now remaining at the castle, and he was a man who had been much respected by Sir Oswald. "I certainly do not think that any one here can dispute Lady Eversleigh's rights, until Sir Oswald's will has been read, and his last wishes made known. Whatever passed between my poor friend and his wife yesterday is known to Lady Eversleigh alone. It is for her to settle matters with her own conscience; and if she chooses to remain beneath this roof, no one here can presume to banish her from it, except in obedience to the dictates of the dead." "The wishes of the dead will soon be known," said Reginald; "and then that guilty woman will no longer dare to pollute this house by her presence." "I do not fear, Reginald Eversleigh," answered Honoria, with sublime calmness. "Let the worst come. I abide the issue of events. I wait to see whether iniquity is to succeed, or whether, at the last moment, the hand of Providence will be outstretched to confound the guilty. My faith is strong in Providence, Mr. Eversleigh. And now, stand aside, if you please, and let me look upon the face of my husband." This time Reginald Eversleigh did not venture to dispute the widow's right to enter the death chamber. He made way for her to pass him, and she went in and knelt by the side of the dead. Mr. Dalton, the lawyer, was moving softly about the room, putting seals on all the locks, and collecting the papers that had been scattered on the table. The parish doctor, who had been summoned hastily, stood near the corpse. A groom had been dispatched to a large town 20 miles distant, to summon a medical man of some distinction. There were few railroads in those days, no electric telegraph to summon a man from one end of the country to another. But all the most distinguished doctors who ever lived could not have restored Sir Oswald Eversleigh to an hour's life. All that medical science could do now was to discover the mode of the baronet's death. The crowd left the hall by and by, and the interior of the castle grew more tranquil. All the remaining guests, with the exception of General Desmond, made immediate arrangements for leaving the house of death. General Desmond declared his intention of remaining until after the funeral. "I may be of some use in watching the interests of my dear friend," he said to Reginald Eversleigh. "There is only one person who will feel your uncle's death more deeply than I shall, and that is poor old Copplestone. He is still in the castle, I suppose?" "Yes, he is confined to his room still by the gout." Reginald Eversleigh was by no means pleased by the general's decision. He would rather have been alone in the castle. It seemed as if his uncle's old friend was inclined to take the place of master in the household. The young man's pride revolted against the general's love of dictation, and his fears, strange and terrible fears, made the presence of the general very painful to him. Joseph Millard had come to Reginald a little time after the discovery of the baronet's death, and had told him the contents of the new will. "Master told us with his own lips that he had left you heir to the estate, sir," said the valet. "There was no need for it to be kept a secret," he said, "and we signed the will as witnesses, Peterson, the butler, and me." "And you are sure you have made no mistake, Millard? Sir Oswald, my poor, poor uncle, said that?" "He said those very words, Mr. Eversleigh; and I hope, sir, now that you are master of Raynham, you won't forget that I was always anxious for your interests, and gave you valuable information, sir, when I had little thought you would ever inherit the estate, sir." "Yes, yes, you will not find me ungrateful, Millard," answered Reginald, impatiently, for in the terrible agitation of his mind this man's talk jarred upon him. "I shall reward you liberally for past services, you may depend upon it," he added. "Thank you very much, sir," murmured the valet, about to retire. "Stay, Millard," said the young man. "You have been with my uncle 20 years. You must know everything about his health. Did you ever hear that he suffered from heart disease?" "No, sir. He never did suffer from anything of the kind. There never was a stronger gentleman than Sir Oswald. In all the years that I have known him, I don't recollect his having a day's serious illness. And as to his dying of disease of the heart, I can't believe it, Mr. Eversleigh." "But in heart complaint death is almost always sudden, and the disease is generally unsuspected until death reveals it." "Well, I don't know, sir. Of course the medical gentlemen understand such things; but I must say that I don't understand Sir Oswald going off sudden like that." "You'd better keep your opinions to yourself downstairs, Millard. If an idea of that kind were to get about in the servants' hall, it might do mischief." "I should be the last to speak, Mr. Eversleigh. You asked me for my opinion, and I gave it to you candid. But as to expressing my sentiments in the servants' hall, I should as soon think of standing on my head. In the first place, I don't take my meals in the servants' hall, but in the steward's room, and it's very seldom I hold any communication whatever with under servants. It don't do, Mr. Eversleigh. You may think me haughty, but it don't do. If upper servants want to be respected by under servants, they must first respect themselves." "Well, well, Millard, I know I can rely upon your discretion. You can leave me now. My mind is quite unhinged by this dreadful event." No sooner had the valet departed Then Reginald hurried from the castle, and walked across the garden to the gate by which he had encountered Victor Carrington on the previous day. He had no appointment with Victor, and did not even know if he were still in the neighbourhood; but he fancied it was just possible the surgeon might be waiting for him somewhere without the boundary of the garden. He was not mistaken. A few minutes after passing through the gateway, he saw the figure of the pedlar approaching him under the shade of the spreading beeches. "I am glad you are here," said Reginald. "I fancied I might find you somewhere hereabouts." "And I have been waiting and watching about here for the last 2 hours. I dared not trust a messenger, and could only take my chance of seeing you." "You have heard of " "I have heard everything, I believe." "What does it mean, Victor? What does it all mean?" "It means that you are a wonderfully lucky fellow, and that, instead of waiting 30 years to see your uncle grow a semi-idiotic old dotard, you will step at once into one of the finest estates in England." "You knew, then, that the will was made last night?" "Well, I guessed as much." "You have seen Millard?" "No, I have not seen Millard." "How could you know of my uncle's will, then? It was only executed last night." "Never mind how I know it, my dear Reginald. I do know it. Let that be enough for you." "It is too terrible," murmured the young man, after a pause. "It is too terrible." "What is too terrible?" "This sudden death." "Is it?" cried Victor Carrington, looking full in his companion's face with an expression of supreme scorn. "Would you rather have waited 30 years for these estates? Would you rather have waited 20 years? 10 years? No, Reginald Eversleigh, you would not. I know you better than you know yourself, and I will answer for you in this matter. If your uncle's life had lain in your open palm last night, and the closing of your hand would have ended it, your hand would have closed, Mr. Eversleigh, affectionate nephew though you be. You are a hypocrite, Reginald. You palter with your own conscience. Better to be like me and have no conscience, than to have one and palter with it as you do." Reginald made no reply to this disdainful speech. His own weakness of character placed him entirely in the power of his friend. The two men walked on together in silence. "You do not know all that has occurred since last night at the castle," said Reginald, at last. "Lady Eversleigh has reappeared." "Lady Eversleigh! I thought she left Raynham yesterday afternoon." "So it was generally supposed; but this morning she came into the hall, and demanded to be admitted to see her dead husband. Nor was this all. She publicly declared that he had been murdered, and accused me of the crime. This is terrible, Victor." "It is terrible, and it must be put an end to at once." "But how is it to be put an end to?" asked Reginald. "If this woman repeats her accusations, who is to seal her lips?" "The tables must be turned upon her. If she again accuses you, you must accuse her. If Sir Oswald were indeed murdered, who so likely to have committed the murder as this woman, whose hatred and revenge were no doubt excited by her husband's refusal to receive her back, after her disgraceful flight? This is what you have to say; and as everyone's opinion is against Lady Eversleigh, she will find herself in rather an unpleasant position, and will be glad to hold her peace for the future upon the subject of Sir Oswald's death." "You do not doubt my uncle died a natural death, do you, Victor?" asked Reginald, with a strange eagerness. "You do not think that he was murdered?" "No, indeed. Why should I think so?" returned the surgeon, with perfect calmness of manner. "No one in the castle but you and Lady Eversleigh had any interest in his life or death. If he came to his end by any foul means, she must be the guilty person, and on her the deed must be fixed. You must hold firm, Reginald, remember." The two men parted soon after this, but not before they had appointed to meet on the following day, at the same hour, and on the same spot. Reginald Eversleigh returned to the castle gloomy and ill at ease, and on entering the house he discovered that the doctor from Plimborough had arrived during his absence, and was to remain until the following day, when his evidence would be required at the inquest. It was Joseph Millard who told him this. "The inquest? What inquest?" asked Reginald. "The coroner's inquest, sir. It is to be held to morrow in the great dining room. Sir Oswald died so suddenly, you see, sir, that it's only natural there should be an inquest. I'm sorry to say there's a talk about his having committed suicide, poor gentleman." "Suicide? Yes, yes, that is possible. He may have committed suicide," murmured Reginald. "It's very dreadful, isn't it, sir? The two doctors and Mr. Dalton, the lawyer, are together in the library. The body has been moved into the state bedroom." The lawyer emerged from the library at this moment, and approached Reginald. "Can I speak with you for a few minutes, Mr. Eversleigh?" he asked. "Certainly." He went into the library, where he found the two doctors and another person whom he had not expected to see. This was a country gentleman, a wealthy landed squire and magistrate, whom Reginald Eversleigh had known from his boyhood. His name was Gilbert Ashburne, and he was an individual of considerable importance in the neighbourhood of Raynham, near which village he had a fine estate. Mr. Ashburne was standing with his back to the empty fireplace, in conversation with one of the medical men, when Reginald entered the room. He advanced a few paces to shake hands with the young man, and then resumed his favourite magisterial attitude, leaning against the chimney piece with his hands in his trousers pockets. "My dear Eversleigh," he said, "this is a very terrible affair very terrible." "Yes, Mr. Ashburne, my uncle's sudden death is indeed terrible." "But the manner of his death. It is not the suddenness only, but the nature." "You forget, Mr. Ashburne," interposed one of the medical men. "Mr. Eversleigh knows nothing of the facts which I have stated to you." "Ah, he does not. I was not aware of that. You have no suspicion of any foul play in this sad business, eh, Mr. Eversleigh?" asked the magistrate. "No," answered Reginald. "There is only one person I could possibly suspect, and that person has herself given utterance to suspicions that sound like the ravings of madness." "You mean Lady Eversleigh?" said the Raynham doctor. "Pardon me," said Mr. Ashburne, "but this business is altogether so painful that it obliges me to touch upon painful subjects. Is there any truth in the report which I have heard of Lady Eversleigh's flight on the evening of some rustic gathering?" "Unhappily, the report has only too good a foundation. My uncle's wife did take flight with a lover on the night before last, but she returned yesterday, and had an interview with her husband. What took place at that interview I cannot tell you, but I imagine that my uncle forbade her to remain beneath his roof. Immediately after she had left him, he sent for me, and announced his determination to reinstate me in my old position as his heir. He would not, I am sure, have done this, had he believed his wife innocent." "And she left the castle at his bidding?" "It was supposed that she left the castle; but this morning she reappeared, and claimed the right to remain beneath this roof." "And where had she passed the night?" "Not in her own apartments. Of that I have been informed by her maid, who believed that she had left Raynham for good." "Strange!" exclaimed the magistrate. "If she is guilty, why does she remain here, where her guilt is known, where she may be suspected of a crime, and the most terrible of crimes?" "Of what crime?" "Of murder, Mr. Eversleigh. I regret to tell you that these two medical gentlemen concur in the opinion that your uncle's death was caused by poison. A post mortem examination will be made to night." "Upon what evidence?" "On the evidence of an empty glass, which is under lock and key in yonder cabinet," answered the doctor from Plimborough, "and at the bottom of which I found traces of one of the most powerful poisons known to those who are skilled in the science of toxicology; and on the further evidence of diagnostics, which I need not explain, the evidence of the dead man's appearance, Mr. Eversleigh. That your uncle died from the effects of poison there cannot be the smallest doubt. The next question to be considered is, whether that poison was administered by his own hand, or the hand of an assassin." "He may have committed suicide," said Reginald, with some hesitation. "It is just possible," answered Gilbert Ashburne; "though, from my knowledge of your uncle's character, I should imagine it most unlikely. At any rate, his papers will reveal the state of his mind immediately before his death. It is my suggestion, therefore, that his papers should be examined immediately by you, as his nearest relative and acknowledged heir; by me, as magistrate of the district; and in the presence of Mr. Dalton, who was your uncle's confidential solicitor. Have you any objection to offer to this course, Mr. Eversleigh, or Sir Reginald, as I suppose I ought now to call you?" It was the first time Reginald Eversleigh had heard himself addressed by the title which was now his own; that title which, borne by the possessor of a great fortune, bestows so much dignity, but which, when held by a poor man, is so hollow a mockery. In spite of his fears, in spite of that sense of remorse which had come upon him since his uncle's death, the sound of the title was pleasant to his ears, and he stood for the moment silent, overpowered by the selfish rapture of gratified pride. The magistrate repeated his question. "Have you any objection to offer, Sir Reginald?" "None whatever, Mr. Ashburne." Reginald Eversleigh was only too glad to accede to the magistrate's proposition. He was feverishly anxious to see the will which was to make him master of Raynham. He knew that such a will had been duly executed. He had no reason to fear that it had been destroyed; but still he wanted to see it, to hold it in his hands, to have incontestable proof of its existence. The examination of the papers was serious work. The lawyer suggested that the first to be scrutinized should be those that he had found on the table at which Sir Oswald had been writing. The first of these papers which came into the magistrate's hand was Mary Goodwin's letter. Reginald Eversleigh recognized the familiar handwriting, the faded ink and crumpled paper. He stretched out his hand at the moment Gilbert Ashburne was about to examine the document. "That is a letter," he said, "a strictly private letter, which I recognize. It is addressed to me, as you will see, and posted in Paris nearly 2 years ago. I must beg you not to read it." "Very well, Sir Reginald. I will take your word for it. The letter has nothing to do with the subject of our present inquiry. Certainly, a letter, posted in Paris 2 years ago, can scarcely have any connection with the state of your uncle's mind last night." The magistrate little thought how very important an influence that crumpled sheet of paper had exercised upon the events of the previous night. Gilbert Ashburne and the lawyer examined the rest of the packet. There were no papers of importance, nothing throwing any light upon late events, except Lady Eversleigh's letter, and the will made by the baronet immediately after his marriage. "There is another and later will," said Reginald, eagerly; "a will made last night, and witnessed by Millard and Peterson. This earlier will ought to have been destroyed." "It is not of the least consequence, Sir Reginald," replied the solicitor. "The will of latest date is the true one, if there should be a dozen in existence." "We had better search for the will made last night," said Reginald, anxiously. The magistrate and the lawyer complied. They perceived the anxiety of the expectant heir, and gave way to it. The search occupied a long time, but no second will was found. The only will that could be discovered was that made within a week of the baronet's marriage. "The will attested last night must be in this room," exclaimed Reginald. "I will send for Millard, and you shall hear from his lips an exact account of what occurred." The young man tried in vain to conceal the feeling of alarm which had taken possession of him. What would be his position if this will should not be found? A beggar steeped in crime. He rang the bell and sent for the valet. Joseph Millard came and repeated his account of the previous night's transaction. It was clear that the will had been made. It was equally clear that if it were still in existence, it must be found in that room, for the valet declared that his master had not left the library after the execution of the document. "I was on the watch and on the listen all night, you see, gentlemen," said Joseph Millard, "for I was very uneasy about master, knowing what trouble had come upon him, and how he'd never been to bed all the night before. I thought he might call me at any minute, so I kept close at hand. There's a little room next to this, and I sat in there with the door open, and though I dropped off into a doze now and then, I never was sound enough asleep not to have heard this door open, if it did open. but I'll take my Bible oath that Sir Oswald never left this room after me and Peterson witnessed the will." "Then the will must be somewhere in the room, and it will be our business to find it," answered Mr. Ashburne. "That will do, Millard. You can go." The valet retired. Reginald recommenced the search for the will, assisted by the magistrate and the lawyer, while the two doctors stood by the fireplace, talking together in suppressed tones. This time the search left no crevice unexamined; but all was done without avail, and despair began to gain upon Reginald Eversleigh. What if all the crime, the falsehood, the infamy of the past few days had been committed for no result? He was turning over the papers in the bureau for the third or fourth time with trembling hands, in the desperate hope that somehow or other the missing will might have escaped former investigations, when he was arrested by a sudden exclamation from Mr. Missenden, the Plimborough surgeon. "I don't think you need look any farther, Sir Reginald," said this gentleman. "What do you mean?" cried Reginald, eagerly. "I believe the will is found." "Thank heaven!" exclaimed the young man. "You mistake, Sir Reginald," said Mr. Missenden, who was kneeling by the fireplace, looking intently at some object in the polished steel fender. "If I am right, and that this really is the document in question, I fear it will be of very little use to you." "It has been destroyed!" gasped Reginald. "I fear so. This looks to me like the fragment of a will." He handed Reginald a scrap of paper, which he had found amongst a heap of grey ashes. It was scorched to a deep yellow colour, and burnt at the edges, but the few words written upon it were perfectly legible, nevertheless. These words were the following: "Nephew, Reginald Eversleigh, Raynham Castle Estate. All lands and tenements appertaining. Sole use and benefit." This was all. Reginald gazed at the scrap of scorched paper with wild, dilated eyes. All hope was gone. There could be little doubt that this morsel of paper was all that remained of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's latest will. And the will made previously bequeathed Raynham to the testator's widow, a handsome fortune to each of the two Dales, and a pittance of 500 a year to Reginald. The young man sank into a chair, stricken down by this overwhelming blow. His white face was the very picture of despair. "My uncle never destroyed this document," he exclaimed. "I will not believe it. Some treacherous hand has been thrust between me and my rights. Why should Sir Oswald have made a will in one hour and destroyed it in the next? What could have influenced him to alter his mind?" As he uttered these words, Reginald Eversleigh remembered that fatal letter of Mary Goodwin, which had been found lying uppermost amongst the late baronet's papers. That letter had caused Sir Oswald to disinherit his nephew once. Was it possible that the same letter had influenced him a second time? But the disappointed man did not suffer himself to dwell long on this subject. He thought of his uncle's widow, and the triumph that she had won over the schemers who had plotted so basely to achieve her destruction. A savage fury filled his soul as he thought of Honoria. "This will has been destroyed by the one person most interested in its destruction," he cried. "Who can doubt now that my uncle was poisoned, and the will destroyed by the same person? And who can doubt that person to be Lady Eversleigh?" "My dear sir," exclaimed Mr. Ashburne, "this really will not do. I cannot listen to such accusations, unsupported by any evidence." "What evidence do you need, except the evidence of truth?" cried Reginald, passionately. "Who else was interested in the destruction of that paper? Who else was likely to desire my uncle's death? Who but his false and guilty wife? She had been banished from beneath this roof. She was supposed to have left the castle, but instead of going away, she remained in hiding, waiting her chances. If there has been a murder committed, who can doubt that she is the murderess? Who can question that it was she who burnt the will which robbed her of wealth and station, and branded her with disgrace?" "You are too impetuous, Sir Reginald," returned the magistrate. "I will own there are grounds for suspicion in the circumstances of which you speak; but in such a terrible affair as this, There must be no jumping at conclusions. However, the death of your uncle by poison, immediately after the renunciation of his wife, and the burning of the will which transferred the estates from her to you, are, when considered in conjunction, so very mysterious, not to say suspicious, that I shall consider myself justified in issuing a warrant for the detention of Lady Eversleigh, upon suspicion of being concerned in the death of her husband. I shall hold an inquiry here to morrow, immediately after the coroner's inquest, and shall endeavour to sift matters most thoroughly. If Lady Eversleigh is innocent, her temporary arrest can do her no harm. She will not be called upon to leave her own apartments, and very few outside the castle, or indeed within it, need be aware of her arrest. I think I will wait upon her myself, and explain the painful necessity." "Yes, and be duped by her plausible tongue," cried Reginald, bitterly. "She completely bewitched my poor uncle. Do you know that he picked her up out of the gutter, and knew no more of her past life than he knew of the inhabitants of the other planets? If you see her, she will fool you as she fooled him." "I am not afraid of her witcheries," answered the magistrate, with dignity. "I shall do my duty, Sir Reginald, you may depend upon it." Reginald Eversleigh said no more. He left the library without uttering a word to any of the gentlemen. The despair which had seized upon him was too terrible for words. Alone, locked in his own room, he gnashed his teeth in agony. "Fools, dolts, idiots that we have been, with all our deeply laid plots and subtle scheming!" he cried, as he paced up and down the room in a paroxysm of mad rage. "She triumphs in spite of us. She can laugh us to scorn. And Victor Carrington, the man whose intellect was to conquer impossibilities, what a shallow fool he has shown himself after all! I thought there was something superhuman in his success, so strangely did fate seem to favour his scheming. And now, at the last, when the cup was at my lips, it is snatched away and dashed to the ground." End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 12, Part 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 12, A Friend in Need, Part 1. While the new baronet abandoned himself to the anguish of disappointed avarice and ambition, Honoria sat quietly in her own apartments, brooding very sadly over her husband's death. She had loved him honestly and truly. No younger lover had ever won possession of her heart. Her life, before her meeting with Sir Oswald, had been too miserable for the indulgence of the romantic dreams or poetic fancies of girlhood. The youthful feelings of this woman, who called herself Honoria, had been withered by the blasting influence of crime. It was only when gratitude for Sir Oswald's goodness melted the ice of that proud nature, it was then only that Honoria's womanly tenderness awoke. It was then only that affection, a deep felt and pure affection, for the first time occupied her heart. That affection was all the more intense in its nature because it was the first love of a noble heart. Honoria had reverenced in her husband all that she had ever known of manly virtue. And he was lost to her. He had died believing her false. "I could have borne anything but that," she thought, in her desolation. The magistrate came to her, and explained the painful necessity under which he found himself placed; but he did not tell her of the destruction of the will, nor yet that the medical men had pronounced decisively as to Sir Oswald's death. He only told her that there were suspicious circumstances connected with that death, and that it was considered necessary there should be a careful investigation of those circumstances. "The investigation cannot be too complete," replied Honoria, eagerly. "I know that there has been foul play, and that the best and noblest of men has fallen a victim to the hand of an assassin. Oh, sir, if you are able to distinguish truth from falsehood, I implore you to listen to the story which my poor husband refused to believe, the story of the basest treachery that was ever plotted against a helpless woman." Mr. Ashburn declared himself willing to hear any statement Lady Eversleigh might wish to make; but he warned her that it was just possible that statement might be used against her hereafter. Honoria told him the circumstances which she had related to Sir Oswald, the false alarm about her husband, the drive to Yarborough Tower, and the night of agony spent within the ruins. But, to her horror, she perceived that this man also disbelieved her. The story seemed wild and improbable, and people had already condemned her. They were prepared to hear a fabrication from her lips; and the truth which she had to tell seemed the most clumsy and shallow of inventions. Gilbert Ashburn did not tell her that he doubted her; but, polite as his words were, she could read the indications of distrust in his face. She could see that he thought worse of her after having heard the statement which was her sole justification. "And where is this Mr. Carrington to be found?" he asked, presently. "I do not know. Having accomplished his base plot, and caused his friends restoration to the estates, I suppose he has taken care to go far away from the scene of his infamy." The magistrate looked searchingly at her face. Was this acting, or was she ignorant of the destruction of the will? Did she, indeed, believe that the estates were lost to herself? Before the hour at which the coroner's inquest was to be held in the great dining room, Reginald Eversleigh and Victor Carrington met at the appointed spot in the avenue of firs. One glance at his friend's face informed Victor that some fatal event had occurred since the previous day. Reginald told him in brief, passionate words of the destruction of the will. "You are a clever schemer, no doubt, Mr. Carrington," he added, bitterly; "but clever as you are, you have been outwitted as completely as the veriest fool that ever blundered into ruin. Do you understand, Carrington? We are not richer by one halfpenny for all your scheming." Carrington was silent for a while; but when, after a considerable pause, he at length spoke, his voice betrayed a despair as intense in its quiet depth as the louder passion of his companion. "I cannot believe it," he exclaimed, in a hoarse whisper. "I tell you, man, you must have made some senseless mistake. The will cannot have been destroyed." "I had the fragments in my hand," answered Reginald. "I saw my name written on the worthless scrap of burnt paper. All that was left besides that wretched fragment were the ashes in the grate." "I saw the will executed. I saw it within a few hours of Sir Oswald's death." "You saw it done?" "Yes. I was outside the window of the library." "And you Oh, it is too horrible!" cried Reginald. "What is too horrible?" "The deed that was done that night." "That deed is no business of ours," answered Victor. "The person who destroyed the will was your uncle's assassin, if he died by the hand of an assassin." "Do you really believe that, Carrington, or are you only fooling me?" "What else should I believe?" The two men parted. Reginald Eversleigh knew that his presence would be required at the coroner's inquest. The surgeon did not attempt to detain him. For the time, at least, this arch plotter found himself suddenly brought to a standstill. The inquest commenced almost immediately after Reginald's return to the castle. The first witness examined was the valet, who had been the person to discover the death. The next were the two medical men, whose evidence was of a most important nature. It was a closed court, and no one was admitted who was not required to give evidence. Lady Eversleigh sat at the opposite end of the table to that occupied by the coroner. She had declined to avail herself of the services of any legal adviser. She had declared her determination to trust in her own innocence, and in that alone. Proud, calm, and self-possessed, she confronted the solemn assembly, and did not shrink from the scrutinizing looks that met her eyes in every direction. Reginald Eversleigh contemplated her with a feeling of murderous hatred as he took his place at some little distance from her seat. The evidence of Mr. Missenden was to the effect that Sir Oswald Eversleigh had died from the effects of a subtle and little known poison. He had discovered traces of this poison in the empty glass which had been found upon the table beside the dead man, and he had discovered further traces of the same poison in the stomach of the deceased. After the medical witnesses had both been examined, Peterson, the butler, was sworn. He related the facts connected with the execution of the will, and further stated that it was he who had carried the carafe of water, claret jug, and the empty glass to Sir Oswald. "Did you fetch the water yourself?" asked the coroner. "Yes, your worship. Sir Oswald was very particular about the water being iced. I took it from a filter in my own charge." "And the glass?" "I took the glass from my own pantry." "Are you sure there was nothing in the glass when you took the salver to your master?" "Quite sure, sir. I'm very particular about having all my glass bright and clear. It is the under butler's duty to see to that, and it's my duty to keep him up to his work. I should have seen in a moment if the glass had been dull and smudgy at the bottom." The water remaining in the carafe had been examined by the medical witnesses, and had been declared by them to be perfectly pure. The claret had been untouched. The poison could therefore have only been introduced to the baronet's room in the glass, and the butler protested that no one but himself and his assistant had access to the place in which the glass had been kept. How, then, could the baronet have been poisoned, except by his own hand? Reginald Eversleigh was one of the last witnesses examined. He told of the interview between himself and his uncle on the day preceding Sir Oswald's death. He told of Lydia Graham's revelations. He told everything calculated to bring disgrace upon the woman who sat, pale and silent, confronting her fate. She seemed unmoved by these scandalous revelations. She had passed through such bitter agony within the last few days and nights, that it seemed to her as if nothing could have power to move her more. She had endured the shame of her husband's distrust. The man she loved so dearly had cast her from him with disdain and aversion. What new agony could await her equal to that through which she had passed? Reginald Eversleigh's hatred and rage betrayed him into passing the limits of prudence. He told the story of the destroyed will, and boldly accused Lady Eversleigh of having destroyed it. "You forget yourself, Sir Reginald," said the coroner. "You are here as a witness, and not as an accuser." "But am I to keep silence when I know that yonder woman is guilty of a crime by which I am robbed of my heritage?" cried the young man, passionately. "Who but she was interested in the destruction of that will? Who had so strong a motive for wishing my uncle's death? Why was she hiding in the castle after her pretended departure, except for some guilty purpose? She left her own apartments before dusk, after writing a farewell letter to her husband. Where was she, and what was she doing after leaving those apartments?" "Let me answer those questions, Sir Reginald Eversleigh," said a voice from the doorway. The young baronet turned and recognized the speaker. It was his uncle's old friend, Captain Copplestone, who had made his way into the room unheard while Reginald had been giving his evidence. He was still seated in his invalid chair, still unable to move without its aid. "Let me answer those questions," he repeated. "I have only just heard of Lady Eversleigh's painful position. I beg to be sworn immediately, for my evidence may be of some importance to that lady." Reginald sat down, unable to contest the captain's right to be heard, though he would fain have done so. Lady Eversleigh, for the first time that day, gave evidence of some slight emotion. She raised her eyes to Captain Copplestone's bronzed face with a tearful glance, expressive of gratitude and confidence. The captain was duly sworn, and then proceeded to give his evidence in brief, abrupt sentences, without waiting to be questioned. "You ask where Lady Eversleigh spent the night of her husband's death, and how she spent it. I can answer both those questions. She spent that night in my room, nursing a sick old man, who was mad with the tortures of rheumatic gout, and weeping over Sir Oswald's refusal to believe in her innocence. You'll ask, perhaps, how she came to be in my apartments on that night. I'll answer you in a few words. Before leaving the castle, she came to my room, and asked my old servant to admit her. She had been very kind and attentive to me throughout my illness. My servant is a gruff and tough old fellow, but he is grateful for any kindness that's shown to his master. He admitted Lady Eversleigh to see me, ill as I was. She told me the whole story which she had told her husband. "He refused to believe me, Captain Copplestone," she said. "He who once loved me so dearly refused to believe me. So I come to you, his best and oldest friend, in the hope that you may think better of me, and that some day, when I am far away, and time has softened my husband's heart towards me, you may speak a good word in my behalf." And I did believe her. Yes, Mr. Eversleigh, or Sir Reginald Eversleigh, I did, and I do believe that lady. "Captain Copplestone," said the coroner, "we really do not require all these particulars. The question is, when did Lady Eversleigh enter your rooms, and when did she quit them?" "She came to me at dusk, and she did not leave my rooms until the next morning, after the discovery of my poor friend's death. When she had told me her story, and her intention of leaving the castle immediately, I begged her to remain until the next day. She would be safe in my rooms, I told her. No one but myself and my old servant would know that she had not really left the castle; and the next day, when Sir Oswald's passion had been calmed by reflection, I should be able, perhaps, to intercede successfully for the wife whose innocence I most implicitly believed, in spite of all the circumstances that had conspired to condemn her. Lady Eversleigh knew my influence over her husband, and after some persuasion consented to take my advice. My diabolical gout happened to be a good deal worse than usual that night, and my friend's wife assisted my servant to nurse me with the patience of an angel, or a sister of charity. From the beginning to the end of that fatal night she never left my apartments. She entered my room before the will could have been executed, and she did not leave it until after her husband's death." "Your evidence is conclusive, Captain Copplestone, and it exonerates her ladyship from all suspicion," said the coroner. "My evidence can be confirmed in every particular by my old servant, Solomon Grundy," said the captain, "if it requires confirmation." "It requires none, Captain Copplestone." Reginald Eversleigh gnawed his bearded lip savagely. This man's evidence proved that Lady Eversleigh had not destroyed the will. Sir Oswald himself, therefore, must have burned the precious document. And for what reason? A horrible conviction now took possession of the young baronet's mind. He believed that Mary Goodwin's letter had been for the second time instrumental in the destruction of his prospects. A fatal accident had thrown it in his uncle's way after the execution of the will, and the sight of that letter had recalled to Sir Oswald the stern resolution at which he had arrived in Arlington Street. Utter ruin stared Reginald Eversleigh in the face. The possessor of an empty title, and of an income which, to a man of his expensive habits, was the merest pittance, he saw before him a life of unmitigated wretchedness. But he did not execrate his own sins and vices for the misery which they had brought upon him. He cursed the failure of Victor Carrington's schemes, and thought of himself as the victim of Victor Carrington's blundering. The verdict of the coroner's jury was an open one, to the effect that Sir Oswald Eversleigh died by poison, but by whom administered there was no evidence to show. The general opinion of those who had listened to the evidence was that the baronet had committed suicide. Public opinion around and about Raynham was terribly against his widow. Sir Oswald had been universally esteemed and respected, and his melancholy end was looked on as her work. She had been acquitted of any positive hand in his death, but she was not acquitted of the guilt of having broken his heart by her falsehood. Her obscure origin, her utter friendlessness, influenced people against her. What must be the past life of this woman, who, in the hour of her widowhood, had not one friend to come forward to support and protect her? The world always chooses to see the darker side of the picture. Nobody for a moment imagined that Honoria Eversleigh might possibly be the innocent victim in the villainy of others. The funeral of Sir Oswald Eversleigh was conducted with all the pomp and splendour befitting the burial of a man whose race had held the land for centuries with untarnished fame and honour. The day of the funeral was dark, cold, and gloomy. Stormy winds howled and shrieked among the oaks and beeches of Raynham Park. The tall firs in the avenue were tossed to and fro in the blast, like the funereal plumes of that stately hearse which was to issue at noon from the quadrangle of the castle. It was difficult to believe that less than a fortnight had elapsed since that bright and balmy day on which the picnic had been held at the Wizard's Cave. Lady Eversleigh had declared her intention of following her husband to his last resting place. She had been told that it was unusual for women of the higher classes to take part in a funeral cortege, but she had steadfastly adhered to her resolution. "You tell me it is not the fashion," she said to Mr. Ashburn. "I do not care for fashion. I would offer the last mark of respect and affection to the husband who was my dearest and truest friend upon this earth, and without whom the earth is very desolate for me. If the dead pass at once into those heavenly regions where divine wisdom reigns supreme over all mortal weakness, the emancipated spirit of him who goes to his tomb this day knows that my love, my faith never faltered. If I had wronged him as the world believes, Mr. Ashburn, I must indeed be the most hardened of wretches to insult the dead by my presence. Accept my determination as a proof of my innocence, if you can." "The question of your guilt or innocence is a dark enigma which I cannot take upon myself to solve, Lady Eversleigh," answered Gilbert Ashburn, gravely. "It would be an unspeakable relief to my mind if I could think you innocent. Unhappily, circumstances combine to condemn you in such a manner that even Christian charity can scarcely admit the possibility of your innocence." "Yes," murmured the widow, sadly, "I am the victim of a plot so skilfully devised, so subtly woven, that I can scarcely wonder if the world refuses to believe me guiltless. And yet you see that honourable soldier, that brave and true-hearted gentleman, Captain Copplestone, does not think me the wretch I seem to be." "Captain Copplestone is a man who allows himself to be guided by his instincts and impulses, and who takes a pride in differing from his fellow men. I am a man of the world, and I am unable to form any judgment which is not justified by facts. If facts combine to condemn you, Lady Eversleigh, you must not think me harsh or cruel if I cannot bring myself to acquit you." During the preceding conversation, Honoria Eversleigh had revealed the most gentle, the most womanly side of her character. There had been a pleading tone in her voice, an appealing softness in her glances. But now the expression of her face changed all at once. The beautiful countenance grew cold and stern, the haughty lip quivered with the agony of offended pride. "Enough," she said. "I will never again trouble you, Mr. Ashburn, by entreating your merciful consideration. Let your judgment be the judgment of the world. I am content to await the hour of my justification. I am content to trust in time, the avenger of all wrongs, and the consoler of all sorrows. In the meanwhile, I will stand alone, a woman without a friend, a woman who has to fight her own battles with the world." Gilbert Ashburn could not withhold his respect from the woman who stood before him, queen-like in her calm dignity. "She may be the basest and vilest of her sex," he thought to himself as he left her presence, "but she is a woman whom it is impossible to despise." End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 12, A Friend in Need, Part 2. The funeral procession was to leave Raynham at noon. At 11 o'clock the arrival of Mr. Lionel Dale and Mr. Douglas Dale was announced. These two gentlemen had just arrived at the castle, and the elder of the two requested the favour of an interview with his uncle's widow. She was seated in one of the apartments which had been allotted to her especial use when she arrived, a proud and happy bride, from her brief honeymoon tour. It was the spacious morning room which had been sacred to the late Lady Eversleigh, Sir Oswald's mother. Here the widow sat in the hour of her desolation, unhonoured, unloved, without friend or counsellor, unless indeed the gallant soldier who had defended her from the suspicion of a hideous crime might stoop to befriend her further in her bitter need. She sat alone, uncertain, after the reading of the dead man's will, whether she might not be thrust forth from the doors of Raynham Castle shelterless, homeless, penniless, once more a beggar and an outcast. Her heart was so cruelly stricken by the crushing blow that had fallen upon her, the grief she felt for her husband's untimely fate was so deep and sincere, that she thought but little of her own future. She had ceased to feel either hope or fear. Let fate do its worst. No sorrow that could come to her in the future, no disgrace, no humiliation, could equal in bitterness that fiery ordeal through which she had passed during the last few days. Lionel Dale was ushered into the morning room, while Lady Eversleigh sat by the hearth, absorbed in gloomy thought. She rose as Lionel Dale entered the room, and received him with stately courtesy. She was prepared to find herself despised by this young man, who would, in all probability, very speedily learn, or who had perhaps already learned, the story of her degradation. She was prepared to find herself misjudged by him. But he was the nephew of the man who had once so devotedly loved her, the husband whose memory was hallowed for her, and she was determined to receive him with all respect, for the sake of the beloved and honoured dead. "You are doubtless surprised to see me here, madam," said Mr. Dale, in a tone whose chilling accent told Honoria that this stranger was already prejudiced against her. "I have received no invitation to take part in the sad ceremonial of to day, either from you or from Sir Reginald Eversleigh. But I loved Sir Oswald very dearly, and I am here to pay the last poor tribute of respect to that honoured and generous friend." "Permit me thank you for that tribute," answered Lady Eversleigh. "If I did not invite you and your brother to attend the funeral, it was from no wish to exclude you. My desires have been in no manner consulted with regard to the arrangements of to day. Very bitter misery has fallen upon me within the last fortnight. Heaven alone knows how undeserved that misery has been, and I know not whether this roof will shelter me after to day." She looked at the stranger very earnestly as she said this. It was bitter to stand quite alone in the world, to know herself utterly fallen in the estimation of all around her, and she looked at Lionel Dale with a faint hope that she might discover some touch of compassion, some shadow of doubt in his countenance. Alas, no, there was none. It was a frank, handsome face, a face that was no polished mask beneath which the real man concealed himself. It was a true and noble countenance, easy to read as an open book. Honoria looked at it with despair in her heart, for she perceived but too plainly that this man also despised her. She understood at once that he had been told the story of his uncle's death, and regarded her as the indirect cause of that fatal event. And she was right. He had arrived at the chief inn in Raynham 2 hours before, and there he had heard the story of Lady Eversleigh's flight and Sir Oswald's sudden death, with some details of the inquest. Slow to believe evil, he had questioned Gilbert Ashburne before accepting the terrible story as he had heard it from the landlord of the inn. Mr. Ashburne only confirmed that story, and admitted that, in his opinion, the flight and disgrace of the wife had been the sole cause of the death of the husband. Once having heard this, and from the lips of a man whom he knew to be the soul of truth and honour, Lionel Dale had but one feeling for his uncle's widow, and that feeling was abhorrence. He saw her in her beauty and her desolation, but he had no pity for her miserable position, and her beauty inspired him only with loathing; for had not that beauty been the first cause of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's melancholy fate? "I wished to see you, madam," said Lionel Dale, after that silence which seemed so long, "in order to apologize for a visit which might appear an intrusion. Having done so, I need trouble you no further." He bowed with chilling courtesy, and left the room. He had uttered no word of consolation, no assurance of sympathy, to that pale widow of a week. Nothing could have been more marked than the omission of those customary phrases, and Honoria keenly felt their absence. The dead leaves strewed the avenue along which Sir Oswald Eversleigh went to his last resting place. The dead leaves fluttered slowly downward from the giant oaks, the noble old beeches. There was not one gleam of sunshine on the landscape, not one break in the leaden grey of the sky. It seemed as if the funeral of departed summer was being celebrated on this first dreary autumn day. Lady Eversleigh occupied the second carriage in the stately procession. She was alone. Captain Copplestone was confined to his room by the gout. She went alone, tearless, in outward aspect calm as a statue; but the face of the corpse hidden in the coffin could scarcely have been whiter than hers. As the procession passed out of the gates of Raynham, a tramp who stood among the rest of the crowd was strangely startled by the sight of that beautiful face, so lovely even in its marble whiteness. "Who is that woman sitting in yonder carriage?" he asked. He was a rough, barefooted vagabond, with a dark, evil-looking countenance, which he did well to keep shrouded by the broad brim of his battered hat. He looked more like a smuggler or a sailor than an agricultural labourer, and his skin was bronzed by long exposure to the weather. "She's Sir Oswald's widow," answered one of the bystanders. "She's his widow. More shame for her. It was she that brought him to his death with her disgraceful goings on." The man who spoke was a Raynham tradesman. "What goings on?" asked the tramp, eagerly. "I'm a stranger in these parts, and don't know anything about yonder funeral." "More's the pity," replied the tradesman. "Everybody ought to know the story of that fine madam who just passed us by in her carriage. It might serve as a warning for honest men not to be led away by a pretty face. That white-faced woman yonder is Lady Eversleigh. Nobody knows who she was, or where she came from, before Sir Oswald brought her home here. She hadn't been home a month before she ran away from her husband with a young foreigner. She repented her wickedness before she'd got very far, and begged and prayed to be took back again, and vowed and declared that she'd been lured away by a villain, and that it was all a mistake. That's how I've heard the story from the servants, and one and another. But Sir Oswald would not speak to her, and she would have been turned out of doors if it hadn't been for an old friend of his. However, the end of her wickedness was that Sir Oswald poisoned himself, as every one knows." No more was said. The tramp followed the procession with the rest of the crowd, first to the village church, where a portion of the funeral service was read, and then back to the park, where the melancholy ceremonial was completed before the family mausoleum. It was while the crowd made a circle round this mausoleum that the tramp contrived to push his way to the front rank of the spectators. He stood foremost amongst a group of villagers, when Lady Eversleigh happened to look towards the spot where he was stationed. In that moment a sudden change came over the face of the widow. Its marble whiteness was dyed by a vivid crimson. A sudden flush of shame or indignation, which passed away quickly, but a dark shadow remained upon Lady Eversleigh's brow after that red glow had faded from her cheek. No one observed that change of countenance. The moment was a solemn one, and even those who did not really feel its solemnity affected to do so. At the last instant, when the iron doors of the mausoleum closed with a clanging sound upon the new inmate of that dark abode, Honoria's fortitude all at once forsook her. One long cry, which was like a shriek wrung from the spirit of despair, broke from her colourless lips, and in the next moment she had sunk fainting upon the ground before those inexorable doors. No sympathizing eyes had watched her looks, or friendly arm was stretched forth in time to support her. But when she lay lifeless and unconscious on the sodden grass, some touch of pity stirred the hearts of the two brothers, Lionel and Douglas Dale. The elder, Lionel, stepped forward and lifted that lifeless form from the ground. He carried the unconscious widow to the carriage, where he seated her. Sense returned only too quickly to that tortured brain. Honoria Eversleigh opened her eyes, and recognized the man who stood by her side. "I am better now," she said. "Do not let my weakness cause you any trouble. I do not often faint, but that last moment was too bitter." "Are you really quite recovered? Can I venture to leave you?" asked Lionel Dale, in a much kinder tone than he had employed before in speaking to his uncle's widow. "Yes, indeed, I have quite recovered. I thank you for your kindness," murmured Honoria, gently. Lionel Dale went back to the carriage allotted to himself and his brother. On his way he encountered Reginald Eversleigh. "I have heard it whispered that my uncle's wife was an actress," said Reginald. "That exhibition just now was rather calculated to confirm the idea." "If by exhibition you mean that outburst of despair, I am convinced that it was perfectly genuine," answered Lionel, coldly. "I am sorry you are so easily duped, my dear Lionel," returned his cousin, with a sneer. "I did not think a pretty face would have such influence over you." No more was said. The two men passed to their respective carriages, and the funeral procession moved homewards. In the grand dining hall of the castle, Sir Oswald's lawyer was to read the will. Kinsmen, friends, servants, all were assembled to hear the reading of that solemn document. In the place of honour sat Lady Eversleigh. She sat on the right hand of the lawyer, calm and dignified, as if no taint of suspicion had ever tarnished her fame. The solicitor read the will. It was that will which Sir Oswald had executed immediately after his marriage, the will of which he had spoken to his nephew, Reginald. It made Honoria Eversleigh sole mistress of the Raynham estates. It gave to Lionel and Douglas Dale property worth £10,000 a year. It gave to Reginald a small estate, producing an income of £500 a year. To Captain Copplestone the baronet left a legacy of £3,000, and an antique seal ring, which had been worn by himself. The old servants of Raynham were all remembered, and some curious old plate and gold snuff boxes were left to Mr. Wargrave, the rector, and Gilbert Ashburne. This was all. £500 a year was the amount by which Reginald had profited by the death of a generous kinsman. By the terms of Sir Oswald's will, the estates of Lionel and Douglas Dale would revert to Reginald Eversleigh, in case the owners should die without direct heirs. If either of these young men were to die unmarried, his brother would succeed to his estate, worth £5,000 a year; but if both should die, Reginald Eversleigh would become the owner of double that amount. It was the merest chance, the shadow of a chance, for the lives of both young men were better than his own, inasmuch as both had led healthful and steadier lives than the dissipated Reginald Eversleigh. But even this poor chance was something. "They may die," he thought. "Death lurks in every bush that borders the highway of life. They or both may die, and I may regain the wealth that should have been mine." He looked at the two young men. Lionel, the elder, was the handsomer of the two. He was fair, with brown curling hair and frank blue eyes. Reginald, as he looked at him, thought bitterly, "I must indeed be the very fool of hope and credulity to fancy he will not marry. But if he were safe, I should not so much fear Douglas." The younger, Douglas, was a man whom some people would have called plain; but the dark, sallow face, with its irregular features, was illuminated by an expression of mingled intelligence and amiability, which possessed a charm for all judges worth pleasing. Lionel was the clergyman, Douglas the lawyer, or rather law student, for the glory of his maiden brief was yet to come. How Reginald envied these fortunate kinsmen! He hated them with passionate hate. He looked from them to Honoria, the woman against whom he had plotted. the woman who triumphed in spite of him; for he could not imagine that grief for a dead husband could have any place in the heart of a woman who found herself mistress of such a domain as Raynham and its dependencies. Lady Eversleigh's astonishment was unbounded. This will placed her in even a loftier position than that which she had occupied when possessed of the confidence and affection of her husband. For her pride there was some consolation in this thought; but the triumph, which was sweet to the proud spirit, afforded no balm for the wounded heart. He was gone, he whose love had made her mistress of that wealth and splendour. He was gone from her for ever, and he had died believing her false. In the midst of her triumph the widow bowed her head upon her hands, and sobbed convulsively. The tears wrung from her in this moment were the first she had shed that day, and they were very bitter. Reginald Eversleigh watched her with scorn and hatred in his heart. "What do you say now, Lionel?" he said to his cousin, when the three young men had left the dining hall, and were seated at luncheon in a smaller chamber. "You did not think my respected aunt a clever actress when she fainted before the doors of the mausoleum. You will at least acknowledge that the piece of acting she favoured us with just now was superb." "What do you mean by a piece of acting?" "That outburst of grief which my lady indulged in when she found herself mistress of Raynham." "I believe that it was genuine," answered Mr. Dale, gravely. "Oh, you think the inheritance a fitting subject for lamentation?" "No, Reginald. I think a woman who had wronged her husband, and had been the indirect cause of his death, might well feel sorrow when she discovered how deeply she had been loved, and how fully she had been trusted by that generous husband." "Bah!" cried Reginald, contemptuously. "I tell you, man, Lady Eversleigh is a consummate actress, though she never acted before a better audience than the clodhoppers at a country fair. Do you know who my lady was when Sir Oswald picked her out of the gutter? If you don't, I'll enlighten you. She was a street ballad singer, whom the baronet found one night starving in the market place of a country town. He picked her up, out of charity, and because the creature happened to have a pretty face, he was weak enough to marry her." "Respect the follies of the dead," replied Lionel. "My uncle's love was generous. I only regret that the object of it was so unworthy." "Oh!" exclaimed Reginald, "I thought just now that you sympathized with my lady." "I sympathize with every remorseful sinner," said Lionel. "Ah, that's your shop!" cried Reginald, who could not conceal his bitter feelings. "You sympathize with Lady Eversleigh because she is a wealthy sinner, and mistress of Raynham Castle. Perhaps you'll stop here, and try to step into Sir Oswald's shoes. I don't know whether there's any law against a man marrying his uncle's widow." "You insult me, and you insult the dead, Sir Reginald, by the tone in which you discuss these things," answered Lionel Dale. "I shall leave Raynham by this evening's coach, and there is little likelihood that Lady Eversleigh and I shall ever meet again. It is not for me to judge her sins, or penetrate the secrets of her heart. I believe that her grief to day was thoroughly genuine. It is not because a woman has sinned that she must needs be incapable of any womanly feeling." "You are in a very charitable humour, Lionel," said Sir Reginald, with a sneer; "but you can afford to be charitable." Mr. Dale did not reply to this insolent speech. Sir Reginald Eversleigh and his two cousins left the village of Raynham by the same coach. The evening was finer than the day had been, and a full moon steeped the landscape in her soft light as the travellers looked their last on the grand old castle. The baronet contemplated the scene with unmitigated rage. "Hers," he muttered, "hers, to have and hold so long as she lives. A nameless woman has tricked me out of the inheritance which should have been mine. But let her beware. Despair is bold, and I may yet discover some mode of vengeance." While the departing traveller mused thus, a pale woman stood at one of the windows of Raynham Castle, looking out upon the woods, over which the moon sailed in all her glory. "Mine," she said to herself; "those lands and woods belong to me, who have stood face to face with starvation, to me, who have considered it a privilege to sleep in an empty barn. They are mine, but the possession of them brings no pleasure. My life has been blighted by a wrong so cruel that wealth and position are worthless in my eyes. End of Chapter 12, Part 2.